as a disgrace. And the truth. And the truth. It is not the action of the Republic. No. It is ourselves, you, me, Margarita, you watching me. It is us that we have made ourselves a disgrace to Ground Zero. It is us. It is not by the actions of the Republic. No. It is us. It is we.
George Benedict, you want to know where my trip to Boya is? Go and ask Dr. Sako, ask Secretary Tabenyan, ask them. I've asked for accountability from everybody enough. So if you want to think that you can ask questions, start by asking us about the London oil deal. Ask about the money that was collected in Washington, D.C. Some of you are even talking about the money in Washington, D.C. When the men people who destroyed the stuff with the agency people, after Cometro gave orders for Dr. Manchum to take that check to Colorado. Do you know that till today, the money that we raised, $24,000 has disappeared? Because Dr. Manchum took that money, he went to Colorado, started canceling the checks and writing the checks in his name and trying to put the check in the new account that he created. Bank of America saw it as fraud and it was blocked. So Dr. Manchum alone made us to lose half of the donations that people gave at Washington, D.C. Ask some people that have not received their contributions back. So let us be serious.
Since this nonsense thing say IG come for diaspora, they cause confusion with groups them. Now they don't go on Ground Zero. They cause confusion, picking them. Nobody, they need to file a republic anymore. They need to defend themselves for the republic anymore. They actually now each other. We will learn sense now how.
Bushwallahs, you are very, very stupid, including myself.
Someone it been a big Ambazonia supporter, Mark Barretta, it talks about Ambazonia for diaspora, not disgrace. Eric Tato, it talk about the corruption inside the Ambazonia itself. Princess Harriet, when a person that was a big supporter for Ambazonia, it talks the stupid, now which they could learn sense. And that other man we talk, it talks say Ambazonia in the diaspora, we are very stupid, including myself. That one that them they talk, nobody black like me they talk. Themselves they don't realize the situation for their own revolution now for the movement. I don't tell when I say this was a peaceful revolution. The people then where they hijack them, they don't get any idea where to the drum. But I could live and make Eric Tato yourself a good tell una. One of the main reasons them why these people they on Facebook every day they complain. Una listen.
So all those things they can't make noise, they go to make noise now because they cry. Say no money can contribute for them.
So the money it don't finish. Money has dried up. The people in the diaspora who were contributing money to the IG and the AGC have seen the corruption. They have seen the mismanagement, the mafia, and the ineptitude, the lies, the poor leadership. And this is the reason why many of them have given up on the revolution. People like myself, who used to contribute money to the revolution, have stopped. We stopped donating money a long time ago, and that is one of the reasons why Ayabacho went to London to sell oil. And they are now coming up with desperate calls on Facebook for donations. They're creating many PayPal accounts and everything, begging for money every day. Well, now listen.
You must go to your local government area and make sure you pump money. There are many of you from Fako, many of you from Memel, many of you from Manu, many of you from Lebialem. Please connect with yourself, group yourself together, collect money, do fundraising, go out there, contribute the money, make sure your boys in your area, they have enough money for medications. They need medications because they don't just. So I will say no. It is not only G-nuts that matters. It is not only granuts. We need money for so many things. So that is the message I have brought. Go to your local government area. Make sure you fund the boys. They need your funding. They need our funding.
As an officium, these are desperate times for Ambazonia. They are going bankrupt. And so without money, without the support of many Cameroonians in the diaspora, what do you think will happen? And this is just one more reason why this revolution is dying.
Matter finish.
This is an ultimatum to all Amber boys. You have two options. Drop your guns or die. There is no third option. The Cameroon military and the Cameroon people do not have the facilities to arrest you, imprison you, and be feeding you, or to rehabilitate you and bring you back into society to make you a productive member of society. So the only option is for you to drop your guns and go back home, or we kill you. That is the only options you have. So choose wisely. This is November now. October has gone and passed. You saw how many of your friends have been killed. November will be worst. I can guarantee you that by the 1st of January, look to your left and look to your right. Half of you people will lay dead. The Cameroon military will kill half of you at least, if not all of you. So are you prepared to take the chance? Are you prepared to be 1 in 2 that will be dead by January 2019? Do you want to see the new year? If your answer is yes, then drop those guns and go back home. There will be no alternative. You have only 2 options. Because, like I said, the Cameroonian state does not have the facilities to arrest you, imprison you, or rehabilitate you and put you back into society to be productive members of society. I do not think you will be productive members of society because you have been in the forest. You have killed people. You have seen your own people being killed. You have been smoking all these drugs. Your heads are all messed up. So I do not want to be killed by you. I do not want to be robbed by you. So I would advocate that you either sort yourselves out or we will kill all of you. That is a direct warning. I am speaking as a renowned, certified black leg, someone that you Amba Boys came to kill, but I survived. And because I survived, I have to fight back. And we, all those people that you targeted, the lawyers, the teachers, the funds, the chiefs, the elites of the society in Anglophone Cameroon, the people that you targeted, you make us your enemy. But let me tell you this, we are stronger than you because we are more educated than you. We have more money and more financial resources than you. We are more connected in government, in politics, and in the socio-economic fabric of the country than you. So we will win. We can last longer than you. You tell me you want me, you are trying to extort money from me. You ask me to give you 10 million francs or you go and burn my houses and my homes in the village. I tell you this, go and burn them. Go and burn those houses. I will save that 10 million francs. Okay, I live in the diaspora, I live abroad, I have a decent job, I've been working for decades, I have the money, but I will not give it to you. I will not sponsor terrorism in my country. I will instead use that money to hunt you down like animals and make sure you never see this new year coming, 2019. I will use that money. I will put all those Amba Boys in my village, all those Amba Boys operating in Batibo. Me myself speaking personally, and all the elites in Momo, we will put 1 million francs ransom on your heads, and we will make sure we eliminate all of you. You think you're the only ones who know violence? We too, we can be violent. I personally, I will not go into the forest with a gun because I'm too smart for that. But I can pay someone to hunt you down like an animal. We have the resources. We have the connections. We own this country, not uneducated fools like you. There is no way on this earth that educated people like myself, the elites, the funds, the chiefs, and the parliamentarians, and the business people of my community, there is no way that we are going to allow uneducated fools, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 23-year-olds, because you have guns, we are not going to allow you to take over our country. That is never going to happen. So this is a warning going to all Amba Boys. November is going to be red, worse than October. If you do not drop the guns, we will kill you all. There are only 2 options. Drop the guns or die. You have been warned. My country people then, since I started making these videos and audios and posting on Facebook and YouTube, I have received a lot of pushback from the Ambazonia communities. They are trying to shut me up. They threaten me. They send me hateful messages to my personal Facebook Messenger to comment section, and even some of them, they go and comment on YouTube, and it's exactly the same thing. They send hateful messages. One of the reasons why they're doing this is they're trying to intimidate anyone with a difference of opinion. If you have a difference of opinion, or you are prepared to speak the truth about this Ambazonian nonsense, you will become a target. So it is a bully tactic, but they will never shut me up. I am going to read you just a few excerpts of some of the hateful messages that I receive on a daily basis. Anya Blashin says that any Amber man will wish me death with my videos. And then Don Prince says that my days are numbered. Of course, he would like to kill me. And then Kenny Ketmani says that I'm hiding under a fake profile and that the Amber Boys will get to me anytime soon. And then Harry Stone calls me a blackleg, an agent of La Republique, and says that we did try forget you sins and we go Gary you. And then Frank Dolo says that I'm an agent and that they will kill me and my family. And then Elvis Mayu just tells me to shut up. And my response is no. And then Frederick Mba just tells me that I need to be erased, that I'm a venomous serpent. Well, and then you have the same Blasio says that Amber Boy should kill me. And honestly, if I knew where you are, bro, I will send them. Classy. And Harry Stone again, you will be taken down soon. May your soul rest in peace. And then the next one is Ambazonia Godson, who says that this man needs to be killed. I know him very well. Any moment from now, his head will be chopped off. Very classy. And then you have Waka Waka Mbele says that I should put my pictures up and name my location on my profile. And then you have Blasius again says that I see you are an enabler and all enablers should pay with their heads. And then the same Blasius, I think I've read this before, he says that he would like to kill me. And honestly, if he knew where I was, he would send the Amber Boys to come and kill me. These are meant to be freedom fighters. Because I have a difference of opinion, they want to kill me. This is nonsense. These people that keep sending me messages and keep wishing for my death on my comment section, you are afraid because for too long you had the monopoly on Facebook and on social media. But we are going to fight back. We, the people that you call blacklegs, we, the people that you send your thugs to come and kill, we that survived, we are fighting back. You are not the only ones who have mobile phones and internet connection to be able to make videos on Facebook. We can also use the internet because this is a Facebook republic. We can also use the Facebook to spread our own message. We cannot just be listening to your own message, your one-way transmission. We have to counter the narrative. And because I counter the narrative, you've identified me as being dangerous to your radical and destructive preachings on Facebook. Can you imagine you're telling uneducated fools in Cameroon to go and gary little children's hands because they want to go to school? And you think I should listen to that and stay quiet? They say evil prevails when good men do nothing. I would like to believe that I am a good person, I'm a good man, and I will not stand by and see evil in my own country and not say anything. We have to fight back. All those people that are on the fences, if you think this thing does not affect you, me personally, I was not even, after the mafia in the IG, in the diaspora, I said to myself, okay, we're going to leave them to do their own thing. I took a flight that went me to Cameroon. I was minding my business in my own house until the Amber Boys came and visited me inside my own parlor. That's when I realized that I cannot stay quiet. I have to fight back because when other people were complaining the Amber Boys are doing this and that, maybe you too were thinking that, we're buying the propaganda that the people were spreading on social media until they slapped me on my face. And then it woke me up and I realized that this nonsense has to stop. Before it's too late, you have to get off the fence. You have to pick a side. You are either with the Amber Boys or you are against the Amber Boys. You have to pick a side. And right now, I have made my own bed and I'm prepared to lie in it. I have chosen a side. And right now, I sincerely believe that the Amber Boys are worse to our community than Paul Biya, than the military. When the Amba Boys came and attacked me, do you know who saved me? Do you know who rescued me? Who saved my life? Yes, it was the military that saved my life and even killed some of the Amba Boys. That's what happened. So the Amba Boys that at one point, I was actually contributing money to help the revolution, and now they're targeting me. And now I had to rely on the military for my own protection. I had to jump off the fence very quick because I realized that the Amba Boys tried to kill me. The military came and saved me. So who the hell do you think I'm going to support? Who the hell do you think I'm going to look, that is going to be, that is the one that is protecting my life and who is trying to take my life? Even on Facebook and social media, the so-called Ambazonians and Amba people, when they listen to my audio, they wish me death. Some of them even openly say, if I knew where you were, I would send Amba Boys after you. You know where Ekema Patrick is. You know where Franklin Jume is. You know where the governor's residence is. You know where the brigades are. You know where the DO's offices are. You know where Probia lives in Yaoundé. Why haven't you sent your thugs there? You're only looking for soft targets. You're looking for people, innocent civilians who are minding their businesses. Just because I am prosperous, because I am successful in life, because I went to school, got an education, used that education to get a profession going, and then I have a little bit of money and I try to help my family, help my country, and I build a house in my community, and you target me because of that? What kind of nonsense is this? You can complain all you want on Facebook, you will not shut me up. You can bring your boys again to come and put a gun to my head, you will not shut me up. You are not the only ones who know how to use Facebook. So, a few days ago, this guy, Atta John Bite, on Facebook Live, he was ranting and screaming and talking about things that apparently concerned him. And he was even crying on Facebook. So I will get the fortunate circumstance, say, I will be there online and I stumble upon a profile. And I record a short snippet of what we talk about because I will find them really funny. When I listen.
Bushfallers, you are very, very stupid, including myself. Including myself. Including myself, we are very, very stupid. We are very, very stupid. Bushfallers. Bushfallers, why are we sleeping? Why Ground Zero is fighting? Why don't we plan and go on street regularly? City Hall would give you permission, they don't go deny you permission for abroad. We need to go on street all the time. Not on Facebook. Not on Facebook. This is why we don't notice Colonel Atta John don't limit 12 to come live on Facebook. Not coming there every day, not coming there every day. Bushfallers, we need to reactivate this revolution in any way to the other.
They say, Bushfallers, you are very stupid, including myself. Maybe a few weeks ago, I will make video, ask Una, say my country people, them how we over stupid so. That why we make that video. Do people they talk say, no, now me are stupid. Now Una say self, Una people the way the day for diaspora, people the way the day inside this fight, inside this Ambazonia nonsense. Now themselves now that they talk say them stupid. So that way me have the talk say Una stupid, Una don't believe me no. When Una live uneducated fools that they begin run on our lives, then what do you expect? But seriously, in all seriousness, so this one they talk say Bushfallers, they be very stupid, they conto, the power mongering. Now one of the things that I don't tell when I say they are the revolution, the people them for diaspora, they don't hijack the revolution and now they kill them. When I listen, that is a desperate man crying. As you can tell, now person that way he support Ambazonia. Well. He want me Ambazonia revolution is succeed, but he don't see him. Say he die. He don't see him. He's a certain person that will there for diaspora. He don't see the lack of management, the embezzlement, the conto, how all man they fight now fight for power. No man no get the right interest for the people them on the ground. All man want now for better his own personal position. And now why that way he cry? He cry for a Facebook page. It talks to people, they know go on Facebook. I be tell una say na Facebook revolution, this na Facebook republic. I don't tell una listen. No be me at the talk, una listen to the people the way una they look up to, the so-called bush followers them.
He gonna make you one minister of this. He gonna make you one minister of this. He gonna make you one minister of this. Minister for waiting. Me I drink water. Ayaba, you promise people they will make them minister. You promise say you go make Dr. Success Prime Minister. Lady, now why away Dr. Success don't divert back to AGC. Stop getting the attack. Go plan your Harriet. Your Harriet na their hidden agenda that do. Ayaba promise to make Dr. Ebenezer for make Dr. Success fake pastor Success Prime Minister.
The poor guy talks to say, go do what I come back. Well, thank you guys for watching and listening. Leave your comments below. My country people them. Nobody don't tell una, say this revolution did die to go, una listen.
And this situation is going to even get worse in the days ahead as we have decided to plunge into something called local government area by local government area, or call it county by county, whatever name, which is an approach of fragmentation. Why do I say it's an approach of fragmentation? This approach is coming because of a failure in leadership. We have failed to provide the effective kind of leadership that will help bring total cohesion with a united force. How do you bring a fragmented lot to face a united force like the soldiers of La République du Cameroon?
So that was Mr. John Ba Akuro speaking live on Facebook on the 25th of October 2018. He describes himself as one of Southern Cameroon's best journalists, who is very much involved in the current Ambazonia struggle. This is exactly one of the many reasons why I say that this revolution is dying. You people did not believe me because you called me a traitor. But now listen to one of your own. He is telling you that things are going to get worse in the days ahead. He is saying that the IG has failed, that there is failure in leadership, that there is fragmentation within the IG. The infighting is just getting worse. The AJC, which is controlled by Ayabacho, is in open civil war with other factions, such as the IG, which is led by Ekome Sako. And then in one other corner, you have Milan Atam and Ayub Tabi. On the ground, Amba boys under Ayabacho are attacking other Amba camps. While in the diaspora, they are now washing their dirty linens publicly for all to see. Capo Daniel came online and said, Eric Tato is a baby journalist whose father is an Igbo man. And then Eric Tato comes online to rant and call people prostitutes. In fact, listen to it for yourself.
For me, my first enemy before La République, na AGC and ADF, is very clear. My friend Tapang, me and Tapang are same department, same batch, who graduate for UB for 2018, even graduate. Now after we now, I beg we can graduate. Yes, the man will be making noise here. Everywhere, like say some better man. Because they can't talk. Okay, you can't write me, say you set me up, you say my papa and Igbo Pro will believe. Who will believe you? An immaculate feet, your own teeth shine like white clothes. All man don't say I'm no. You contribute how much? Every day I'm a chip to buy. Ask Tapa about Red Dragon to Red Dragon to the BLM. Ask Ayababa money they don't think about asylum for documents before you can't talk. We'll not get nothing about unity. We'll get unity in interim government. Ayabacho and the gang will not need them again for the government. We'll not need them because, let it be clear, we don't get nothing about cooperation or collaboration with AGC. Now, group of the people. Most of the girls they for AGC are prostitutes. They need work, they need do nothing. They don't move around Maryland and some states of America. They disturb. Now, criminals. So, I need to fear for tell them for their faces.
And then some other guy who lives in Nigeria came online and made a video about Capo Daniel to expose his lies and about how he came to Nigeria to get married. And the bullshit just goes on and on. So Ambazonia, I have a question for you. Are these the people you call leaders? Are these the people you look up to? I haven't even started talking about the other guy, Foncha, who has been in open rebellion against the IG.
Not to sit down and come out with measures, with strategies that will help reduce the number of casualties on the ground. We rather pay attention to self-glorification, to deification, and especially to permanent fundraising. Yet the complaints of Ground Zero continue to stream in every day. No money for this, no money for food, no money for up, no money for down.
And of course, there is corruption, the embezzlement of funds, and the mafia that is going on inside of these groups that they call themselves leaders. This is so childish, it seems like a joke. But let's listen a bit more to Mr. John Mbah Akuro.
What is standing in the way of us working together has generally been the anxiety of a good lot of us to want one to be seen as being the only cock that is crowing. Number 2, ego. Number 3, greed. And number 4, I must insist that number 4 has to do with financial gains.
When I don't hear no, now one of una own the talk, no be black leg like me. He's telling you that the people in the diaspora who hijacked our revolution are concerned with positions, getting popularity, that they are ranting on Facebook to get their egos massaged on Facebook, and while others are just greedy, corrupt, and interested in financial gain. Is this not the same thing that I've been telling you? When I say it, you call me a traitor. When I listen,
I like to take this opportunity to draw the attention of this social media mob that the abyss into which you are pushing the people of Southern Cameroon is a very delicate one. If nothing is done, and very quickly too, to stop this evil mob from ruining this revolution, we are going to find ourselves in a very critical situation.
Yes, he was just telling you that the social media generals and the Facebook warriors, people in the diaspora, are ruining the revolution. But in the meantime, the military is busy at work, killing other boys like flies. When are you going to realize that these people in the diaspora are not just killing us, but they are killing our revolution, inciting violence and genocide inside our country? The suffering of our people in Cameroon, while they benefit financially from it. I will end this presentation by reminding you of what Mr. John Mbah Akuro said himself.
This approach will only cause us to have individuals come up with village militias left and right, poorly trained, poorly equipped, without any coordination, and the net result will be more failure, more deaths. And if we don't arrest that situation very fast, we are going to get ourselves to blame for having pushed our people, pushed our suspecting people who have put their trust in our leadership into the abyss.
Thank you for watching and listening. So when I see me trouble, now 25th of October, this time now almost 10 p.m. for night time. I there for my house, I mind my business. This Tabi again, my friend for Facebook, he sent me a message on WhatsApp. He copied some snapshot for Mark Barretta, a Facebook page, he sent it for me. And the message tell me say, Ambazonia in the diaspora, the thief and dictator, as promised, shall begin his last move in Ambazonia to crush the liberators as promised. True, we cannot be intimidated by that. And then he go on for talk say, however, I urge you to go to your LGA and counties, build fences and fund the restoration. Wait, he said build fences. Hey, maybe the Mark Barretta thinks maybe Donald Trump. Donald Trump talk say, I will build a wall and Mexico will pay for it. Now when Mark Barretta don't talk say, we will build a fence and La Republic will pay for it. Maybe, I don't even understand. Maybe that's what this guy is thinking. Or I will build a fence and you people will fund it. People in the diaspora, go and fund my fences. What kind of nonsense is this? I don't tell you, I say these people do not get no strategy. They have no idea what they are talking about. What has these fences? This is nonsense. What has the fences got to do with it? He say it is time for the final and last push. Nobody tell you now, Red October. Now Red October, this I be tell you now say, Pobia, it's not a joke anymore. Election, it don't pass. and he don't be declared winner. It not the joke anymore. Time don't reach. Even when I Mark Barretta them, they tell una ho-ha for una face. For that on a Facebook Republic, they tell una say, this is the last final push. Nobody be tell una, I be tell una say the revolution is dying. Now not themselves they talk for una, no be me at the talk. So after I see this message, where because he sent this message now since the 22nd of October, well, I start begin think, something the work of my head, they tell me say, if he talk that thing so that 3 days ago, then maybe what you don't talk in the past 3 days since we the offensive way La Republic Army, it don't launch them for Anglophone zone, it be very intensified. So now I start scroll for a Facebook page. I see and say on the 24th of October, when yesterday, it talks say Esu has been surrounded by land and air by Cameroon military. When I don't see what now all that. And then 6 hours ago, when only today, it talks say for Bambui, reports coming in that there has a report coming in say that Professor Paul Mbufong of the University of Bamenda has been shot dead today in Bambui. When we talk say we will target what teachers them, we will target what school picking them. Now una idiots they don't go now they kill what teachers them, kill the same people the way they start the revolution. Then now when I report on like news, we will not be telling una. I don't tell when I say they don't hijack the revolution, they change them from a caterpillar to a lizard. That lizard said they don't big so they call and say a red dragon. Now wait till that. Okay, so I continue to scroll through a profile. My country people them. I don't suffer. When I see suffer what they do and for Sika Una back, I go for Mark Barretta page and they look at nonsense for Sika Una. Okay, I continue now. I go for the next one. 24 minutes ago, only today. They talk say, I think it is now important that all palaces, fondoms, and chiefdoms in southern and northern zones should make sure that all artifacts and important treasures in the fondoms and chiefdoms be relocated to secure locations and preserved. The occupier is now bent on destroying everything. Yes, the occupier is now bent on destroying everything called Amber Boys. That is very true. When I talk semi chiefdoms, them they go protect and secure artifacts. Them. Even as so when uneducated fools in the name of Amber Boys, them they work at catch what chief them, they torture them, kill someone them for forest. Even as so when uneducated fools now when one can begin talk like say when they support funds and chiefdoms or when I support what culture for Anglophone zone. What kind of nonsense is this? Time don't reach for me for sleep. I don't want to see the kind of nonsense for the kind of time for sleep. Idiots. I will tell when I say a red October this, it don't hot on ground zero. It don't hot on Amber Boys them.
Good morning, house. I want to know whether this fight this so it work and how. Me na commander of Oku. They don't attack me, burn my camp. I don't understand whether it is so if they don't abandon people, me they tell me drop this nonsense, go them for their houses, them back Because since where this struggle start, me and my picking and the only folks say that would any kind of last and the only thing we would hear now whether this one they fight for day for this position, this one they fight for day for this position, but it both in and out. For diaspora, na position. For ground zero, na position. We they fight the position for take and go outside. We will find weapons, we will take fight this fight. When we don't take what we will fight and then before we will fight position. All man na position. When we die for finish. Yesterday I had buried four of my soldiers, they burned my camp. When a lack of materials, we not get anything. I beg more check sense, more do this thing directly. Or if you do some way, when I talk to people, then aim this thing never down. Fine way. I don't want to bury person again.
While people they there for diaspora, they collect money, my trip to Boya, all kinds scheme them, they chop on them, send their picking them for baby school them, drive fine motor them, live inside fine house. When I there for forest, when I die. I don't tell when I say when I come out for forest, when I can't house, take book go school, when I say no, when I like for children for forest, snake the bite when I cold the catch una, mosquito the bite una, all kind of thing that una dey for forest, una the work at the suffer for day. Even people they dey for diaspora, they need to send una the money where una be think say they collect and for send am for una. Una should not for they begin dying no. I know say plenty people they ready to go watch this video, they go talk say and they make military propaganda for La Republique. Yes, not true. I did want that propaganda when me I make them because I want say me when I come out for forest, when I come for house, when I stop that nonsense, when I die the go so when I need to see them. But I be think so they share the work. People they need to die for una first when I see them. Now when they complain say they so they the key una. When they complain say the key una, when I want carry that gun then go fight one of the best well-trained military for Africa, La Republique. When I the craze. Now who saying when I come for house, when I live that nonsense, when I think say it be too late for come for house. If you do fear say if you come for house, they will shoot you. Go report yourself for gendarme, explain the situation for them. They will try for see where they feel protect you. If you bad now how, work out for food, come on for that subdivision, come on for that division, come on for that region, go for different region, go shoot on for there until this thing die down. I promise when I say they Amber Boy, they go finish una before New Year's Day. They go finish una. Election don't pass. Probably not a joke anymore. It don't get another 7 years. This time, no joke, no day. Even me says why they talk. So if I get opportunity for tear the La Republique Army, who's on a day, I go tear them. Maybe they can't catch or when I kill themselves. When I either throw away the guns them or the key una. Now the only options that when I get them. When I don't get number 3 option. When I don't hear no. My people them. So the presidential elections in Cameroon took place on the 7th of October. And in my opinion, the vast majority of Anglophone Cameroonians want Paul Biya to be declared the winner. And I will explain to you why. Within the same Ambazonia people, some of them are hoping and desperately wanting that Paul Biya should be declared the winner. Why is this? This is because they believe that if Paul Biya is declared the winner, the Bambaleke people will be so angry that they will start conflict with the Bulu people and start a civil war inside the Francophone zone. And they are calculating that if there is a civil war inside the Francophone zone, the military will be pulled out of the Anglophone zone and taken to Yaoundé, and therefore the Amba boys will have an advantage and will take over the Anglophone zone. That is the calculation they are making. But this is a desperate, last-ditch, harebrained move on the part of the Ambazonians. And this is where we come in. We, the rational people, the elites, the wealthy people, the lawyers, the teachers, the intellectuals, we see their games, we see their wishes and what they are hoping for, what they want to happen in our country. We can see it. And some of us are not prepared to let them take over our country and drive us out. Amba boys have targeted us. They tried to kill some of us and even succeeded to kill some of our family members. They have extorted money from us and destroyed our businesses, our economy, our livelihoods. So we, those of us that fight back because we are not prepared to hand over our country to uneducated fools just because they have guns. That is why some of us have made a deal with the devil. As much as we hate Paul Biya and his regime, we understand that Paul
where the devil inside bush, inside forest. That's what begin to decline, General Nambere. We don't have people forest. We don't want to be animal. One go in a school. We don't want to become armed robber or kidnappers. How to do it? That's why I to be money. They give for 73 months for internal government. They embezzle out. Money for Berlin, they embezzle out. The week of off, the one set general for ABTF, General Nambere, because they
fight back. Because we are not prepared to hand over our country to uneducated fools just because they have guns. That is why some of us have made a deal with the devil. As much as we hate Paul Biya and his regime, we understand that Paul Biya is the only one who can kill this Amba boy monster, this cancer. And that is why the vast majority of Anglophone Cameroonians want Paul Biya to be declared president. So you see, every one of Amber Boy's victims supports Paul Biya. So the Ambazonians and their thugs and their terrorist Amber Boys have driven us into Paul Biya's camp. That is what they have done to us. And that is why a vast majority of Anglophone Cameroonians want Paul Biya to be declared president. Thank you for watching and listening. These are my opinions. Feel free to have your own opinions. Leave a comment below. So when people are like me, would they call Amber Boys and say they be poorly educated or say they be uneducated fools? People they think say would they caution or caution. When I listen.
It don't end. I promise you, this show will just end. Sunshine say it don't end. The show don't end. So we are back home. We end mama for 3 months inside bush. 3 months inside bush. Yeah.
When I don't hear that no, Sunshine say it don't end. It don't end. Sunshine talk. 3 months inside forest. Now who send you, idiot? Actually, the one on stupidity it passed. We don't even call yourself idiot anymore. We call the one an idiot. The one an idiot, international idiot, fool. 3 months inside bush, the shit no wipe last. Now who send you? That was tell una say una can house now say no. When I want go shit for forest, una like mosquitoes, una like rain, snake, all kinds of them. Nonsense. My country people then, I don't just come across this article where this profile called Voice Wolf, it write them on Facebook yesterday, 19th of October. And actually a very long article, about 5 or 6 pages long. So it will take you a few minutes to read them, but it will be actually quite interesting to read them through from beginning to the end.
Ils sont venus me tuer, mais je reste toujours vivant. Master champion, très fort. Dr. Ebenezer Atanga, Dr. Chu Ayaba for ADF. The Trump people, when they visit Granzero for Daddy, they bring uniform, bring gun, can get for Sukadem and ADF. Now so all leaders, when they go Japora, when they go Nothing and Banga and thank you, Mr. Celeste, Papa Roger, Mr. Anon for
This profile called Voice Wolf, it write them on Facebook yesterday, 19th of October. And actually a very long article, about 5 or 6 pages long. So it will take you a few minutes to read them, but it will be actually quite interesting to read them through from beginning to the end. So before I read the article, I try for go for the person in the profile for see where did he talk about who he is to try and understand what he's talking about. So I go for a profile, I see and say, he talk for this, he work for the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, and his contact number +27 indicates he there for South Africa. So I come off a day, I go back for the actual article, I start reading. It talks say, it is time to take back our revolution from charlatans. He say, by trying to protect the revolution, we have tried to let some sleeping dogs lie and close our eyes to some of the unforgivable things some of the people who pass for leaders are doing to this revolution. It continued by saying, under normal circumstances, they should be put to a firing squad for treason and betrayal. I personally took the decision that instead of exposing Ali Sako and the 40 Babas, we should rather let things be and hopefully get to Buea before we start addressing some of these treasonable acts. But from the looks of things, Ali Sako and the 40 Babas are quite comfortable living in exile as long as he is receiving $10,000 salary and living in a luxurious house paid for by my trip to Buea. He continued, It talks we do know that Stephen Nebafu is paid and remunerated by Ikome Sako and Chris Anu has carried out their dirty work on perceived enemies. Continue, it talks so between Milan Atam and Chris Anu, who could have had the stronger motive to betray the Nera crew? It go on for talk about Naloa a bit, and then talks in Naloa informs Capo Daniel that Milan got her pregnant. Basically, they start air their dirty laundry in public. And then it continues for talk say their goal has always been to destroy Milan Atam, the chief architect of the Ambazonia revolution. They wanted to take over the empire he had built, and which he had gladly left to them and moved on to start other things. And then towards the end, it talks but let me tell you this revolution is dying in the hands of these fools as they work day and night to destroy the man who built it with his own two hands. The time has come to take back our revolution and shame these charlatans, and I will not stop until we unearth the complete truth about Nera. We may just have been looking in the wrong direction. So in ending the article, it talks why has Sako not taken advantage of Naloa's stay in Europe to dig the truth, yet he keeps sending her money? The answer is simple. Sako does not want Sisiku to come out of jail. That is now common knowledge. It talks I will be coming back with more, but the time has come to dig the uncomfortable truth and lay it bare. Time for us to take back our revolution and bring back the true leaders who brought us this far. He signed out by saying this is the voice without a face. So first of all, my initial thought about the whole article, because when I see them, it's quite long. It takes me quite a few minutes to read them through. And I actually, as another intellectual, another educated person, I go through the whole article to the end. I don't see one spelling mistake. I don't see one grammatical error. And that's what tells me that this article is written by a serious person, and obviously well-educated and well-traveled person. And one of the reasons that I would take the article seriously, and it also based on the information where it put them inside the article and the time where it take them to write the article, edit them properly, and then proofread them before publish them. It tells me this person is actually serious about what he's talking about. I know if it confirm any information inside the article, but if it tell you, say the person will write them, it be educated, and the person will write them, it try to convey a message where it believe them to be true. First of all, as well, it talk about many names from Jot Nebafu through Ali Sako and the so-called 40 Babas of Asiri Dog, Naloa, and all those names them, Milan and Ayabacho, and all those other names and where he call them. Now, person this way, I think say he actually be inside the whole organization, inside the people, the way they run the Ambazonia affairs in the diaspora. So within the Ambazonia community in the diaspora itself, within the leadership of the IG, now what to do, I don't tell when I say mafia there for this thing. The people they there for the way they buy position with money. People they there for the way they buy other people their silence. They buy other people them or you know, in money they pass around for this thing. When I don't mind wait away when I see them on Facebook. Plenty people they when I say on Facebook, they don't create plenty fake profiles. I not be the only one where I get fake Facebook profile. At least me I tell when I the truth, because my profile it be fake. When I don't know who they talk to, when you don't get you feel believe me or you know you decide for not believe me. That one is your business. I know they ask for any person for give me you vote. You know, so but wait to where I think that say the person who write this article, they don't see them themselves of say the leadership for this Ambazonia revolution, where they don't hijack our peaceful revolution by the lawyers and teachers, take them now into the diaspora, and even within the diaspora themselves, they fight over money, they fight over position of power, and they don't. You yourself, you can read the article. Go to the article. I encourage you. Read them properly. You will see them today. It talk about how they fight. It talk about my trip to Boya. It talk about because even I don't see plenty people they don't comment on Facebook that they talk about the Nera Hotel incident, where they will go arrest Sisiko Ayub Tabe and the compatriots them. They can go lock up for Kondengi for Yaoundé. Plenty of people them inside this Ambazonia movement that they talk say there's some person inside the same Ambazonia movement, it will betray them because they will once seize power from Sisiko Ayub Tabe. Say it will be in some form of a coup d'etat. Even the other day, Eric had to be there online. He still mentioned that word coup d'etat as if they talk about Ayabacho. They talk about how Ayabacho, if you leave Ayabacho, it will cause coup d'etat for Cameroon, for Ambazonia, where it will kill all man, and it will mind for be president between Yiwan and animals and for Southern Cameroons. So when I see the mafia where they go on, I don't tell when even for the article, it talks that this revolution is dying. No be me I talk. That person that way they inside the IG. I don't foresee this thing. The revolution did die. Even inside the IG, inside the Ambazonia movement themselves, they don't realize and say the revolution did die because of the ineptitude, the incompetence, and the poor leadership of the people the way they did at the head of the IG, where they lead the so-called revolution. They are killing the revolution because of their own incompetence. They have no idea what they are doing. I encourage every person to go read that article yourself and then make up your own mind. But that one, that's my own opinion where I get them from reading that article. Thank you for watching and listening. My country people then. So on Monday, 15th of October 2018, Eric Tato was live on Facebook and he had something to say about one of my videos. Wanna listen?
Trying to let them know. You follow one montage, one video or audio that is put with pictures that what's this man's name? I've forgotten his name. That he was talking about how people are here that are enjoying, people are dying in the bushes and stuff like that. He's talking how school is good, people should go to school, children have to go to school. You listen to that audio, I'll find time to play that. And when I listened to it, I laughed because the person who is in that video is a clown. Why do I say that person is a clown? Because the person said that the revolution has been changed, has been converted from a peaceful protest to what? An armed conflict. And he thinks that the revolution has been hijacked. It is the same way a man would say that a butterfly has hijacked a caterpillar. No, there are life cycles of anything. Even a human being has a life cycle. If you don't want to make Eric Tato, my mother would not have had sex.
Okay, so let me get that idea of his mother having sex out of my mind and talk about the substance, the metaphor of metamorphosis that he used. Yes, change is constant. Everything changes. Change is inevitable. Change can be delayed, but it cannot be stopped. The change from a caterpillar to a butterfly is a natural change, a natural progression by design. If you look in the dictionary, and yes, just Google it, the word hijack, it means to take over something and use it for a different purpose. The lawyers and the teachers were marching peacefully to address issues such as how the Francophone system was imposing and dominating our Anglophone systems in the courts and in the educational system, the injustice, the oppression, the lack of jobs and opportunities, the infrastructure such as the roads, good schools and court system and court facilities, and all of those things. Now, a totally different entity comes from outside and hijack the revolution. The Okada boys, the 419 boys, the local thieves, the village idiots, the poorly educated, and their manipulators in the diaspora are a totally different entity who hijacked the revolution and turned it into something totally different. If the lawyers went from peaceful marching to carrying guns, then that would be a metamorphosis, because the same lawyers have changed strategy and morphed into an armed conflict. But this is a complete hijacking because it is not the lawyers and the teachers who are in the forest with guns. The people who started the revolution are now being targeted because the revolution by the lawyers and the teachers were taken over and transformed into something totally different. And now, the same Aba boys are targeting the lawyers and teachers, kidnapping them, torturing them, killing them, because these Aba boys are totally separate from the lawyers and the teachers, and the Aba boys have a totally separate and different agenda. The butterfly is still a caterpillar in a different form, a different shape, and a different phase in the life cycle. But the Amber Boys carrying guns have nothing in common with the lawyers and teachers, and that is why they are now hunting the lawyers and teachers and killing them. In 2016, the lawyers and the teachers were marching to give Anglophone children better education and better opportunities. And after the hijacking, Eric Tato is asking his band of uneducated fools to garry children's hands who want to go to school. You tell me, is that the same revolution? Even Eric Tato is now confirming that Ni John Frundi's houses were burnt and his sister was kidnapped by the same Amber Boys that he is sponsoring in Cameroon. This happened just a few days ago on Wednesday, 17th of October. Ni John Frundi has his flaws, and I personally do not like him or his politics, but this is a man who challenged Paul Biya and raised our political consciousness in the 90s. He is one of our elderly statesmen, a patriot who should be respected, and even if you disagree with him, you should still respect him. Do you think that the lawyers and the teachers would have condoned the burning of his houses and the kidnapping of his sister? This is nonsense. After we remove this cancer, after we kill this monster, then we can continue our fight for justice, for freedom, for democracy. The Amber Boys have never built anything. They only destroy. We need intelligent strategies to achieve our goals without introducing a monster into our communities. I know some of you watching will say that I am an agent of La République. Just because I am against the Amber Boys, it doesn't mean that I am against the revolution. Actually, the Amber Boys are against the revolution. All of their actions is against the welfare of our people. The lawyers and the teachers wanted to improve educational standards and our judicial system. The Amber Boys want to kill all teachers and lawyers, and they are even saying that they want to cut children's hands for the crime of going to school. The lawyers wanted better roads, better schools. The Amber Boys are burning down our schools and digging up our roads. The lawyers and the teachers build our communities and our young men, and Amber Boys are destroying our communities, kidnapping our people for ransom, and forcing some of our young men to join them in the forest. They even have child soldiers in the forest with them. So you see, the Amber Boys are the ones killing this revolution. We have to save ourselves from this madness, this cancer, this monster. The people in the diaspora are causing real-life devastation in our communities by supporting these Amber Boys. They have hijacked our peaceful revolution and turned it into something else, into a monster. This monster is a cancer that they themselves in the diaspora cannot control, contain, or eradicate. The only cure to this kind of cancer is what I call surgical extraction. The only solution to this Amber Boy monster is to catch it, lock it up in chains, or kill it before it kills us.
Oh my goodness. That boy will back to your life. I will put the soap, put video, camera in the water. So give him man garden, so bam, 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 all them.
So a butterfly can come from a caterpillar because it is a natural process designed by nature. But a monster cannot come from a caterpillar because that is not natural. The Amber Boys are a monster that came out of the peaceful revolution from the lawyers and the teachers, and they have no relationship. The Amber Boys and the lawyers and teachers have no relationship. Actually now, that is why the Amber Boys have identified the teachers as their main target, as their enemy number one. They go after the teachers even more than they go after the military. So you cannot get a monster from a caterpillar, but you can get a butterfly from a caterpillar, because the butterfly and the caterpillar are the same creature, but just at different stages of the metamorphosis. But you cannot get a lizard from a caterpillar, because those two creatures are nothing in common. And that is exactly what the Amber Boys are in comparison to the lawyers and the teachers. Two different creatures. One has hijacked the other. That's what has happened. My country people then, as I will report a few days ago, Said the military they prepare a massive offensive against the Amber Boys them. I don't talk before and I go talk them again. Said the month of October and November it will be red for Amber Boys them. I don't talk them. Me una put on weapons and down on a car house because military it launch an offensive. When I feel see them, the military now they don't be given equipment them, engines saw them, good vehicles and with mechanics and for repair them, and they are going deeper and deeper into the forest. Now I feel see the kind of equipment the way they use them. Now equipment and that way Amber Boys don't get them. And as a result of this a step up in efforts. Now one of the reasons that they don't capture plenty Amber camps them just for the month of October. Even the so-called president for IG, Ayabacho Yisasef, it come on Facebook a few days ago, can't talk that nonsense. Say, since the 1st of October, 70 Amber Boys they be injured. And he wanted to give the money. Forget about the fact that they don't take that money for my trip to Boya Chopam. He asked me to give them more money for so-called 70 Amber Boys the way they don't injure them. He talks to the one that they injure on 70, but he not talk the one the way they kill them. He not talk how many of the Amber Boys they don't die. I even be surprised to say he accepts say this so Amber Boys if he be injured because they nobody ever agrees to say this so they don't ever kill one Amber Boy. So even for them now for can't agree for talk publicly for Facebook say yes they shoot our boys that they die. So there's 70 they be injured in the past 16 days alone. 70. Now with that way he says talk he says 70 of the Amber Boys they be injured since the 1st of October. Now only 17 days to today. And he talked that one yesterday. So if he tell you how the regime for Yaoundé they step up the efforts and for trying to eradicate this Amber Boys them out of the Anglophone region. I don't tell una, so I go follow up with more examples them for tell una what the military do in the past few days them since my last report will come out. A few weeks ago, I report said the military will launch operation for that area for Eyumojok. And since then, the local population is done the work in collaboration with the military for try to reduce the presence of Amber Boys around Eyumojok. So today, I feel reports say the school for Eyumojok it don't open because the military it don't do a lot of work around that area and it don't reduce the Amber Boys presence to the extent where it be safe enough for picking them for go school and it be safe enough for teachers and for get that confidence for go for school for go teach. So for Manyemen today, 16th of October 2018, the military also reports say they work in collaboration with the villagers and for those communities and where Amber Boys they take over their little villages them and they terrorize the people them, kidnap them for ransom, and they force the people them for produce taxes. They tax women and children and even and men for donate 5,000, 3,000 for them for the Amber Boys them. So the military they work with the intelligence from the local villagers them for get rid of these Amber Boys them, and for that small communities and for Manyemen they don't capture a few Amber camps and destroy them. And if you see one of the Amber Boys the way they capture them alive, they also kill someone there, but they never report the number. They also talk to they don't collect over 400 ammunition, and also now the villagers then they return back into their homes, into the villages. 3 days ago, military reports said they captured the Amber camp from Alende. They killed 10 Amber Boys then, arrest 3, and capture all their weapons and Odeshi where they get them for the camp. When I see them for pictures. Military don't also report said they will launch operation on the 12th of October 2018 for that area for Alabu camp. They enter go inside the capture one Amber camp. Also capture one of the Amber fighters them alive. They kill 3 of the Amber Boys them, and they also reported 2 of the military they be wounded. But then they also capture other equipment them, including 7 Okada bikes them and 2 chainsaw them, and also the Amber Boys their weapons and ammunition. Okay, tama be tell una say una strategy they be retarded. Say una they target the same people they una pretend say una can't protect them. I be tell una say go backfire no. So una no be surprised. Say there so the local people they don't start work with La Republique, they don't start work with the military for liberate themselves because they don't start to see and say this so the Amber Boys they be worse than even the army. They don't see them say the military they follow the Amber Boys them. So if Amber Boys is there for una community, military can they. And if military come for them, when I no cooperate, military go punish una. Now wait till that way they happen. So the local population now they don't wise up. And now they give information to to the military, and now, and also the fact the military don't invest money, they don't produce equipment, them, they don't give the, government don't give military equipment, them engine sword, them, give them military trucks, them, give them weapons, them, and then now they access the interiors of the country. Now, and I don't tell you, election don't pass. When I make that nonsense time election, we still go on, or probably be still wait me election can happen. Now, October, when I don't see waiting. Now October and November could be red for Amber Boys them. I don't tell una either put the weapons and down or una continue. That one una sabi. But this October and November where they cancel, the only time I tell una I say rest in peace.
And at the top, say if not me every tato, I be there for Dr. Sako place. Or I be get a small command. That's why I be activist. And I don't reserve myself. If not me, I don't give order. Me, they carry all that boy on that video for Batibon. All of them. They will carry all them because they did disturb, they did waste time. That's what they never do. So let this point be clear. AGC is a canker worm. AGC is a gang of thieves. They are rogues. They are criminals. And I want to be clear with you. Capo Daniel called the UN Decoration Committee. Then they analyzed the lie how now la Republic stop Dr. Sako.
My country people then. So yesterday, 16th of October 2018, Eric Tato be there on Facebook Live, and he make a few statements about the boys them, the AGC boys, and where they capture them for Batibo, where they go attack another camp. I don't get no opinions for this video. I just want me to watch them for yourself, and then you can form your own opinions. I don't really get any commentary for talk about this video. I just think that it'd be interesting to see this kind of infighting within the Amber camps on the ground, and wait till other people to think about how to solve the problem and how to stop that from happening again. So now Eric Tato, his own opinion this, where he talks that if I be the leader of the IG, now wait till this way I go do am. Whether you disagree or you agree, that's your business. I just play the video so that people the way they never listen to you when I hear about the ideas about the whole situation.
So let us be clear about this. To me, if you ask my opinion, what should they do with those fighters? They should be garrison. Any fighter, listen, call me anywhere. Now, because they catch and romance them. Now, why do I see they go all the ages before they come in noise? Because when you get them, you carry them. No man will get courage to attack your camp. No man. I mean, when you get them, as soon as you get them, if you like Gary on video, no put them by that, me better spoil the struggle small, me put the lenses. No, it's a see, now because it's Dr. Sakona pastor, it na me every tattoo. It na me every tattoo. Every tattoo. If na me, oh my goodness. That boy they for batty boy they like the show. I will put the show, put video, camera, when I watch them. They give the man Gary, so pam, 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 pam. All them, they Gary them clean for line. They want to time, they don't even do video, they Gary. Then you still have to fight or go attack some camp again.
My country people then. I just want to make this short clip for follow-up to that personal story where I will release them on Facebook and YouTube today, 16th of October 2018. For try to give you a slightly bigger picture so that if you understand where I am coming from, and maybe it will help you understand my ideas and understand how I arrive at the things them where I did talk about on YouTube and Facebook. So first of all, as I don't talk before, I be Mogamo Pekin, born and raised inside Batibo. When I feel even see him at the show when I'm a birth certificate, na in this when I look him, it talks the born me for Batibo. So as I don't talk the born me for some small village, my family no be get plenty money. Both my mommy and my papa they been a farmers them, and I feel remember vividly as we be the work for farm them we be grow corn, cassava, potatoes, yam, jama, even palm nuts and even coconut them will be the grow goat, guinea pigs them, all kind of them. But that one been a long time ago. So if we fast forward for 2016, when this revolution be start, I had a discussion with a friend and a few people who were very vocal about the revolution. I was also very interested. I was very keen to help the lawyers and the teachers on the ground to fight the oppression, the corruption, and the injustice. I have expertise in certain areas. I volunteered my services, my time, and even cash donations to the cause. I thought that we could sit with other intellectuals and come up with strategies and formulate some kind of immediate action plan, short-term goals, and come up with some long-term strategy and all of that. You have to understand that this crisis started in around 2016 October, exactly 1 year after I finished my level 3 certificate in leadership and management. So I was a registered member of the Chartered Management Institute, and I was very keen to use my management skills to help this struggle. So instead, I can't realize some mafia to go on between these people then for this revolution and the struggle for diaspora. Instead, they will buy position in the organization and they start fight over power. Some people then, the people that they be the loudest, they come up past the front, they talk say we want uprising, we want fight with guns. So some of us will be see say this strategy for fight with guns, it go backfire. And when they refuse to listen to common sense, many of us, like myself, we were not seeking political positions. We retreated ourselves to the background and let them do their thing. So we did not get in their way. We were always available if they needed any advice. The formation of the interim government created a lot of power grab, and people were fighting for titles and positions, even though they haven't got any academic qualifications or experience to do the jobs. So we were hearing people were calling themselves chief of staff, presidents, secretaries, spokespersons. Many groups started fighting over certain titles. So we just watched from the sidelines and let them fight. But for me personally, although I think so this can be crazy because this revolution will be there for diaspora. The revolution was in Cameroon, and we cannot control a revolution by remote control. And if we want to help the people on the ground, we can give them strategy, communication tools, give them fundraising, maybe help them, educate them how to go about certain things, and then give them planning tools. But instead, my country people, them, they don't want to help the people them for Cameroon. They were instead more interested in getting power and getting big titles and declaring themselves an independent Republic of Amazonia. So now, why that way some of we will not be surprised when they arrest them for Nigeria, take them go for Kondengi for Yaoundé. But me personally, I take myself seriously because I am a professional. I'm not trying to be bragging on Facebook and WhatsApp, but I have a decent career and a profession that I enjoy, and I can afford to provide for my immediate family. But it's not always about me. So when they hear me, I spend all this time and they make videos and put them for Facebook, put them for YouTube, it is because I care. It is because of the love that I have for Cameroon. Not just the delicious food and the beautiful people. You know the food like achu, watafufu, and eru, ekwan, ndole, with bushmeat, soya for corner road. That thing is very sweet. And burning fish, where I love Cameroon, especially that northwest region, that Bamenda. Kotobas was very right, and not to forget Bamenda. And that is why I come back to Cameroon and I invest my money and my time. I build a business there, build a decent home. It is out of my hard work. I did not embezzle money from the Cameroon government. No, no, no. I have never worked in the Cameroonian government, and the government did not sponsor my travels abroad. My family doesn't benefit anything from the government. It is just love that I have for Cameroon, that you hear me spending all this time making videos and trying to help in my little way, to use my big mouth to do the change that I think that I can affect in my country. My country people then. So I just want to take this few minutes for tell you my personal story about some experiences the way me I experienced them personally. Not the thing when some person tell me, now wait till this way happen for me. I never tell this story for plenty people then. And obviously when I don't know who I be, so when I don't fit investigate or verify the story why they tell una. But hopefully when this chaos it died down for Cameroon, I will tell my story publicly, and maybe I will even write a book. So, but for telling the short version for the story, at the beginning of this year, 2018, I'll be there for Cameroon. I'll be there for my living room inside house where me I build up with my own hands. And about 10 of these idiots, they enter from my living room, calling themselves Amber Boys. Someone they be wearing masks. They kick we, they brutalize we, they drag we, put them for floor, they make them we kneel down, they ransack the whole house looking for anything they could steal. They take all our money, they search we for money, they take all things, identity card, mobile phones, that they even search plus my cameras, move everything where I get them on my person. And then they make we will kneel down, like for altar for church. They make them will put out our hands, like for receive communion for church. And then they put one bullet inside our hands. Or that cartridge where they put them for that child from gun them. They put them for our hand. And then they tell we will kiss them. We'll kiss them like send a communion for church. And then they tell we say, now that bullet, it will kill you. They promised we said they could kill we. And I knew I was going to die because I was not prepared to allow these fools to drag me into some unknown forest, maltreating me there for God knows how long, asking for ransom. Probably they will still end up killing me, and my family will never see my grave, and they will never be able to remember me or get closure. So I've been no say I want die now for my own parlor. So now that time that way I start for fight back, but I don't get any weapons. And the only weapon where I be use am now my big mouth. So I start asking them questions. I ask them, the first thing I ask and I say, why when I there for you? What do you want? What do you want? What are you looking for? And then the boy should not be quiet. And then time when their leader here they ask them question. It can't tell you say we don't identify when I say when I've been at Black Legs. And then I ask here, I say, Black Legs, how? What have we done? And then the boy remain quiet. He go back, start to search their house, they look for things in Watifam. And then I said to them, I said, if you want money, I can arrange money. I don't have money in the house, but I have credit cards, I have bank cards, and I can go to the bank and withdraw money, but I need my ID card. And the boy turned around, he told me, say, you don't need the Cameroon national identity card. Do you have an Ambazonia national identity card? I tell you, say, no, I don't get an Ambazonia identity card. Do you have one to give me? Or where can I go to make one? And then at that time that he realized how stupid he question or he comment be. But the funny thing where I feel remember and vividly now say, they will tell we say we don't need the Cameroonian identity card. But these idiots, they will be quite willing for accept what Cameroonian franc CFA currency. But anyways, so to cut a long story short, I was very lucky. I survived. So when I reported this to the so-called leaders of the IG, the interim government, do you know what they said? They boldly told me that, na lie, Amber Boys, they know the thief. Now just some common bandit, they attack you. No, the workers spread lies about Amber Boys. Can you imagine? I ask myself, so you are sitting there in America and telling me what happened to me. You are the one to tell me what I experienced, the beatings I received, the ordeal I went through, the questions I asked them, and the answers they gave me. You are the one to tell me what happened in my own house, in my own parlor. The beatings I received, I can still feel the pain from them. And you are sitting in America and telling me what happened to me. You're telling me that it was not Amber Boys. Anyways, as I was saying, the IG have encouraged this cancer called Amber Boys to pick up guns and destabilize our communities. They attack people like me. As I'm talking to you, some of my cousins and my family friends are Amber Boys. These Amber Boys, although I think they are a cancer, they are our fellow brothers and sisters. I do not wish them to die. But if they do not put down the guns, that is exactly what is going to happen to them. And I personally will help to kill them if they do not put down the guns. Since that day when the Amba boys came into my house and they put a gun to my head and they made me kiss that bullet and I knew I was going to die, I vowed that I will not be silent anymore. I vowed that all these people creating many Facebook profiles and inciting violence in Cameroon, I will fight back. Since they have called me a blackleg and promised to kill me, I have every right to defend myself and my property. Till today, as I'm talking to you, these Amba boys keep sending me messages, sending me WhatsApp messages, all kinds of messages, telling me that if I do not provide them with 15 million francs CFA, they will burn down my properties in the village. Till today, as I'm speaking to you, Amba boys, not thieves, Amba boys. But of course, there is no difference between the thieves and the Amba boys. Because what do you think the Okada boys and the local banditen, the boy the way they will woke up for morning time and go play draft for corner shop? Who's someone thinks the boys the day now? The boys the way they work at do 419. Who's someone thinks the day now? Even when I talk to Amba boys, they no be thief picking them. Who's the thief picking them the day for Cameroon? Who's the day now? Maybe all them, they call themselves now generals, commanders, field marshals, and whatever the titles they give themselves. Now they don't legalize that they're 419. They don't legalize the stealing and the corruption and the killing. Now they call themselves freedom fighters. I do not want to die. And when someone promises to kill me, then I have only one choice. I have to kill them first.
Now, we have looked at some of the Ambazonian groups and some of the people who support Ambazonia in Northwest and Southwest. Some of them are praying that Professor Kamto should win the election. They are hoping that he will win the election. But this is ridiculous because these very people have prevented many people in Northwest and Southwest from voting in this election. If Professor Kamto loses the election, it will be because of Ambazonia. They prevented people from voting in Northwest and Southwest where Mr. Pobia is unpopular. For whatever good reasons you think that Professor Kamto should win the election and change the lives of Cameroonians, you're seeing that Ambazonia has been a collaborator of the system in power. So the question is, what has Ambazonia brought to us? What has Ambazonia brought after 2 years of declaring independence? And now we are suffering at this level. What has Ambazonia brought to us? Suffering, deaths. Our debts are just going up. Our businesses have fallen. People are suffering. People are dying everywhere. People don't have food to eat. The prices of food are going up. People don't have water. People have a lot of insecurity. This is what Ambazonian Project has brought to us. Now, for some of you who are surprised or who are looking at the elections and waiting possibly for Professor Kamto's victory, you have to learn something. He was able to challenge the system by organizing, and he was able to challenge the system by staying within the law. All his declaration, now even the government is beginning to be careful about what they say because he has studied the law and he's applying the law. You're trying to bring about independence using arms. Nobody in the international community can step up and support you without facing serious criticism. So if you organize and you use the rule of law, that is going to help you. That's what we intend to do by supporting the All Anglophone Conference that is organized by Cardinal Toomey and Dr. Monzo. We are helping to make sure that we've come up with concrete problems and concrete solutions, ask for concrete solutions that will improve the lives of the people in Northwest and Southwest. Ambazonia has not brought anything that is helpful to the people of Northwest and Southwest. They have taken us prisoners. We're in chain. We need to free ourselves because these people do not care about us. They are writing books, they are making money, they are living abroad happily with their families. They are not suffering as we are suffering right here. So that's the situation we are. You need to organize, you need to follow the law if that's what you really want to, if that's what you want to get. We need to be brave. If you come up as a group, that's why the government is afraid now, because many people support Kamto. They have to be careful to do the right thing. When you organize very well, everybody's with you. If we organize, if we say no, our children cannot lose another school year, then we can come up against Ambazonia. We can come up against the government to ask at least for safety and for freedom for our children. Note that any place where there is fighting right now, there is fighting because Ambazonia started that fight. So don't tell me about self-defense. It's not self-defense. Ambazonia starts the fight and security forces come there and life is destroyed for the people in this area. Any area, in Rum, in Kumbo, in Dok, in Bello, all of these places, Ekona, my 16, and all of these places in the southwest, wherever Ambazonians have started fighting, the security forces come. It is not self-defense, it is offensive attacks that these people have brought upon us. We must fight back. We must tell them that we need to create a space of peace. All communities where you don't have Ambazonia, make sure Ambazonia does not enter that community. If they enter, security forces will follow. If you can keep Ambazonia, how do you keep security forces out? And we are criticizing, calling on the governors to be more active in finding ways to restrain the security forces from collective punishment and collective arrest. This crisis is going to be resolved. Separation is not possible. Separation is not desirable. And therefore, if you're holding a gun, there's going to be some consequences for you. We said there will be no amnesty. This message applies to whether the president is going to be Professor Kamto, or whether the president is still going to be Paul Biya, or is going to be a transition president if we ask for the resignation. This crisis will resolve without the independence of Ambazonia. You have no project going on now. We have the conference of Cardinal Tumi and Dr. Munze. That's the only thing that's going forward. And all these people are trying to look for what's the best way to improve our lives as Cameroonians. That's the project that is going to be overwhelmingly supported at the conference that is organized by this gentleman. So what you see now is Ambazonia after October 1st, which was supposed to be their independence, and your lives have not changed. If they have changed for the worse. They have no project ahead. No international community is going to respond to that. The international community now understands that Ambazonia is also taking the people captive in this region, killing the people, kidnapping the people, asking for ransom, stopping children from going to school, torturing the people that they have arrested. That is the only record that the international organizations now have of the project called Ambazonia, with its many, many, many leaders. These leaders have no feelings about the suffering that you people are suffering on the ground.
My country people them. So when I don't hear from one of our fellow Cameroonians, Southern Cameroonian, Anglophone Cameroonian, where they talk, and if he hears an intellectual, a person that way he know how the world works. Now the kind of people in this way, I don't tell when I say the intellectuals them, the lawyers and the teachers them, that they start this revolution. Now people the way they know, they understand how the world works, they understand the rule of law. And now why that way time they will start this revolution, they will do them peacefully, and now why that way we will gain a lot of momentum. Before the uneducated, stark illiterates them, they carry chaka from gun them, they fall for bush. And when they get this armed fighters them for so-called Ambazonia inside our community, military go come. And when military come inside our community, what do you think is going to happen? When they start shoot bullet, knowing that all bullets go straight for where they aim at. So we get stray bullets, military, and then they target some innocent civilians. So we will not listen, fine. We will not listen to where this man they talk. As I don't tell you now, the tactics, the way Ambazonia they use them, it be very destructive. And they do some of these things for their own personal gain. They need to do them for the benefit of the Republic of Cameroon or the benefit of the people, the way they live under this oppressive government. They do them some of the times enough for their own benefits, them for the welfare of their pockets, not enough for the welfare of the poor people the way they do on the ground. When I listen them again, now wait there, I don't always the talk say the intellectuals them for our Anglophone region, they no support this madness of Amber Boys. There is a reason for it, because we don't foresee into the future. We don't look at the consequences. As I don't talk before, now why that way we no fit get international community for support with the way Amber Boys they do am, because no person in their right mind go encourage Amber Boys them or encourage any rebellion in another sovereign country. No organization and no foreign state if you support that one. And now why that way, no matter what the way these Ambazonian people them in the diaspora they talk, they cry every day, say genocide, genocide, genocide. But the international community, more than 90% of the international community, look at what the way Ambazonians they complain about, and it still side with Paul Biya. It still side with La République du Cameroon. It still talks say no, we don't see no genocide inside Cameroon. Yes, they don't see the dead body them, they don't see the people the way the military for Cameroon they kill them. But the military for Cameroon it get justification. And the justification and say Amber Boys they carry guns. So it not just been, no mean say the killings they need to go on, no mean say the military not to target innocent civilians them. The problem now say you know if you prove them, say na innocent civilians them because Amber Boys they carry guns. When I listen fine. This man where they talk now intellectual. And I don't know any other intellectual for Anglophone Cameroon way it go support what way Amber Boys they do. What way the Amber Boys they do it be retarded. It be against the self-interest of the people the way they claim say they protect them. They instead do more harm than good to the people then. They hurt we, and it be upon we, it be in our responsibility now for protect ourselves against the Amber Boys them. We not listen fine and we not take action. Because time don't reach. If we no stop Amber Boys them, they will finish we all. My country people then. I don't talk before say Amber Boys they cause more harm than good for our country. And today I will tell you now say Amber Boys them na cancer inside Cameroon. But wait, listen before you criticize me. And before you ask me how much La République they pay me, first of all, I get to tell you, say you get every right for disagree or agree with me, and I also get every right for voice my opinions. So make we debate peacefully. I know say many Anglophones they be angry, they be vexed at the situation for Cameroon, the economic stagnation, the poor infrastructure, the hopelessness, lack of jobs and opportunities, marginalization, oppression, lawlessness. I understand. We get every right for vex. But that one it no be good reason for introduce, sponsor, and encourage this cancer inside our country. I don't use words carelessly, so let me explain why I choose to use the word cancer. First of all, I understand that plenty of people don't die because of cancer. And I apologize if the word cancer it will bring you painful memories, but just bear with me and I go explain to you why I choose to use the word cancer. So if you look in the online dictionary, it will tell you that cancer is a disease caused by an uncontrolled division of abnormal cells in a part of the body. That is exactly what Amber Boys are. Amber Boys have attacked a part of the body of Cameroon, the Anglophone part. They are also an uncontrolled division because they are hundreds of Amber groups that are independent of each other. In just one subdivision in Momo, there are over 7 Amber camps, and they don't even talk with each other. Everyone is a commander or general or field marshal. In fact, they are just throwing names around and doing their own thing and giving themselves fanciful titles like the Dragons, Scorpions, Tigers, Lizards, AMC, ASC, ADF, AMF, and they have no funding. So they are extorting the poor people in the communities, kidnapping people for ransom, and the so-called IG is feckless, inept, and incompetent. They don't even know how many Amber groups exist. These Amber Boys are marauding in our towns and villages and in the forests. They have no command and control, and they are divided. And they are abnormal in the sense that these are some of the most uneducated people in our community, and just because they are carrying guns, they are the most powerful in our community now. So if you look in the same definition of cancer, it will tell you that cancer is an evil, destructive practice or phenomenon that is very difficult to contain and eradicate. Just like the Amber Boys cannot be contained and controlled, it will be very difficult for us to eradicate this cancer. So we should be very careful what we wish for. The so-called IG, which is made up of entirely people in the diaspora, are banking and hoping that if these poorly educated Amber Boys fight and die and gain the independence, they will come from abroad, from China, from South Africa, Dubai, from America and Europe, to rule over the so-called Republic of Ambazonia. But this is a mistake, because this cancer that you are sponsoring and encouraging to fester in Cameroon will take decades to eradicate. And even if we gain the independence today, the same Amber Boys will be the same cancer that will destabilize the new country. If you don't believe me, go and ask South Sudan. How are they enjoying their independence today? Because South Sudan fought for 22 years to get independence, and when they finally got the independence, just 2.5 years after independence, they started another civil war inside the newest country in the world, South Sudan. But I digressed. And if you look in the same definition of cancer, it will tell you that cancer can also spread and attack other parts of the body, just like the Amber Boys and the Ambazonian people all over social media, praying and hoping for war to develop in the Francophone zone. They are praying that the Bamileke people would have conflict with the Bulu people and the Yaoundé people to cause a war in the Francophone zone. These are the same people who said that we should not vote in the Anglophone area in Cameroon. Yet they are now following the election results more than Paul Biya. And they are saying that Kamto won the elections. Hey, idiots. If you really wanted Kamto to win, then you should have voted for him. Now, when I want spread this one cancer enter inside Francophone zone, are you not happy with the killings in the Anglophone zone? Is that not enough? Amber Boys are a cancer. If you ask any person who has survived cancer or lost a loved one from cancer, they will tell you this, that cancer causes pain, suffering. Cancer drains your financial resources and leaves you bankrupt. Not just financially bankrupt, but also emotionally, physically, mentally, and psychologically bankrupt. That is exactly what the Amber Boys are doing to us today. Just like cancer, the Amber Boys are causing pain and suffering to our people in Cameroon. How many thousands of our people are displaced? Some are even refugees in Nigeria because of Amber Boys. When the teachers and the lawyers started this revolution, it was peaceful. So we did not have all this military in our community, and all this rampant killing and suffering was not there. There were 0 villages burnt by the military. There were 0 refugees in Nigeria, and none of our people were internally displaced to the Francophone zone against their wishes. Our people are running away from the fighting that the Amber Boys are causing to happen in our communities. And just like cancer, the Amber Boys are draining our financial resources. They have completely destroyed our economy in the Anglophone zone. They targeted our businesses and sources of income, and kidnapping our people for ransom is rampant in the Anglophone zone. As far as the Amber Boys are concerned, we have to kill this cancer before it kills us. We must stop the Amber Boys and go back to the peaceful demonstrations that were started by the lawyers, the teachers, and the university students. So my advice to Amber Boys is drop those old hunting guns and come back home. If you do not drop the weapons, you will be killed. And when you get killed, it will not be genocide because you are carrying guns. So now that you know my opinions and you know where I stand, feel free to leave a comment below and ask me how much Antanganji Paul Biya is paying me. Thank you for watching and listening.
Now, I will move to the next. You said in your brief video that you are going to dissect the misappropriation of funds by the IG. What do the people need to know? There is a huge push for accountability. So your response is very crucial, and the people want to hear from you.
So what happened was this. The IG was called and summoned by the ASC to release all the financial reports concerning this, my trip to Buea, and the funds and how much money they have raised. But from the first day that this inquiry was made up till today, and when I decided to resign, the IG Secretary of Commerce and Industry and the people in charge of this, my trip to Buea, have never, ever given an accountability how much money they have collected from this scheme of my trip to Buea, to the ASC and all the collaboration members. Because remember, it was due to this collaboration that Ambazonians saw that it's great and people should contribute to this, my trip to Buea, because the ASC is trying to bring the defense forces together. So it was the responsibility for the IG to tell us how much money they have contributed, but they never shared that with us. Instead, we are getting information from the back door from certain members of Restoration County Council that they have collected $800,000 to $900,000, $700,000 to $1 million, but they never accepted or showed us any document, even if we insisted. I insisted several times. Different members within the AAC insisted to see this, but they never showed us this figure. So if they collected $700,000, and if they collected $1 million, or even if they collected $500,000, and the ASC, from the time I was there until I left, is only responsible and accepted that only $130,000 has been given to the ASC out of the sum that the IG collected. So where is the rest of the money? Those are the explanations that created this misappropriation, that some of us are willing to walk away from such an organization, or from such an organization like the IG, that is willing not to be transparent with the people that came together in the first place to give them the authority to go and ask the Ambazonian people money. So this misappropriation is huge, because if they have raised anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million, and the ASC, even the chairman himself, they have accepted that only $130,000 has come to this ASC, and out of $800,000 or $1 million that they have collected, the first disbursement that any of the three commanders from the Tigers, that was Martin Cho, myself from SCDF, and Chris Bongam from ARA, have received was $8,000, and the rest of this $130,000 or $100,000 or whatever it might be, a little over $100,000, passed to John Igiwan, to the ASC, and managed by the chairman, the vice chairman, and the logistic team. So where is the rest of the money that the IG collected? That is what they have refused to tell us, and that is why, for such reasons, I decided that I cannot be in such an organization or work in a defined framework with the IG, because they are not transparent enough with how much monies they have collected from the Ambazonian people, because especially the ASC, that gave them the authority, gave them the recognition.
Thank you.
They should have been upfront with us and tell us exactly how much money they have collected, because honestly, I don't have a clue. No single person within the ASC ever received money directly from their hands. All the monies was managed by the chairman and Mr. John Igiwan. And with that, that is where the financial problems and financial misappropriation of all the donations that were supposed to fund my trip to Buea began. If that answers your question.
That's my beloved wife. Yeah, my glass. We don't keep any soldiers for Instagram zero. They kill it, kill Bube, kill Godfather and kill them. Kill Ivo for Insta AGFO. They go back again, no, they go kill. They kill General Betus. They kill Amigo, they arrest RK, support their command. People go just for us. They want to spoil the domo done. When I don't know, they don't too much. Soldiers will not wake up. Wait till they go on. I want it. If someone soldier will die here, it's done. It take 5 million. It's up out. For the domo, they don't domo. They go make good and tell me the killer. The way they know the chop and sing. Can't million. Can't euro. Can't dollar. They don't let domo who come back on the concern. No man they kill them. Why would not be wise for soldier for Grand Zero? We must come together before go boya. Begin to say what he. You want to go to school? They don't want to become armed robber. They are still living in forest. What I go do is they say they are not going to take me back home. Just for that. People that were inside Amazonia are the mass train. If you give me enough material, I will take this fight to an end. I declare on every year. Commander General, rest in peace. General Bae, rest in peace. General Beto, rest in peace. Active. Oh, free marshal, maybe I ran. When I come in and they're up, all the soldiers, all the hard-working soldiers from Granzero. Chua! Ikebu! Ah, very fair. Tanamo. Ochina, Mulo, Mulo. Sa. Umoruj Buya, in peace.
Amazonia tapé. Pour les militaires amazoniens. Kuta. Ça c'est pour les Kuta. Excellent.
2018. The Republic of Cameroon has been elected by the United Nations members into the United Nations Human Rights Council. Una listen.
The result of the voting is as follows. Group A from the African states, 5 seats. Number of ballot papers, 193. Number of invalid ballots, 0. Number of valid ballots, 193. Abstentions, 1. Number of members present and voting, 192. Required majority, 97. Number of votes obtained by each member state. Burkina Faso, 183. Togo, 181. Cameroon, 176. Somalia, 170. Eritrea, 160.
So what exactly does this mean for Ambazonia? To answer the question, you have to understand first that the Human Rights Council is a branch of the United Nations created specifically for the promotion and protection of human rights around the globe. Basically, this council is responsible for defending and safeguarding the Geneva Convention. The Human Rights Council has 47 members. The African bloc is allocated 13 seats in the council, and Cameroon has just been elected to sit in the council for the next 3 years.
Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch have documented these atrocities.
Victims of what has been called the first genocide of the 21st century.
So that was just an example of the propaganda videos you will see on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on many WhatsApp groups. Many Ambazonians are on social media calling genocide every day. They say that there is war in southern Cameroon, that the Biya regime is committing atrocities. They are saying that there is genocide going on in the Anglophone region of Cameroon. All of this is designed to do one thing: to get the international attention, especially from the United Nations. The Human Rights Council, as I have already said, is a branch of the United Nations. And this specific branch is responsible for receiving complaints and investigating human rights abuses around the world. So this means that if the Ambazonian people were to table their complaint against the regime in Yaoundé for abusing human rights in Cameroon, then this council, which Cameroon is now a seated member, will have to investigate these claims. So since January of 2018, many people, many Ambazonians around the world have been crying genocide, sending many letters to various members of the United Nations. And many of these complaints are ignored. And today, despite about 9 or 10 months of crying genocide in southern Cameroon, 176 countries in the world voted to put Cameroon in the Human Rights Council. Out of 193 member states of the United Nations, 176 countries voted for Cameroon to be in the Human Rights Council. Even though, in my opinion, I think Cameroon has a terrible record on human rights. But over 90% of the world voted for Cameroon to be in the Human Rights Council. So basically, the world is saying to Ambazonia that there is no real legitimate complaint of human rights abuses inside Cameroon. A few weeks ago, when the Amnesty International report came out about Cameroon, I told you so, that when the Amnesty International dismisses all the cause of genocide, no one else will believe you. That is why I keep saying that we need to develop and execute strategies that will gain favor with the Human Rights Watch, the Amnesty International, and other human rights organizations in the international community. And the only way to do this is by peaceful, non-violent demonstrations, a mass movement of people demonstrating in the streets of Yaoundé, peacefully, holding our hands in the air with no weapons. And yes, as long as they kill us while we are demonstrating peacefully, let them kill us, let them shoot at us. I personally will be on the front line with my hands held in the air. I am not asking for other people to go and receive the bullets for me. I am not Ayabacho. I am advocating for non-violent, peaceful demonstrations. With our hands held in the air, we march on the streets peacefully. We are not being destructive. And if they should shoot at us, brutalize us, arrest us, we will make sure we capture these videos, these images, and we make sure that we have Facebook Live and make sure we broadcast all these images and videos around the world so that the whole international community can see how the regime in Yaoundé is treating peaceful demonstrations. And we make sure these peaceful demonstrations are sustained, not for one day. We demonstrate at least 2 days every week for 10 years. Let's do that, and we see whether we cannot bring this regime down. Peaceful, sustained mass movement of people. And if they should kill us on the streets of Yaoundé while we are demonstrating peacefully, that is genocide. But as long as the Amber Boys keep carrying guns, the regime in Yaoundé can shoot 1,000 people dead tomorrow, and they will have perfectly good excuses to cover the whole thing up. And it will not be easy. It will be very difficult to prove that it is genocide if you're carrying guns. So our peaceful revolution that was started by the intellectuals, the lawyers, the teachers, and the university students was hijacked by these Amber Boys that are carrying guns. The fact that the international community has voted and supported La République du Cameroun to sit in the Human Rights Council is just another evidence of the poor, incompetent strategy by Ambazonia. And the revolution is dying. So the Cameroon military has been using military helicopters to fly and to transport certain civilians from certain sensitive hotspots in the Anglophone region and transporting these people from areas that are very remote in the villages and moving them into the more urban towns and cities in the regions. So they've been operating in the northwest and the southwest regions of Cameroon. They have been flying people from places like Njikwa in Momo and transporting them to Mbengui, flying people from places like Mbiame in Bui division and moving them into Kumbo, flying people from places like Sabongere in Donga Mantong and flying them into Nkambe, and they're flying people from places like Fonfuka in Boyo division, flying them into Fundong. They're also moving people from places like Wum in Menchum and flying them into Bamenda. In the southwest region, they're also flying people from places like Waban and Meiji, flying them into Nchang, and flying people from places like Berlin, Akwaya, and Kesham, and moving them into Manfe. And they're also flying people from places like Bangem and moving them into Kumba. So the question is, why do you think the military is undertaking these operations and moving important people and sensitive people out of these remote areas and moving them into the more urban areas in their regions and in their divisions? My intellectual and intelligent guess, or educated guess, as you would say, is that the Cameroon military is preparing for an offensive. They are preparing for an offensive to retake all these little villages and all these communities that the Amber Boys have taken over, and they are running rampage. So if I were an Amber Boy, I would be careful. First of all, I do not hide my motive. I have advocated and called for all Amber Boys to drop their weapons and come back home and to stop dying in the forest like flies. So yes, I am biased in that I am trying to save them from being killed, because I do not see any way that they would survive to the end of this year. They would either be in a position to drop their weapons or they will all be killed. And the Cameroon military is making a move right now, preparing an offensive to go back and reclaim all these villages that have been taken over by the Amber Boys. And that is my personal opinion. That is what I can see happening. It may not happen exactly as I have, as I have said, but that is what I think is going to happen. My country people then, this is some latest news and update to the Amber Boys and the fight they're fighting with the Cameroon military. Today is Friday, 12th of October, 2018. And as I predicted over 2 weeks ago, that the month of October and November will be red, that there will be blood on the streets, that the military is stepping up the efforts to wipe out the Amber Boys. And I was right. While these Cameroonian scammers and the fake pastors abroad are collecting money to pay for their mortgages and to ride in nice cars in America, South Africa, China, and other parts of Europe, they have deceived our poorly educated young people in Cameroon to go out into the forest and be dying like flies. So this is the sad summary of what has been going on with the Amber Boys in Cameroon, while their manipulators in the diaspora are fighting amongst themselves over some money. And just today, so as I didn't make this presentation, I don't see another video on Facebook where they talk, say that camp, that big mother camp for Ekona, the Cameroon military, it don't capture them. It don't arrest plenty Amber Boys them when I see them for video. The Cameroon military, it don't capture the camp for Ekona. Now the news this way, it come out from ground zero now. It reach me now, so I don't just get this video they send out for me for my personal inbox. Yesterday, we've been at Thursday, the 11th of October, 2018, and the Cameroon military report said they don't capture 2 Amber camps. One of the camps that we've been at for Donga Mantum for Northwest region. After they capture the camp, they destroy them, and then they also kill 4 Amber Boys them. What will surprise me about this whole thing, I say, for the pictures the way they release them, the Amber Boys themselves, when they be work and destroy other people, their ID cards, they will still get their own Cameroon national identity card, and they will still use the national identity card. And also, maybe Ode she not be work that day because they killed 4 Amber Boys. And the second camp where the military report said they destroy them, then for Benyam Berere, where it belonged to a group where they call themselves the Tigers. and they killed 7 Amba boys. Then they seized 2 Okada bikes in Bonham, and they also seized 4 Cameroon national identity cards, 1 AK-47 magazine where they don't get the actual rifle, but then they also get plenty of Odeshi. And then, but the good news now say the military will release 6 hostages, the way Amba boys will be kidnapped them, they hold them for ransom. So the military, we can't release them, and that one the good news. But then you will also notice that for all the talk that the Amba supporters keep making noise on Facebook that they're harvesting weapons, I have only one question. Where them they? Where are the weapons they're harvesting? Because if you look at this happened yesterday, and these are the weapons that the Amba boys are using to fight against the assault rifles and the 7.62 machine guns from the military. So on Sunday, 7th of October 2018, we've been a day for the elections over Cameroon. Plenty Amba boys will be trying to stop the elections, both for Northwest and the Southwest region. And a few of them, they will actually be very brave. They can't stay calm for Bamenda, if I can't try for burn some polling station. So on that Sunday, the 7th of October, we will see 2 dead body them for streets for Bamenda. And this particular picture where we can see now of a group where they can burn some polling station for Bafut, and they meet up with gendarme, they shoot at them, they throw away the petrol, throw away gun, then throw away all things they run. So on Saturday, 6th of October 2018, we've been at the day before the election, they captured this high school, GBHS Mato, when at the same high school where the so-called General Ivo, General My Foot, where they will use them, they will occupy the whole school, they even put mat for floor for you, gang them for sleep for day. And then the so-called General used to use the principal office like he owned. Now for that, we make that video, that a few weeks or months ago, we make some video put on for YouTube. So the so-called General Ivo will be escaped the attack, and it probably night there for 4 nights, they recover from bullet wounds that we don't receive them. Maybe don't die, but no man don't know, because no man never hear from him since then. But no wonder where these illiterates, they no one in school they reopen, because they use these abandoned school buildings as their base camps. They don't tire the bush, they don't tire forest, because the rain, the cold, mosquitoes and snakes they don't tire them. They shit no white blast. So now they don't can occupy abandoned school buildings. So on Friday, 5th of October 2018, another military operation for some village they call them O2 village, they captured the Amba camp for day. The Amba boys will take over this village since April 2018, and they even take over health center for the village, use them like their camp. The military kills 7 Amba boys they capture 1, they collect plenty weapons and even 6 mobile phones On the 29th of September 2018, the military will capture another Amba camp for the village of Tole. They kill 3 Amba boys capture 5 of them alive, and they also seize 5 of those Charavum gun them, and plenty blue flag them, and also of course they seize plenty of Odeshi. Still on the 29th of September 2018, the gendarmes in Bali reported that they had an encounter with 7 Amba boys on the roads, and they shot at the Amba boys. Some of them dropped their weapons and ran into the bushes. The gendarmes also reported that the Amba boys carried or they sustained bullet wounds as they ran into the forest. The gendarmes were able to recover these 3 weapons you can see in the picture and the ammunition. I have to also add that throughout these encounters, the military did not report any casualties or injuries on their side, and it is not possible for me to confirm at this point. My country people them. This revolution was started in 2016 by some of the most educated people in our community, the lawyers and the teachers. Soon after that, the university students, who are also our most educated youth and the future of our country, also joined the revolution, and we were gathering momentum, asking for positive changes in our country. And in the diaspora, some of the most educated Cameroonians, including lawyers, professors, and intellectuals, came together brainstorming how to use this momentum to bring lasting positive changes to the economic and the political situation in Cameroon. But something happened. The most illiterates in the country hijacked the revolution. They started demanding for things that have nothing to do with the original grievances by the lawyers and the teachers. They started calling for independence. Their manipulators and the scammers in the diaspora saw an opportunity to use this Anglophone crisis for personal gain. Our fellow brothers and sisters in the diaspora, who have no investments in Cameroon, succeeded to rally up the poorly educated Cameroonians to pick up weapons and start killing people. Many Anglophone intellectuals, including myself, said that we do not want to rush to carry weapons and start a war. Yes, we understand that our people were killed during peaceful demonstrations, but we advise that the solution to this is to do more peaceful demonstrations. But you know what they say about empty vessels. So these noisy empty vessels, they pass come off for front, they start form the interim government, and they encourage our angry, poorly educated young men them for Cameroon for carry gun them start fight. People that like myself and many other Anglophone intellectuals, we advise them, say, war is supposed to be at the last strategy, not the last resort. We don't see and say, we don't get the equipment for fight. We advise them, say, even if we plan for fight with guns them inside Cameroon, we need at least one international ally. We need another country, international nation, where it will support we, it will supply we with resources them, like training, like for supply we with weapons them. But these empty vessels them, they be very loud, they pass come off for front, they don't listen to common sense. Now they go advise our poorly educated brothers and sisters them for carry hunting guns them, fall for bush. And as soon as these Amber boys they carry gun them, what will be the first thing what they do them? They target our educational system, destroy them completely. They target our school picking them. They target the same lawyers and teachers the way they start this revolution. Now the teachers then they target them one by one, they kill someone, them, terrorize them, kidnap them for ransom, and the few lucky ones that they don't escape into the Francophone zone. These uneducated fools them, they don't use their gun for hijack our revolution. Now that they demand for civil servants and for resign for government. Of course, now that they talk to me, the same lawyers and teachers, the way they start the revolution, made them resign. Now it is very clear for all to see that many scammers and manipulators in the diaspora do not care about the revolution. Most of them just use this momentum of the revolution to get rich. They came up with many schemes of fundraising, and then they pocketed the money. If they cannot manage one TV station, SCBC, which went bankrupt after less than 1 year, do you think that these people are capable of managing a country? My trip to Buea was another disaster. They collected hundreds of millions of francs CFA and ate all the money. Now they are arguing and fighting about it openly on Facebook. Now individuals are creating PayPal accounts begging for people on Facebook to donate money to them. They are all scammers.
Should contribute to this, my trip to Buea, because the ASC is trying to bring the defense forces together. So it was the responsibility for the IG to tell us how much money they have contributed. They never shared that with us. Instead, we are getting information from the back door from certain members of Restoration Council that they have collected $800,000 to $900,000, $700,000 to $1 million. But they never accepted or showed us any document, even if we insisted. I insisted several times. Different members within the AAC insisted to see this, but they never showed us this figure. So if they collected $700,000, and if they collected $1 million, or even if they collected $500,000, and the ASC, from the time I was there until I left, is only responsible and accepted that only $130,000 has been given to the ASC out of the sum that the IG collected. So where is the rest of the money? Those are the explanations that created this misappropriation that some of us are willing to walk away from such an organization. And this money was embezzled by somebody on the ground, as we use the term 419. And this money disappeared, and the guys never had the materials. And there was fighting raging in Munyenge. That is when the directly from their hands, all the monies was managed by the chairman and Mr. John Igiwan. And with that, that is where the financial problems and financial misappropriation of all the donations that were supposed to fund my trip to Buea began. If that answers your question.
So since this Ambazonian thing started, they have collected more than 1 billion francs CFA in various fundraising initiatives. And more than 70% of that money has ended up in individual people's pockets with no accountability. This thing has become one big mafia. Now the same boys that they said that they were sponsoring on Ground Zero are fighting amongst themselves. And that is one of the reasons why you will not see any Anglophone intellectuals backing this nonsense revolution. Because the real revolution was hijacked by greedy people for selfish personal gains, while the poorly educated brothers on Ground Zero have no strategy, no command and control, and they are just doing their own thing, kidnapping people for ransom because they have no money coming in. They are extorting our people, and all the former Okada boys and palm nut crushers are now called generals and commanders in their various rebel gangs and are marauding in the forest in the northwest and southwest region. And this is just one reason why this revolution is dying slowly but surely. My country people then, a few days ago, Mark Barretta be there online and he produced some video where I go play some small section for that video now when I listen.
May all Anglophones them, all people that come for Saudi Cameroon for Yaoundé, una run go to refuge for inside British embassy, for inside US embassy. These two main embassies, una go there. If una go there and una numbers and una flood those embassies will start speaking the right language.
The question I say, why when I think say it talks say me all Anglophones when they there for Francophone zone, may they go for foreign embassies them for Douala for Yaoundé? Why it encourage Anglophone people them inside their own country? May they go for British embassy? May they go for American embassy for Yaoundé? Why? The question is why? Because they know all the people them where they there for diaspora, Mark Barretta them, this Franklin Vella them, this Akwanga, and even Choayaba the illiterate, they know. So the only way for solve this problem now by international pressure, now for put international pressure on the regime for Yaoundé, and they don't try for put that international pressure and know the work. Now why that way they try all means possible for try to get that international attention? They don't do demonstrations them outside Washington DC, outside 10 Downing Street, outside other embassies them around the world, and they never get any response because the international community actually in the favor now the regime for Yaoundé for this situation. Why? The reason is because the Amber boys them they carry guns. Now why that? And now why that way these people them for diaspora they go protest outside Washington DC White House, outside 10 Downing Street for London, they protest peacefully, but the fool were people them for Cameroon, they work carry gun, they work kill their own brothers and sisters, and they work destroy their own roads, destroy their own businesses, the economy be decimated. Why? Because the people them for diaspora they don't see and say they don't feel win this battle. The only way for them to win this thing now for get international attention by force, and the only way they feel force the international attention right now because they are losing now for commit genocide inside Cameroon. So my we get here, make it here. People the way they there for diaspora, they fool una. They wanna they fight, they kill each other. The more blood where they there for streets, now the more way they go get international attention, and they don't see and say that the only way that way they go figure where they want them. So they don't care how many people they die. The more people they die, the more they're glad because not the only way that way they get international attention right now. So when I understand that one fine. Say they want genocide inside Cameroon. Yes, all the people them, Akwanga, Ayabacho, Mark Barretta, Franklin Vella, Tapong Ivor, all the people them, they want genocide inside Cameroon. Now the only way that way they don't see and say they feel get international community for pay any attention to the situation for Cameroon. They want genocide. They want me people they die because themselves they no go there for die. They want me now wuna begin kill each other. Me wuna die for give them the independence when they want them. When I don't hear them no, if you don't believe me, when I watch and see. Obviously, these are my opinions that I'm expressing based on the facts and the reality that is happening on the ground in Cameroon right now. I am very aware that not everyone shares my opinion. That's your business. But if you like what I'm saying or you want to know more, feel free to follow me on Facebook and on YouTube. Thank you for watching and listening. My country people them, how we over stupid so? Some food the day for America, for Finland, for England, and Norway. They tell una say make una go dig una own roads them, destroy them, cut tree, cover road so that motor no fit pass. Una too una go do them. They tell you say make you take gun, go shoot your neighbor. You too you go do them. They tell you say make you go destroy your own hospitals them and una own schools them. Una too una go do them. And this one is my favorite. They tell you, say, make you enter bush. You dey live like animal. You don't get shelter from the rain. You don't get better chop for chop. You don't get woman for keep you company. You don't get medical attention. You don't even get toilet. You too, you go do them. How una stupid so? People them like Franklin Vela, Mark Barretta, Ayaba, Ebenezer Akwanga, and that fool, Eric Tato. Them there for abroad. That they enjoy their lives with their Pekin them, with their families them, even their extended family for Cameroon, they did not for Yaoundé, for Douala, for Francophone zone. But them they tell you say, go shit down for forest, you the shit no white blast. Una two una the duam. Now where to be wrong with una? All these Amba boys them, now are young people them. They be misguided, but now still were brothers them. Even if una die like this and then win that independence tomorrow, una think say una go gain na weighty. Over sabi people them they there for Europe, for America, for Dubai, where them they do odd jobs abroad. Now the people them that way una they worship him. Like Cho Ayaba them, where it there for Europe, it there on benefits. You know, una don't ever hear say Cho Ayaba they do now which job. Time where independence come. Una think say these people them for diaspora, they will leave uneducated fools them like una for can't be president, ministers, governors, directors. Una know they see how these people them for diaspora they go protest peacefully outside Washington DC, White House, outside 10 Downing Street for London. They protest now peacefully. They shut down. They try to address their grievances peacefully. But when they tell una say una go do una own protest with gun them, una too una they do. How una do so? How una go get commander or military leader, so-called commander-in-chief, where he no day inside country, he no the bear the consequences of the actions them. How una fit take order for that kind of person? Military commander get today on the ground so that if he give una bad advice, if he give una bad order, he go feel the consequences of that order. But all una own so-called commander-in-chief or the una own leaders, and they did them abroad, they enjoy their life them. Una there for forest there, una they die like flies. All una are beg. Una come out for farm, for forest. Una burn all those chavum, cry die gun them. Una come for house. Una take book, una go school. We understand say the political and economical situation for Cameroon is no fine. We'll get for fight this system now with sense. We'll not get for stop for listen for these idiots them abroad. People them where they don't get no investments them inside Cameroon. These people them for abroad, they never ever help situation for Cameroon at all. And it makes sense because they have no investments in Cameroon. They have nothing to lose. That's why they don't care about the death and the destruction that is happening in Cameroon. They happily incite violence on social media every day, like Eric Tato, where we talk say, "Men when a Gary picking their hand the way they want to go school." Can you imagine? Yes, one chance is two chance. Moramo Pikin, son of the soil. As you can already understand from the way I speak, me too. I don't go big book. I don't travel the world. Whether you want to talk now Europe, I go to university now for Europe. I don't see them. Germany, England, I don't go those places at all. Canada, America, Dubai, China, I don't work, I go see. Even for America, time when they be elect President Kennedy, your first speech for your country, he be talk for your people and say, ask Not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. People that like we, where we don't travel around the whole world, but we decide to come back home, for come build fine houses them, build bar, build restaurant them, hotels them, clinics, internet cafe them, recording studios them, and many other types of businesses them. Now we, the people that way we generate money for country, the business where we create them, it also create employment for the young people then. And now we where we can't create businesses there for Cameroon. Now we keep the economy for the country alive. No be people that like Cho Ayaba where they don't get even Banga farm for Cameroon. See the house where we build them, it create work, it create jobs. If we not build these houses them, carpenter them, bricklayer them, they no go fit get job, they no go fit get chop. People the way they sell cement, zinc, iron rods, they no go get business. And since these poorly educated Amber boys they don't take over our peaceful revolution, what it don't happen? The Amber boys then they listen to these useless idiots for abroad, and then instead they target people that like me. People that like we where we don't sacrifice comfortable life for Europe, for can build inside our own country for Cameroon, for can establish inside Cameroon. Those of us who don't want war are now called traitors, blacklegs, enemies. I say my country people then. What is wrong with our people? How we over stupid so? My country people them. So I don't see some pictures them on Facebook where Ambazonia supporters they share them where they talk say they don't harvest some weapons them from the Cameroon military yesterday. Yes, all good and fine. Even if the Cameroon military give these Amber boys them 100 or 1,000 of these machine guns them, of this even a 20mm machine gun them, or the aircraft, anti-aircraft guns them, or they give them AK-47s, or any kind of weapon on this planet. The question I say, what the Amber boys they could do with the weapons? As soon as I say I'm gun, it be useless if you don't get the actual rounds or the bullet inside the gun. It be useless. So when I go carry gun for gendarmerie brigade, or when I go even gendarme, if sell una AK-47 them, but if una not get the ammunition for put that inside the gun, the weapon be useless. So when I don't go so-called harvest this gun, when I don't so-called harvest them from wherever you got the gun from, it's useless unless you have ammunition. And that weapon, a machine gun, where they expend ammunition very rapidly. That weapon, if you fire up to 700 rounds for 1 minute, people the day where they spend their lives, they spend years for learn how to use machine gun them. And these Amber boys them, look at that one we did today. It not even get shirt stuff for cover a chest. It don't take it underwear, wear enough for head. That fool, you think they could know how to operate that gun? Even if you don't teach them, that idiot, how to operate that gun, after they don't expend the 3 or 4 rounds where they take them with the gun, what are they going to do with the gun? They're going to throw it away because it will be useless to them. They will not know how to maintain it if they break apart, or they have any difficulties if the weapon jam. Now all that, they're not going to know how to clear the jam. They're not going to know how to repair any defects on the weapon. So Mona no mind this nonsense way uneducated fools that work at talk on Facebook say we don't have his gun, we don't have his gun. And Mona no forget saying that rainy season this weapons they know they do well with water. As soon as, because the weapons they're being made with military grade steel, but even that steel it get coating, and that coating it be designed for prevent oxidization, where it will cost the steel for rust, because steel na metal where it get iron inside, and that iron when it react with oxygen for air it rust. And when it rust, it cause the weapon for get weak points them, and it cause the weapon for damage easily. And no forget Amber boys they live now for forest under rain, and as they use the weapon rough, it peel away the coating where the paint where they spray for the weapon for protect them against the weather elements. So as soon as I say very soon it will start to rust. It not will take more than 2 or 3 weeks without proper care, oiling and preservation. The weapon will rust, and if you give them 2 or 3 weeks, you know if you recognize that gun again. So no mind this noise where they work and make them on Facebook say they don't have his gun, they don't have his gun. None of them not get training for use them. And even if they get the training for use them, they not get the place or the kind place for store the weapon so that may no damage under the weather conditions. And even if they get the place to store the weapon may not damage, they not get ammunition. Who said they could take ammunition? Because every weapon it requires specific type of ammunition for work. If you not give the specific ammunition, enough will work. Because the firing pin for that gun it be designed specifically for strike the bottom of that particular round for cause a chemical reaction and an explosion. So if you not get the specific round, the specific cartridge for that gun, it be useless. You might as well take that thing use and like waka stick. So now all that one talk since I see that picture the way the worker show on Facebook, but most of the way they show that picture they don't even understand anything about weapons. That thing where they show them now just for take pictures them. Now why the way they talk say, oh, we don't harvest this, we don't harvest this, but even for the pictures the way they show them say they don't harvest weapons them, they still carrying that old African hunting guns them. Why? Because at least with the old African hunting guns them, they get the cartridges, they get the ammunition for that one them. So they even use them. So that old Dane African guns will be more useful to Amber Boys them than the AK-47. Because the AK-47 then they only use them for Facebook for show. They don't get ammunition for those weapons then. They don't get means for import ammunition into Cameroon. Don't forget say for west of southern Cameroon, Nigeria, and Nigeria, it not to support Ambazonia. If they want to go south, they meet up ocean. And for that ocean, they don't get boats, they don't get ships. And the Cameroon Navy, it control the territorial waters. If they go eastwards, they meet up La République du Cameroon. So where are they going to import weapons from or ammunition? They have nothing. This is not the stupidest conflict I don't ever see for my life. War where people they start wage and where they don't get nothing for fight with them. They might as well be fighting it with a bow and arrow. My country people them, when I look and find, now another small picking that, I don't know how old this picking be, but now that he and your papa, they there for video, he they carry gun. He work and call yourself soldier, they work and talk like Chris person. Small time when they shoot you, kill him. When I come out can't talk say genocide for Cameroon. When I look and find, now we're still there alive. They don't kill Smolly. When I don't see him. When I call that one genocide. Now another small picking this. I don't tell when I say, when I know they recruit small picking them, they join military. We no child soldiers them at all for Cameroon. I beg when I beg them. It's be very wrong. When I get child soldier, that picking don't know what they do. It don't know what they do. When I leave picking them, they go school. When I think say people them like Ayabacho and Akwanga and all these other people them, they not get picking them. When I think that they're picking them there for abroad, they need to go school. Why when I would take when I own picking them, give them gun, they send a mission and down they shoot them. When I leave picking them, they go school. I beg when I beg, and when I leave picking them, they go school. This one are nonsense. Picking them don't get nothing to do with guns them. When I get the picking them guns, they do it.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Ambazonians. This is Dr. Akanga, popularly now known as the guy with the red Manchester t-shirt who confronted Ayabacho in the streets of London. Yeah, I'm making this audio because I've received so many emails. I've received WhatsApp messages, people even from Ground Zero, from news agents trying to talk to me or to find out the details of what happened. But I don't want to be Ayabacho who fell into that trap by just responding to empty WhatsApp messages. That said, again, I've received other information and messages from people, both on Facebook and social media platforms, where they all accuse me of hatred towards Ayabacho And some go as well as far as saying I'm jealous. Well, let me start by saying I'm not jealous of anybody, neither do I hate anybody. Reason being, if I hate you, that's not going to make you grow taller or grow shorter, or it's not going to make you grow fatter or slimmer, or that's not going to put food on your table or pay your bills. But what I do as every other person is, I do my best as much as possible to speak the truth and call white white. Now, for those who maybe want to know a little bit more about this, I will make some analysis and I will call some names as I go along. It's rather unfortunate that we had created a monster, and the monster is now coming to haunt us. Now, let me put it this way. Be always very careful with the kind of monster you're creating. Take, for example, if you have a bulldog and you've decided to make that dog wild in order to protect your property, don't be surprised that that dog is going to get up one day and attack your immediate family. And that is what exactly happened with Ayuba Cho. I'm going to make this very clear. I had been on other platforms with his deputy, Dr. Ni, and I've time and time again told Dr. Ni, when you guys start by calling Ayaba doctor, I don't know where he ever went to school. Ayaba, from what I know, and I want you to challenge me, he has been his advanced level certificate from Cameroon. Ever since he was dismissed from University of Buea, Ayaba Cho, from the best of my knowledge, he has not been to any university. Talk less of talking about going as far as getting a PhD. When I brought up this, Dr. Ni in another platform told me he has studied in Middlesex University in London. I immediately went online and I sent him a screenshot of all the past and present PhD students from Middlesex University. And I asked him, where is Ayaba's name? He couldn't answer. The next thing, he sent me a link of purported publications by Ayaba. I went online, searched them, came out with a screenshot of all those publications. None of them was in the name of Ayaba. And I thought, those are the publications. Where is the name of Ayaba? He said, oh, maybe it was an oversight. I didn't know. But what happened? You never knew. You didn't go back there, Ayaba, please. Stop using that title. But you kept using it. And I'm sure you kept calling him. Moving on. I kept telling Ayaba Cho, all his followers, look, guys, this guy is very greedy. He should stop living on this struggle. Let him look for a job. Ayaba Cho, to the best of my knowledge, has never worked since he moved to Europe. While in Germany, he was living on this struggle, maybe helping guys for asylum and receiving benefit in Germany. He worked briefly in Germany when he wanted to apply for his German passport. And since then, when he got the passport, he moved to Norway and kept the same living on the struggle. So, but whenever I say it, AGC supporters will become loud and aggressive, and nobody bothers to tell him. And I blame the failure of Ayaba, the demise of Ayaba, squarely on those around him. Now, let's move fast forward. Now, he came now to the UK to sign an oil contract. On coming, I'm not sure he even informed his delegation. On a simple WhatsApp message, without giving descriptions of the company, anything information about the company, you had to fly to London to sign a contract. How greedy is that? And I'm surprised they are still behind Ayaba. None of them is able to tell Ayaba, no, what you've done is wrong. Well, and I want to tell fellow Amazonians, when this thing happened, we still set a trap for Ayaba. And we still had a meeting to meet with him again for the second time. But unfortunately, he went on his Facebook page and he wrote that after his interview with New York Times, some guys attacked him. And then later on, we saw screenshots of our discussion with him on Facebook, calling them fake. Not long after, Capo Daniel too came online and started talking a lot of rubbish that he came for developmental mission. And that's the reason we decided now to make now a video of our chat with Ayaba to set online for Ambassador to know exactly what happened. Now, I am not only criticizing Ayaba. I want to maybe give some kind of positive criticism as well. It is best for the image of AGC and the struggle for Ayaba to step down, to resign from the AGC. There are more competent people in the AGC. We cannot start by bringing in people who start by falsifying their qualifications. Now, he has never been working. He has been living on benefit, which therefore means he has been a benefit cheat throughout his period. And then we want him kind of rule Ambazonia. It is totally unacceptable. So it is for AGCs to think about this and ask him to step down. I hear he wants to address the Ambazonian people. What he wants to say, I don't know. But I'm waiting to hear from him what he says. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Second, et hey, Mr. Mustafa. Allez, allez. Et ça pour les messieurs, mais je reste toujours vivant. Et police, you be 20. Atalaku, chouette.
I raised 3 important points to remember. 1. The only solution to this Anglophone crisis is a change to the constitution.
Then you will have to amend the constitution. Constitutional grievances.
Unconstitutionality.
Drawing of a new constitution. Yes.
It is by its own constitution appointed or deposed according to its constitution.
It would require drawing a proper federal constitution.
89 of that constitution.
I would say that the priority should be for La République du Cameroon to resolve that constitutional matter.
2. The only way to change the constitution is to force the regime in Yaoundé to the table for dialogue and negotiations.
The African Commission has recommended that we dialogue with them to address constitutional issues. They are not coming.
3. The only way to force the regime in Yaoundé to come to the negotiating table is by international pressure. So interestingly, A few days ago, Ayaba Cho of the IG was in South Africa. Listen.
The apartheid struggle. We have borrowed from the playbook of the ANC, international mobilization. Apartheid fell because the people across the globe rose up against the system.
I agree with Ayaba Cho that the ANC used international mobilization and apartheid fell because the people around the globe rose up against apartheid. I would like to see the interim government use the same tactics that the ANC used to defeat apartheid in South Africa. I disagree with Ayaba Cho when he says that Ambazonia has borrowed from the playbook of the ANC. Either he hasn't studied the South African situation with apartheid, or he is lying to us. Listen to Nelson Mandela himself.
Is there any likelihood of violence?
There are many people who feel that the reaction of the government to our stay at home, ordering a general mobilization, arming the white community, arresting 10,000s of Africans, the show of force throughout the country, notwithstanding our clear declaration that this campaign is being run on peaceful and non-violent lines.
So we don't hear how Mandela himself talk, said the ANC protests and demonstrations for South Africa, they will be peaceful. That one a totally different situation from what the way Amber Boys did do for Cameroon now.
I took the award as an endorsement of our own struggle in South Africa and the manner in which we have tried to carry out that struggle under very difficult circumstances in our country. And the award is a great encouragement to all of us. For I must say, I regarded the award as not just to Albert Luthuli, but to South Africa, particularly to the struggling people of South Africa.
That was the president of the ANC, Chief Albert Luthuli, receiving the Nobel Peace Prize because of the peaceful, non-violent way that he was able to organize the ANC to protest against oppression. Looking at the Amber Boys, it is sad. For Ayaba Cho to say that Ambazonia has learned any lesson from South Africa would be laughable if it wasn't so deadly and so serious. Now I am going to tell you a story about a man who had a dream. It is the same dream that Ayaba Cho and many of the IG are enjoying in America today.
On August the 28th, 1963, some 200,000 people marched through Washington in the biggest political demonstration the Capitol had ever seen. The issue, civil rights for the country's 20 million black minority. Dr. Martin Luther King had already led similar protests in the southern states against discrimination in schools, on public transport, in shops and restaurants. This was taking the fight to the heart of the country itself, and it struck a chord in American consciousness. Film stars and politicians, whites and blacks, from all sections of the community, inspired by the rhetoric of Dr. King himself.
I have a dream that one day, down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification. One day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today.
The speech was divided into two parts. The first listed the injustices that African Americans faced: segregation, police brutality, disenfranchisement, and discrimination, and urged a call to nonviolent action. The second launched into King's dream of peace and racial harmony, a vision of a future in which people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
I have a dream.
Both the speech and the March on Washington were credited with helping secure the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, a landmark piece of legislation that ended segregation and banned discrimination on the basis of race or sex in the workplace.
Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty! We are free at last!
So, as you have heard, in August 1963, the March on Washington took place. That is when Dr. King delivered that speech, "I Have a Dream." And because of that speech and the peaceful demonstrations, the Civil Rights Act was signed into law 11 months later in July 1964. President LBJ sat several times with the leaders of the civil rights movement to discuss their grievances. They had dialogue. The dialogue resulted into a change to the laws of the land. That same 1964, Dr. King won a Nobel Peace Prize for the peaceful nature of his protest and his leadership. I know you will say that, yeah, we also went and protested peacefully in Boya and the military shot and killed many people. Yes, Dr. King also had the military shooting at them. Their protests were peaceful, yet they were met with brutality. Dogs were set on them, water hoses, lynching, killing, arrest and thrown in jails. Injunctions, they were threatened every single day with violence, not just by the racist white men who did not want to change the system, but by the system itself, the system of white supremacy, the states, the federal government, the police, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, all were working against the civil rights movement. Dr. King knew that they were trying to silence him at all costs, including assassination. And yet, he was prepared to die. Listen.
Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
So Dr. King knew that people were trying to kill him and he could be assassinated at any time. But that did not stop him from peaceful demonstrations. And he was prepared to die. And in 1989, he was assassinated. Now let's look at South Africa.
On March 21st, 1960, Zacchaeus Mayseals joined 3,000 other Black South Africans to protest one of the most hated restrictions against the nation's Black majority, passbooks, which controlled their every movement. Sharpeville's residents gathered peacefully in front of the police station without those passbooks. Their objective, to be arrested. But police opened fire, shooting protesters in the back as they ran for their lives.
This was the first shot hit me.
It hit you right here. Abram Mafoking still has a bullet lodged in his spine. What were you thinking?
We were all in fear. There was no time to think. We just trying to escape.
In 2 minutes, police fired more than 1,300 bullets. 69 people lay dead in the streets. Police hauled away the bodies, fearing a funeral procession of 69 hearses would spark unrest. But they did not die in vain. Few knew in the days after the massacre the outrage it ignited worldwide and the calls of condemnation against South Africa's racist regime. The Sharpeville massacre also touched off 3 decades of protest in South Africa, ultimately leading to freedom for Nelson Mandela after 27 years in prison.
The Sharpeville massacre happened in 1960. Just 4 years later, Nelson Mandela was captured and was standing trial in court for crimes that were punishable by death. Mandela knew he was going to die. He stood up in court, and I want you to listen what he said in his own words, in his own voice.
I have dedicated my life to this struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons will live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an idea for which I hope to live for and to see realized. But my Lord, if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
Mandela thought they were going to sentence him to death. But even the white judges in the court understood that if they killed Mandela, he would become a martyr, a bigger hero for the resistance. So they instead sentenced him to life in prison. It wasn't just Mandela that went to prison, but many of the leaders of the anti-apartheid movement were either assassinated or thrown into prisons, including Steve Biko, Sobukwe, Oliver Tambo, Mbeki, Walter Sisulu, and the list goes on. But the ANC did not stop fighting peacefully.
On the morning of June 16, 1976, thousands of students from Soweto gathered at their schools to participate in a student-organized protest demonstration against apartheid laws. Many of them carried signs and sang freedom songs as the unarmed crowd of school children marched towards Orlando Soccer Stadium, where a peaceful rally had been planned. The crowd swelled to more than 10,000 students. Tear gas. Then, without warning, they fired directly into the crowd of demonstrators. That day, over 100 young South Africans lost their lives in the struggle for freedom, including Hastings Ndlovu and Hector Peterson, who succumbed to police gunfire during the subsequent chaos that engulfed Soweto. What happened that day sparked a massive uprising that soon spread across the country, filling the ranks of the opposition against apartheid, leading eventually to freedom 18 years later. So let us not forget those brave souls who sacrificed their lives so that you and I could enjoy the freedom we have today.
And still, after the Soweto uprising, where more than 700 school children were massacred and thousands more were injured, the ANC did not stop peaceful demonstrations. The more the police killed them, the more they went out to protest. More and more people around the world were seeing these images, these pictures of police shooting children. And the international pressure on South Africa began to mount. The United Nations put sanctions on South Africa, and the South African president, F.W. de Klerk, went to Mandela and sat down for dialogue and negotiations. In 1990, Mandela was released from prison after serving 27 years. In 1993, an interim constitution was drawn up for South Africa. In 1994, President Mandela was elected. And in 1996, President Mandela went to Sharpeville to sign the final constitution of South Africa into law to honor the people who lost their lives during the Sharpeville massacre. Mandela published his autobiography in that same 1994, Long Walk to Freedom. It's a story about going from prisoner to president, how he used peaceful, non-violent resistance to bring freedom for his people. And in that same 1994, President Mandela and F.W. de Klerk were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So let us fast forward to 2007 and 2008.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Many people around the world say that President Obama was the dream of Dr. King. Some disagree, but there is no denying that Dr. King and the civil rights movement that started in the 1960s is directly responsible for the freedom and the progress of Black people in America, and the election of President Obama is just one example of such progress. So in episode 1, I concluded that the only way to force the regime in Yaoundé to sit for dialogue and negotiations is to put international pressure. It's just common sense. In this episode, we have seen that the fight for freedom in South Africa and America was basically the fight to change the constitution. Black people in South Africa and America won their freedom using peaceful civil disobedience, even in the face of death. We saw that despite the hardships, the unique challenges, including decades of imprisonment, assassinations, and even many massacres, the struggle persisted, and the strategy of peaceful demonstrations. It took several decades of struggle, the long walk to freedom. The only solution to this Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia crisis is a mass movement like the ones in South Africa and America. Peaceful, coordinated, well-planned, and sustained mass protest. People power. That is the only solution. So in part 3, I will discuss how we can get people power to solve the Anglophone crisis, and also discuss the strategy that the IG is currently using and what I think about it. Like this video, subscribe to my channel, and stay tuned. My country people them, today na Sunday, 2nd of September, 2018. And this morning, I want to ask now just one question for una, for Southern Cameroons. Say una don't notice am, say for this struggle, we not get no space, no room whatsoever for difference of opinion. When I don't notice am, say whenever you disagree with the radical military arm of this struggle, they go instantly label you a traitor, a blackleg, an agent of the Republic. They go call you enemy. And they get their warriors them. These warriors them, they then have for internet, for Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. They go come out, all these warriors them, they can attack you for Facebook. They threaten you. When I don't notice them, it appears to me that the enemy of this struggle is the truth. They hate to hear the truth more than anything else. This is how authoritarian regimes are created. Authoritarian regimes around the world are based on lies, misinformation, and propaganda. They crack down on education because educated people can think and can challenge the lies. Is this what we are fighting for? To remove Biya's dictatorship and create an authoritarian country in southern Cameroon, where no one is allowed to have an opinion and no one is allowed to speak their mind? In free and fair democratic societies, a difference of opinion is encouraged. A European intellectual once said to his colleague, "I disagree with what you are saying, but I will give my life to defend your right to say it." We in Southern Cameroon need to get some education. Abeguna. Plurality of opinion and discussion is a good thing. That is why in America, in Europe, and other places are developed, while we in Africa are still behind, because we do not encourage the brightest minds to speak. And therefore, we do not benefit from their suggestions, their opinions, and their genius. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has something to contribute. We should listen to everyone, and then at the end of the day, we vote and let the majority win. And that is democracy. But the way Ambazonia is going right now, Watapas Gario, with their many warriors on Facebook, they are trying to silence opposition views, threatening violence on anyone who does not share their opinion. This is how authoritarian regimes are created, and this is why those of us with a difference of opinion have to speak louder and louder to make sure that we save ourselves from tumbling down into further disaster. One of the ways we can speak is by liking this video, following each other on Facebook, share this video with your friends, make a comment, whether you agree or you disagree. We encourage people with difference of opinion and different views. Let them come. Let us debate the views and let us make our points across peacefully, so that if your point is the best one, we vote on it and you will win by a majority vote. Thank you for watching and listening. My country people them. It no matter whether you want na federalism or you want na total independence or you just want for change the current socio-political, cultural and economic status quo inside Cameroon, there is only one solution to this Anglophone crisis: constitutional amendment. That one means we'll therefore change the constitution for country. Whether you want to compare them with that struggle for Scotland, where they want independence from the United Kingdom, or na Catalonia, where you want independence from Spain, or you want to look at independence for South Sudan, or you want to look at the struggle where South Africans began them against apartheid. All these struggles, them they be very different, but they get now one thing in common. All of them, they will want for change their constitution. Now listen.
If they want to come together and then to interchange the presidency of the republic, it necessitates the drawing of a new constitution.
Yes,
entirely.
That is why they should go into this dialogue with representatives of Southern Cameroon, SCAPO and SCNC, and let each party ventilate their constitutional grievances.
And then what do you think that the constitution will look like?
Oh, that would be for the two parties to agree on.
So we don't see and say the Ambazonia interim government and all the people the way they go big book, the people the way they be involved for this Anglophone Ambazonia struggle, they understand this one. Say we need for change constitution for country. But the problem now said they never take the time for explain them properly, so that even whether you push a truck for corner road, or you been an Okada boy, or you tap palm wine, or you send from boat house, then you understand I'm fine. So the question I said, where to be constitution? Constitution, now the most important document where we need them for create new country. For this world, we'll get 195 countries then. And 192 of these countries then, they get one single binding constitutional document. Now that document, it tells them the limits for government in power. The constitution, now the law of the land. So now I will play some small video of one of our papa the way a go big book. My lawyer, His Royal Highness Fongoji Dinka.
Can you express the importance of law in the management of state and world affairs? Why is there a need that these laws have to be followed, even and you calling what happened after that?
If you don't follow the law, you are in chaos. Absolute chaos. Because you can't tell anybody he's wrong. Wrong by what means? You must say social and so law says you shouldn't do this. That's why you are wrong. But if there is if you don't follow the law, it means you are lawless. This is what I say. We have been in a lawless state from 1st of October till today. It has been a matter of lawlessness, unconstitutionality, illegality, invalidity from day one till today. And it's going to continue like that until you go back to square one.
When I don't hear them now, as that big papa talk about unconstitutionality, because the constitution now ye could determine the relationship between the government and we the people. Now constitution it could determine the relationship between the government, the court system, and the rights of the citizens. Now the constitution it could create the political system for country. Now the constitution it could clearly define the duties, the powers, and the responsibilities of each of the branches of government. We now understand that there are 3 branches of government a day. Number 1 branch, now the legislative branch, where now then get the duties and responsibilities for make new laws for country, and they also get the powers for cancel all laws the way they no find. Number 2 branch, now the judiciary branch, include the court systems, where they give you opportunity, say, if your brother find you palaver, you can't court banga inside your plot, you fit take it go court for go defend your rights. Number 3 branch of government, now the executive branch, when a president or head of state, now he be in charge of the executive branch, and he get the powers and responsibilities them for execute the laws of the country as they are written. So his number 1 job now for defend the constitution of the country. So now I understand, say, when I don't scratch on my head, when they ask, say how we go do manage reach for that place where we will start for write new constitution.
So Southern Cameroonians went to the African Commission and said that our rights are being trampled upon by La République du Cameroon. That international tribunal has ruled that La République du Cameroon should enter into constructive dialogue with Southern Cameroonians.
So we need to have dialogue with the regime in Yaoundé. And after these negotiations, we can reach agreement on how to go ahead. One thing I want you to understand is that people like Papa Mola Litumbe and His Royal Highness Lawyer Goji Dinka, who started this fight in the 1980s, understand this process, and because they are educated and understand global affairs, they also understand that a constitutional amendment is the only solution. And to achieve the new constitution, we must follow this process of dialogue and negotiations. But we have one major problem. The regime in Yaoundé has refused to come to the table for negotiations. Papa Mola Litumbe can explain better.
Well, the so-called La République, if they don't want to dialogue with you, what next?
Yes. The way forward is that for the first time in the history of this struggle, the matter of the complaints of Southern Cameroons have entered the United Nations Club. You know, the United Nations, headquartered in New York, has created regional unions. You have, for example, the European Union. You have the African Union, which considers matters pertaining to Africa. So, if La République is headstrong and refuses to dialogue, we will go to the African Union and say, look, we were never part of La République du Cameroon when they got their independence. The African Commission has recommended that we dialogue with them to address constitutional issues. They are not coming.
So, as we have heard from Papa Molali Tumbe, the regime in Yaoundé has refused to come to the negotiating table for decades. And the only way we can bring them to dialogue is through international pressure.
If I was going to tell the story of Southern Cameroon, which involves some important key players like the United Nations, La République du Cameroon, Nigeria, that the matter is international and should not be limited to the confines of Cameroon alone. In these matters, you require international diplomacy. I think Southern Cameroons are on the right track now that their matter has entered the UN circle.
So it is in our best interest to develop and execute strategies that will gain favor with the international community and organizations such as the Human Rights Watch, the Amnesty International, the Red Cross, the African Union, the United Nations. When the United Nations starts putting sanctions on the regime in Yaoundé, that is when they will be forced to come to the negotiating table.
If the parties were to take my advice, I would say the time is now. This is the time after 1 year since the decision was passed by an international tribunal and La République has not reacted. I said this is the time to apply through the African Union to table our matter before the United Nations for the sovereign independence of Southern Cameroon.
All right. Once again, I need all my country people then to understand these 3 points. 1, the only solution to this Anglophone crisis is a change of the constitution. 2, the only way to change the constitution is to force the regime in Yaoundé to the table for dialogue and negotiations. 3, the only way to force the regime in Yaoundé to come to the negotiating table is by international pressure.
I would say that the priority should be for La République du Cameroon to resolve that constitutional matter with Southern Cameroon and then say that we now want to go for election.
Like you said, a Southern Cameroonian president.
Yes.
That's what you were advocating for.
Yes.
How is that going to happen? How is that possible?
It would require drawing a proper federal constitution in which there will be input from both sides, not the so-called federal constitution of 1st of September 1961, which was merely La République du Cameroon changing its name.
My country people then, this is the voice of a concerned citizen, a true son of the soil, born and raised in Southern Cameroon. Make sure you share this video with your friends. I have a profile on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you again for watching and listening. And this brings me to the end of episode number 1 of my new series, Ambazonia, the Only Solution. In this new series, I will be discussing my personal opinions on how we can solve this problem in our country, the Anglophone crisis. Stay tuned. My country people then. In 2016, when this struggle started, I was one of those who supported the idea of school boycott against the way the military responded to peaceful march in Buea. But this is 2018, and our children have already lost 2 whole academic years. That strategy has proven to bear absolutely no fruits, and I believe that it is time to reevaluate and open all schools, let the children go to school. So many people like myself and many others, we decided to raise our voices. A lot of people spoke out in public to their friends, to their colleagues, in their various WhatsApp groups. on Facebook, on radio, and in every way possible. We spoke in great numbers and demanded that it is unfair for people to sit in America enjoying their lives and their children are going to school, but they are stopping our own children from going to school. We raised our voices and we spoke loud and clear. My country people them, I have some good news.
You have been to school and there are no jobs, therefore education is useless. No, you are not getting education because you want to be a teacher or an engineer or anything of that sort. You are just expanding your knowledge and your understanding. Through those qualifications, you can outmaneuver every situation. Even if there may not be jobs in your field, but an educated person will always rise above. So we must emphasize education and education at all costs. We must go to school.
I'm on a mission now, won't stop. No destination, but it's worth a shot. You gotta let me go. You gotta let me go. You gotta let me go. Ready for a walk, I'm an Armageddon. Sharpen your sword, cause the time is near. Gotta do it big like Bon Iver. I'm a rock star on the chandelier.
That people that they come, let the young banga. Yeah, Papa. Wow. Yeah, Papa. Talk, singola, singola, Changement le vitesse, fuka fuka.
Members of the ADF Defense Force.
My country people them. So as I don't say now some very small picking that I'm not sure that picking don't reach 13 years old. See what that man go do, it take na banga so a gi. Na banga that way that small picking it is smoker. Na banga that. I'm not sure that picking don't reach 13 years old. Now wait till this way it happen on ground zero for Ambazonia right now so. This one that fight na freedom fighters in this, where the worker recruit small picking like this, even for international law. It be against international law for recruit child soldiers then. Small picking they get for dinner for school, they learn, they study. Now them get the future for the country. Instead, we take our own small picking, they give them banga, they give them guns. Maybe they do it with guns, and then we'll close the schools, them, they not go for school. So the worker for forest, now the worker carry guns, the worker smoke banga. Just imagine if now your cousin, if now your niece, if now your small brother, or now your picking dad, how you go feel? You feel that independence when I fight and they can get any future inside that country. They get any future. He head don't chakra all. He don't smoke banga before you reach the age of 13. Whether now are you there for America, for UK, for Finland, or South Africa, wherever you are, I beg if you get communication with this ADF picking them, we not try to educate them. Say small picking they not get no business for war. Maybe they leave small picking them, maybe they go for school. This one are the beg one and I beg them.
Respect it. If you don't respect it, you have yourself to be blamed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for understanding.
Mention the times.
Yes.
So if we examine this document where IGB released on July 30th, 2018, you will see this email address for here where it come up for ambazoniagov.org website, and then at the bottom of the page you also get that ambazoniagov.org right at the bottom there. So I decided to visit the website for see what the Ambazonia interim government website look like. And then I realized that the website is still there under development. And it tells me that if I click on this seal below, it will redirect me to the current Ambazonia Gov website. So I click on the seal, and a few seconds later, it load up the Ambazonia Gov website. So the first thing where you will notice about the website now, say you get the menu right across the top there. And then if we start from the left, about us, it talk about mission statement, vision, and member organization. If I click on mission statement, you go load the mission statement, and then you discover, say, the page is blank. And this page was created on April 30th, 2017. And since then, more than a year today, they never even update the mission statement. The whole IG no get a mission statement on their own website. And then if you click on vision, now the same thing, the page is blank. On members organization, the page is blank. So you go under government, you get executive, judiciary, and legislature. And then you go for executive, click on the interim government, and the page is blank as well. When we may load. So when you see the page it load, they create this page on December 5th, 2017. And as you can see, since then to today, it's been more than 8 months. And no man never even go back. Since then, we don't get 2 interim presidents, and they never actually update the website since then. So if you click on the Secretary General, the page is still blank. Vice President, blank. Go for Judiciary, click on Supreme Court, blank, 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 blank pages. Legislature, House of Assembly, select them, and the page loads. There is absolutely no information on these web pages. They have no information. It's like this IG have nothing, no idea, not a clue what they are doing. So go under the other the menu departments. You see all these other sub menus. Under Education, Finance, Defense, and Homeland Security. And then you go all the way down to Home Affairs, all these lists. And so if you click on any one of them, it will return a blank page. Go under Press. If you select the news, now one of the only pages then down for the whole website where it gets some information, it gets some content on the website. So you get some news articles, the way they write them, some of them all the way back in 2017, you know. And so this website is not even being updated as we speak. So, okay, that one under Press, and I never even check out the Media Kit or whatever. So if you go under the other menu, States, you get Manu State, Donga Mantung State, Libya Lem State. But then again, I think say the structure for the Federal Republic of Amazonia, it could be now say we'll get 2 states, the northern, as in the northwest, and the southwest, when there are 2 states, and then inside those states you get districts. And so Manu, where I'm not even sure say Manu, people they reach 500,000. They want to create the whole of Manu as a state, Mezam as a state, Boyo, Momo as individual states. I don't understand. It shows to me like, say, this IG, they don't even get a clue what they do. So if you click on that next link when I shop, I guess now opportunity for them for try and raise funds. So if you click on shop, it load an external page, which is this one, iamamazonia.com, and they get a few products then for sale, mainly targeting the market in the United States. And then the next 2 pages are where they be, the next 2 menu links are where they be quite bold. This one say, pay your citizen levy in large green, and the other one we ask for donations. I don't understand why you need to pay a citizen levy, or what do you classify as a citizen? Is there any kind of like, but I don't understand. But I'm guessing it's a way of them trying to raise funds. But then I skip that one and I go straight to donations. So if the donations page load, you will see and say they get a few fundraising campaigns the way they don't set up on the page. If I scroll down, you see and say you get a menu, self-defense, a fundraising initiative where the target or the goal is to raise $1 million US. But so far, since they create this website, I'm sure this has been going on, this fundraising initiative has been going on since around 2017. They don't raise $10. That is their target, was to raise 500 million francs, and they don't raise till today only 5,000 francs. And then you get other initiatives like a refugee initiative where they want to raise $100,000, which is about how much is that even? Basically, $1 is about 500 francs. So you can do the conversion. But they don't raise zero. The SCBC, where you don't go bankrupt, they were trying to raise $50,000. They raised zero. And then your diplomacy was $200,000. They were trying to raise zero, has been raised so far. Donga Mantung self-defense, zero. Libya Lem self-defense. Then you get this one in Okitunga, self-defense, they've raised zero. Menchum, Kupe Meninguba, Get Mezam, Fako, Boyo, Bui, Ndian, Meme, Momo self-defense. All these self-defense groups, then the target where they want to raise now $1 million US, where now 500 million francs CFA for support these defense groups. And so far to date, every single one of them, they don't raise $0, 0 franc, not even 1 franc under this initiative. So what you make them, I start think about other fundraising initiatives and where the diaspora and the IG they try for make up for get money for run the TV stations, for run this website, and also for try to support the initiatives them back home on the ground. So I realized that they will try to do a GoFundMe campaign for raise money. So GoFundMe na website where you go, you fit start a campaign for raise money about any cause, anything where you want to do. So this GoFundMe raising money raising or fundraising initiative has been going on for more than 10 months, and so far now only 42 people then around the world they don't donate. So and their target they be one raise $25,000 US, which is not going very well because so far they don't raise $3,185. Now all that way they don't raise them in the past 10 months. And if you see them, there is the list of those who have raised money here. If you want to see more, these are all the people that have raised money, and the average is about $100 US. They don't donate. Anyways, closing that. So I decided to find out why they want to raise the money, to find out the reason. And I realized if you read this line, the talk say your generous contribution will be used towards medications, hospital bills, and also to help bury most of those that have been killed in the conflict. So now why that way they start this initiative on GoFundMe. I don't know if they get other initiatives for try to raise money, but so far, looking at the evidence where they present them, where I don't look at so far, the fundraising initiative is not going very well at all. But I also understand, say they get other initiatives like for various Njangi houses for America, for Germany, for other countries for Europe, they get other initiatives where they try to raise money. So they go for Njangi houses and they ask people for throwing money inside basket. But then again, I don't know which kind of accountability they get for make sure say the money where they donate them abroad, it go towards the purpose where the talk say they donate the money for use them. So I don't understand if you not get any comments, you get any suggestions or opinions, una share them with me. I did just try for investigate for see how, because I don't hear many people that talk on Facebook that they rely or they hope on the community in the diaspora for support them on the ground. But so far, looking at the money raising aspect of it, I think is actually very poor. And while Cameroonian people they from my personal experiences, we are quite very stingy. We over-conto. So I don't see how we could raise money for free support the ground troops if most of these initiatives they know the work are fine. Thank you. My country people so many people in these Ambazonian struggles are talking about South Sudan. Every time I hear them talking about South Sudan. So I started thinking, how did South Sudan get independence? And what lessons can we learn from them? So to understand about South Sudan and their independence, we have to go way back to the first civil war in Sudan, which started in 1955. This war was fought between the Muslims in the north and the Christians in the south. In 1962, a 17-year-old boy called John Garang joined the civil war. But because he was so young, the rebel leaders encouraged him and other young boys to go to school and get education instead of fighting. Because of the war, John Garang was forced to complete his secondary education in Tanzania. He won a scholarship to study in America, where he went and got a bachelor's degree in economics in 1969. John Garang returned to Sudan to join the rebel fighters, and in 1970, John Garang was one of the soldiers that were sent to Israel to get military training. John Garang and many other rebel fighters were absorbed into the Sudanese army when the war ended in 1972. For the next 11 years, John Garang was a professional soldier. He went back to America for advanced infantry officers training. When he came back to Sudan, he was promoted to the rank of colonel in the army. John Garang also took the opportunity to take 4 years of academic study in America, where he pursued a master's degree and also a PhD from the Iowa State University in America. Moving on, 1983, Colonel John Garang was sent to the south of the country to convince a battalion of 500 soldiers not to rebel against the Sudanese central government. But when the colonel arrived in the southern part of the country, he instead joined with the rebel battalion. Colonel John Garang coordinated the battalion to create the Sudan People's Liberation Army, and he also created a rebel stronghold and training camps inside Ethiopia. By July of 1983, John Garang had over 3,000 people that were well-trained professional soldiers under his command. He then marched the troops into Sudan to fight against the military rule and the Islamic dominance of the country. Colonel John Garang also encouraged other army garrisons to mutiny against the Islamic State and the Islamic law that was imposed on the country, and to defect and to join his liberation army. Colonel John Garang was able to negotiate and to receive support from Libya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, including weapons, ammunition, equipment, and food supplies. As a result of this support from neighboring countries, Colonel John Garang and his army captured and controlled a large part of southern regions of the country. By 2002, states, Kenya, Eritrea, Uganda, and many other major international organizations supported the independence of South Sudan and called for a comprehensive peace agreement. The Comprehensive Peace Agreement was signed by Colonel John Garang and the government of South Sudan in January 2005. The agreement included 3 important things. 1, they agreed to a ceasefire and end the civil war. 2, they agreed to develop democratic governance and to share oil revenues. As a result of the democratic governance, John Garang became the first vice president of Sudan in July 2005. 3, the agreement also set a timetable for a referendum on the South Sudan independence. However, in that same July of 2005, Colonel John Garang was involved in a helicopter crash and died just a few days after becoming vice president. So the South Sudan referendum was held in January of 2011. 99% of the population voted for independence, and South Sudan became an independent state on the 9th of July 2011 and became the newest country in the world. So, happy days, they have independence. So my question is, did they live happily ever after? Tragically, the answer is no. No, South Sudan did not live happily ever after independence. Just 2.5 years after independence, the newest country in the world, South Sudan, started another civil war inside South Sudan. The war was caused by a power struggle between President Salva Kiir and his deputy, Riek Machar. So far, the United Nations estimates that over 300,000 people have been killed in the war and over 3 million people have been displaced in a country of 12 million people. The African Union, the United Nations, China, the EU, the USA, the UK, and many other international countries and organizations are all inside South Sudan right now, trying to work out the peace agreement with no success till date. So, after several decades of war and instability inside Sudan and South Sudan, it is important that we look at the humanitarian situation in South Sudan. South Sudan has some of the worst health indicators in the world, the highest infant mortality rate in the world, the highest maternal mortality in the world. South Sudan also has the highest malaria burden in Africa. In 2004, there were only 3 surgeons in South Sudan serving 12 million people with only 4 proper hospitals in the whole country. I repeat, 3 surgeons, 4 hospitals in the whole of South Sudan. That was in 2004. So, just to compare two things, I decided to have a look at the number of hospitals in Cameroon, but I soon realized that I had to narrow it down to the Northwest region alone, and I realized that there were 12 professional hospitals in the Northwest region of Cameroon, including the Bamenda Regional Hospital, the Bansot Baptist Hospital, Bingo Baptist. There's another hospital in Kwen. There's the Bafut Subdivisional Hospital, Bali, Shishong, and there's one in Wom. There's another one in Kambe, Achatugi Hospital. There's the Bawok Health District Hospital and the Tuba District Hospital, which are serving 3 million people in the Northwest region of Cameroon. Just imagine that, 12 hospitals serving a population of under 3 million people. But because of the decades of war in South Sudan, 12 million Sudanese people have to share just 4 hospitals. 4 hospitals. And that brings me to the conclusion of part 1 of my presentation on South Sudan. I will give you the part 2 of South Sudan, where I will discuss the lessons we can learn from South Sudan independence. If you like this video, share it with your friends. If you don't like it, comment and let me know. If you agree or you disagree, let me know, and thank you for watching and listening. My country people then, this is why Nigeria will never support Ambazonia. Let us start with Biafra. As you can see, the territory known as Biafra has only 3 neighbors: Cameroon, Nigeria, and the Atlantic Ocean to the south. In July 1967, the Igbo people wanted to separate from Nigeria to form a new country called Biafra. The cause of the Biafra War stems from political, economical, cultural, and religious tensions, which is very similar to the current southern Cameroon struggle. Earlier in 2018, many of us were surprised when Ambazonia leaders, including Ayuk Tabe, were arrested in Nigeria and extradited to Cameroon. Nigeria has also stepped up its efforts to secure its borders, making sure that no Amba training camps are created within Nigerian territory. These are 4 simple reasons why Nigeria can never support Ambazonia. 1. Cameroon was neutral during the Biafra struggle, and therefore Nigeria has to be neutral during this Ambazonia struggle. 2. If Nigeria supports Ambazonia to separate from La République, then La République will support Biafra to separate from Nigeria. 3. War in Cameroon means refugee crisis in Nigeria. 4. Nigeria has nothing to gain from supporting Ambazonia. So anyone who was expecting that Nigeria will support Ambazonia in this war should forget it. Nigeria will never support Ambazonia. My country people then, this is latest news coming from Iyumojok, Manu, Southwest. Today, 16th of August, 2018. The military launched an operation a few days ago and destroyed an Amba camp in Iyumojok. The pictures you are seeing give us an indication of the tough life in the forest, how the Amba fighters are coping, living on rice, gari, and using basic plastic plates and dishes. One Amba fighter was captured and another was killed. One power generator used for charging mobile phones was seized. 29 hunting guns were also seized and destroyed, along with 3 AK-47 rifles and grenades. 1 pair of binoculars were seized. Over 1,100 rounds of various types of ammunition were destroyed, along with the Amba camp. Thank you for watching and listening.
Good morning, ADF Ground Leadership. Good morning to the leaders of Momo, Mezam, we. Nobody has been able to tell us what is happening with Yasser Arafat, not Abdul even, who is sitting in here. Good morning to Ndonga.
I know say the Ambazona terrorist shit, no why blast them who cannot help themselves. Hello, Capo Daniel. Hello, Ayabacho. Hello, all the idiots there. When I can't watch me no, when I don't get choice. Do you have a choice? No, you don't have a choice. When I go watch them, when I be like go bite, and when I go must still listen them. When I don't get choice. When I go here, Ayabacho look at stock. He go talk say good morning for Mezam, Bui, Ngoketunja, and everywhere else. All of the territories or the areas we could call them now for Northwest because now Bamenda struggle. When I listen to you carefully, he says go talk, no be me.
Momo, Mezam, we. Nobody has been able to tell us what is happening with Yasser Arafat, not Abdul even, who is sitting in here. Good morning to Ndonga. Oh, una place day. Good morning, Bui. Shesheg no day. I think last week, I don't know if it was in this leadership that the Deaf Share put a kind of a flame throwing device.
A flame throwing device. He says a laugh before he talk up. He laugh. He chuckle. Now listen.
A kind of a flame throwing device. Almost like a catapult.
Catapult.
Yeah, almost like a catapult. Watch this video. This is in Israel yesterday. Leaders, a kind of a flame throwing device. Almost like a catapult. Yeah, almost like a catapult. Watch this video. This is in Israel yesterday. See how they describe in this video medieval weapon, because this is a weapon that were used sometimes even more than 100 years ago, 150 years ago. So this is very good sometimes when you are attacking a military place, a military base. Fire is critical. You can shoot 100 AK, you will not touch any of them if they are hiding behind walls. You just take, if you design, you remember the kind of rubber gun that the BBC man showed the design at the beginning.
Rubber gun.
You just take bottles filled with fuel, light fire, and you pull it.
Pull it.
It will go more than 100 meters.
100
you have
meters.
3 of those kind of catapults from a distance. You pull, you send, you pull, you send, you pull, you send. Firewood and smoke will drive them from their hiding spaces.
Now grumpy.
Expose them now to your AK. So these things are very important. Chief Amora, please, St. Michael, look at this keenly. If there's something that you can make, we can make some investment in it. All una place there.
Okay, my contributor. So when I don't hear what Ayabacho talk, it's a made a device rubber gun. Literally, see her even a fang the looky, see a fang the cutty eye, a fang talks, a fang there for a grave in the ask, say they can't bang away Ayabacho the smoker for no way. It trunk past the one with the bar of Alabuka. Even the Ambassador wife last inside the group, they say, "Chai, this guy will not sure say get doctor so on a native doctor." I am just made a take catapult for 2024. Go find Cameroon army. We say you pull and you send, you pull and you send, you pull and send them. We say if you go up to 100 meters, it's a self-described and say it's a medieval weapon where they be used more than 100 years ago. Rubber gun. They call her rubber gun. Any advice? So they call him. It's a Chief Amora. St. Michael, Chief Amora. Yes, we need to invest in this. Do some investigation. Come, make we invest in this. Yes. So me to invest in rubber gun for 2024. You say all your AK-47, it not going to do nothing for the Cameroon military if they're behind the wall. Of course. But bottle and fire, it's a fire is critical. And rubber gun, of course. Fire and rubber gun. Okay. Now, make an analyzer, make una understand how funny this thing be. It talks say they fit throw the thing up to 100 meters. Make we believe he say if you throw 100 meters. Heck, who would talk say if you throw 200 meters? Okay. Remember, even for the live broadcast what I do the other day, I tell you and say the range, the effective range of an AK-47 weapon now up to 350 meters. Okay. Make we assume say when a rubber gun fit go even at 200 meters. That way when they load the rubber gun with petrol and bottle, when they pull them for send them. What do you think say the gendarme and the Cameroon army they do? They should only watch you now. Actually, yes, that's what will happen. The gendarme they go tell themselves, say, Bo, they are doing something. What are they doing? The other one will say, Bo, wait, let us wait. Don't shoot, don't shoot. Let's see what they're trying to do first. They will say, no, I have to see this. I have to see this. Oga, come on, bring your phone. Let us record this. What are they doing? What are they trying to do? Because no man no go even try to stop them. We could just watch and see what they're doing. And then when we don't be bored of watching, you just shoot the bottle. Shoot the bottle where they don't light up for petrol, where they pull up for certain ego chakra and they will burn the catapult for the now wait this way people they come up for Cameroon, they go get PhD. Apparently, they go get doctorate degree for Europe. They bring them. Now I found that say I found the cutty eye. They go for America, go for Europe, go all over, go get PhD degree, come back, can't say when I use catapult for beat Cameroon government. One dash shall never end. So now just one of the audios and that now I will play for now the next audio when Ayabacho Lucas he talk about how Commander Weapon he be injured.
They recall him one of my country people, that loser, that criminal. That guy, he don't fight war for La Republic more than La Republic to Cameroon soldiers. I mean, every day he's trying to do something for seeing La Republic defeat us. He be focused. He be so focused to the point where they miss one day where he never try to put something out there. He use his talent to destroy Amazonia. Yet we are not paying attention. I think say if that guy is a contractor, contractors. On a serious note, what we don't work for La Republic, it passed even Brigadier General Carr or Dr. Voller. On a serious note, because the guy did right every negative little thing we say.
Listen, whether or not you accept Makondipo is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong.
Okay, now we were defense forces that go carry on action for enforce the taxi ban.
Now, boy, this way, they say they Dubai. It is stay for that side. They talk how we make people paying their taxi, you know, we they no paint them for the normal yellow color. Axi say, how many of the family members they drive taxi for ground zero? Or he get how many taxi there for ground zero? You feel look the way it look the way it look. Ask he say how many of the family members they get taxi for ground zero. When I see the kind of people the way they easily identify themselves with the Cho Ayaba and a gang. You get my point?
Taxi colors. I know everybody is screaming. Everybody is uncertain. There are others who are attacking. The weaver birds are on the top of trees and they are screaming. Mainly in the great state of Mezam, they call for a change of taxi colors. One of the things I stated, and I've said this to the AGOVC, once the decision is out, I am not going to reverse the decision. Let me be absolutely clear. I will not reverse the decision.
Good afternoon, so you're born accident. Good afternoon, and this was about.
The taxi the way they did for town, where they ground zero. That means say I don't know whether their definition of ground zero na only Bamenda. That is not the area that way. A lot of people then they ask them say why did they say the definition for ground zero for Cho Ayaba and a small chicken them. Why did they say their definition for ground zero na only Bamenda? Why they not people enforce it till they talk also for Victoria? Why they not people do it for inside this thing? For inside Boya. Why do not people do it for there? Why do not people do it for upstation Bamenda? Why do not people do it for there? Now they can't boy them this way. They easily identify themselves with the Cho Ayaba cartel, the Cho Ayaba gang. You know, so when Tifman Oshua man, if he go for any quarter, he start stay for day. The first person where he define him, the first friend where he define another Tifman. Or when dealer, he go for some quarter, he stay for day. The first man where he make friend, another dealer. After then they. What's your other one at the camp?
The car insist say white and blue. If you want penta white and blue, penta. If the one hang, may they hang. We don't say white or blue, penta. You walk your taxi. If you know if you penta white or blue, back
that
up.
boy come up for taxi this so. Oh God.
Some of you now they go enter inside that taxi. Then most of those taxis there that still circulate inside town. Now Bororo them will La Republic them will know. So when they come for car attack them, we know one man una they in danger. That's why they can't tell una this thing every day. We don't tell us when they talk something they go enforce. We don't tell us say all that thing where they can't tell us say they don't kill all people there they enforce taxi ban. Now lie. Ambazonian fighters they still there in their thousands. We talk every day una know the 1 year. Now the weaver bets them. Where they be just say, hey, taxi enforcement no work. Taxi enforcement no work. With the black legs and they show hospital roundabout saying, yellow taxi then this, no work, this. Okay, now we were defense forces, they don't go carry on action for enforce the taxi ban. They don't call another story again, say, military they guide that place. So no be ATF do that thing, no be ambassador and they do them, now La Republic do them. That same La Republic when I can't tell when I say taxi must be yellow. Now that same taxi, La Republic will burn taxi for counter the yellow, according to you. Because when I say the one penta, maybe say Ambazonia they burn taxi. They be already make their point. For that position where they go buy that handicap, that taxi. They be don't make their point for that position. So they need to come again for can make any point for maybe say Ambazonians they like burn people their taxi because now something where Ambazonians they don't talk in clean words. Say if they say Achu Super Road, they go fry them. So no be two La Republic the camp can make point again, maybe like say Ambazonian they do them. Now who not the full am? La Republic they can make that kind of point. We don't already talk in clean word. We see Achu Super the fry them. And we don't see that the fry them. So why La Republic go can fly taxi for put up for Amber their head where Amber don't tell you say go fry them. Where they say La Republic to say taxi must work. Say they don't kill all the people that they enforce taxi. Then they say La Republic will come again can fly taxi for put up Amber their head. They say La Republic they say don't kill all people that they enforce taxi. So some things that the way we don't make una understand. Say some of these people them, these weaver beds, as I don't always tell una. as they don't declaim, say they don't wipe ADF, then the way they don't kill ADF, the other nonsense, that they enforce taxi, they join black leg, then when they key fighter, they will post and say, and the people then this way they be the enforced taxi color, they don't kill them. Today they don't see people don't come for enforced taxi color. They want wipe that shame where they don't become the fool you, the lie you say they don't kill all people with the enforced taxi color no work. They want wipe that shame that they can't fool you now saying La Republic born taxi. Then he talks say military used to stand for that place. Why when military come up before they can attack you decrease? You know Mirador the way Amber get them. Amber get Mirador for all sides. Where me say Mirador there for that place. It is rather that area. As military they shake, they call Amber and say they don't shake. Amber they can carry on their action, they go. Yeah, fine. So you will come out with taxi. No say all over for inside Bamenda. Don't tell una. If you want to go bring una video. More film una the work out taxi, we see una, know una. We get Mirador all side. If una one time una tell me I go show una video tomorrow. You will do work out taxi, they show your picture, everything. Maybe you know say they know you, they know play where you stay.
As you support, as you promote, say me they fry my taxi. Well, you don't even know price for taxi. You don't even know how much they buy motor. As you support, say me they fry my taxi. You see, play where you use na bus card. That in Dubai where they use na bus card. You don't even get them, you don't even buy motor, right? Dubai where they did. Talk less for say buy motor, send up ground zero. Then you talk how me the fry some my taxi. Any man where they go fry person motor in the name say they so me paint the motor blue and white. When you say no fit paint on motor blue and white. When you say no fit even talks, no fit even hoist amber flag for their family compound. Because all the boys when I see around their mock so they no fit hoist Ambazonian flag for their family compound. They no fit hoist them. They say they go hoist amber flag for their family compound. They make video show them. Maybe make video show me the same now. Then call the place. Play when you come on me talk I'm always see them. They cannot do it, but they take different people in how they go pay their taxi them blue and white. Anyhow, karma is a bitch. The way the time will come, it will not be too far from now.
You know be paint white or blue. Back am. As I begin for Teuna, say it is so. This is war. As military they shake, they call Amber and say they don't shake. Amber they can carry on their action, they go.
Yes, as military then shake, they call ADF. ADF appear. It means say this so ADF no fit ever appear when military day. ADF no the ever face Ekelebe. ADF no the face La Republic soldier them. ADF no get any business with La Republic soldier them. ADF be business now with taxi driver. ADF be business now buy and sell them. ADF business now Okada people then. Then who be ADF the enemy? Now the population. ADF enemy now the population. ADF never ever. ADF no the face Ekelebe. This is what this boy is saying. This is exactly what this guy is saying, and he's speaking the truth. ADF they ever appear in a town where Ekelebe no day. When Ekelebe day, ADF they go hide. ADF they run. We don't see for Bambui, we don't see for Bui, we don't see them for inside Meme, Fako, we see them for other areas, then we see them for Boyo. How Ambazonian forces them. Ambazonian soldiers they attack Ekelebe, but ADF no they attack Ekelebe. When Ekelebe day, ADF they hide. ADF they run. When Ekelebe appear, ADF run. When Ekelebe they no day, ADF they appear now. They can't fry people their taxi, fry people their bike, can't commit their atrocity them. They go them. Who be ADF the enemy? My fellow Ambazonians there. Who be ADF the enemy?
Taxi colors. I know everybody is screaming. Everybody is uncertain. There are others who are attacking. The weaver birds are on the top of trees and they are screaming. Mainly in the great state of Mezam, they call for a change of taxi colors. One of the things I stated, and I've said this to the AGOVC, once the decision is out, I am not going to reverse the decision. Let me be absolutely clear. I will not reverse the decision.
Good afternoon, so they're born taxi then. Hot afternoon, and this hospital
For all una they cry for ground zero. Una do it to una fit do 100% una be right for go after the ADF. Una be right, it be within una right. All man from Bamenda una get right. Una get the right in self-defense for take report place with ADF then they any ADF who stand for town una get that right for report them because then be a clear problem of our people. Una trust me, they no get no place for hide. But I want to focus for what happened for Bamenda because of Mami call me. It don't leave impression for me where I must get for una. That Mami he call, he cry. Now big Mami way there for USA. He picking the ram bring it for USA. Me he can't take care for picking them for the me picking them to go work. He don't look that video where them bond that 2 taxi them for Bamenda. He cry. Say Capo, una no fit do something for Ayabacho. Una no fit do something for ADF. He cry, he penny. No be the first time, no be the second time, no be the third time. Now 4th time we the boy them for Ayabacho, they don't be motivated by Ayabacho. Then go born people that taxi. The first time them born a boy, a taxi, cripple. He cry, his whole life done finish. These people then they you give Mama Wali, all the people the way, na normal people the way they do Ayabacho. They see the thing them, they need to do anything. Time when Nasako and Chris Anu they misuse them. La Republic, the agent, they be infiltrate them, they use them for punish our people them because they take bribe. Then key soldier them, give excessive lockdown. All we will be standing talking now, which people then do for that IG, their group. They be even get a group Restoration Council. We will start exposing. See if we not come up for day. We not call Sako and Chris Anu to order. Una wona dey for egg of see una any man with una the support una dey listen for Ayabacho. Una dey see the born people that taxi for a stupid idea. We delay anything with the come up for Ayabacho mob. Say the one for change taxi color. Una don't watch that video them. Una she don't quiet. Una know what way mean for me them born person a taxi. Una know how many people them fit get taxi for Bamenda. So una feel say we will never make them kill our own people then. Bamenda people they don't ban ADF, they don't ban Ayabacho, it not be enough. Una trust me, they no get no place for hide. All man knows in a pure crimes against Ambazonia, against our people. Na pure act where the help Cameroon military for destroy our struggle, for destroy the soldiers, and for sideline the soldiers. The ADF, Ayabacho, they need to represent our people them. They need to represent their interests. Everything where they do it help for supporting La Republic. I want to talk for what people the way they cry for ground zero. Say, I be Bamenda boy, proud Bamenda boy, I know our capacity. When I get the right, as when I ran do yesterday, then key one ADF for instance, any ADF we did for town, I ran tell when I say me when I come up for town, all man for Bamenda, when I get right, when I get the right in self-defense, for take report place where ADF then they, any ADF when I stand for town, when I get that right, for report them because then be a clear problem of our people. They want a security matter. Now a cartel, they need to represent any political solution or any political agenda will be attainable. Just like their change for taxi color. They change for taxi color for blue and white. It be the same like any two way they stand for. Not with any two way be real. They fight for themselves. They fight for make their money. They block road them for make petrol may go up. La Republic will still come back and kill them. When I not learn what will happen for Yeki. When I not learn what will happen for Pastor Emma. For all una they cry for ground zero. Una do it to una fit do am. 100% una be right for go after the ADF. Una be right. It be within una right. I want to approve for una. Say all una. Any man way you know place where ADF there for Bamenda. We una run see which way they do. Una know which way they do. Una get the right for stop them. Una get the right for use any means possible for stop them. Now una right. Una no fish don't never made they burn people their property, ruin people their livelihood, keep people them. They don't keep 24 people there now for Bamenda this year. Yes, because we don't over highlight and they saw that they don't start be disciplined, they need to keep people them again. They had to be the killer, but it will still happen again. So today I want to put out this message. Say we'll be all heartbroken for the killing, for the burning of these properties of Bamenda by Ayabacho and the hoodlums. And we condemn everybody where they see support Ayabacho. Say, despite all these things, if you stand for support this group, that means say you are a wicked man. And we want shame Mama Wali, we want shame Mange, we want shame anybody who see deal with Ayabacho, or you see support them, or you see share their thing. Shame on you. You people are wicked, senseless. You people are the problem in our society. We must protect our people from the rock and the hard place. But this is the reality. People listen to the devil himself, my country people of La Republique, more than they listen to some Ambazonian activists. This is the reality.
Lesson number one, my country people talks about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong. So Ambazonians will thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
So when I don't hear what way Capo Daniel talk, it tell when I say the Anglophone civilian population, they get the right for use any means necessary for go after the ADF for protect themselves. What to be the difference between those people then for Bamenda where Capo Daniel to tell them this and me? Because me too, I've been Northwest Pekin, I've been Bamenda boy. And me too, I've been a victim of Ambazonian terrorism, where they attack me, they destroy my properties, they kidnap me as well. So me too, do I not have the right to use any means necessary for defend my life, for protect myself from the Amba terrorists? You understand? So now exactly what this way me I become to this realization and conclusion for 2018 when we are studying Black Legism. Today, Capo Daniel, don't can join me. So welcome all my country people them, the Black Legs and the Amber Fools, the way they don't join me today, the second day for August 2024. We get a very interesting presentation for Una. As Una see, I'm on the screen, we will play for Una some audios, the way they come out from the secret Amber terrorists, their WhatsApp group, where we don't infiltrate all their groups them. And also the Amber Fools, the day for here, they would listen, they would vex, they would bite, but they don't have a choice. Because not only me, I get this exclusive information, authentic information. So we'll get Lion Sin Escano. It talks say Anglophones are paying the price of marching on the streets in 2017. Everything has a price to pay. Absolutely. Now, make I digress more and also we don't reach 1 hour, 1 minute mark for this live broadcast. Make I digress more. Now, remember when this nonsense just started, 2017, the Amber Fools, they kind of talk about how may no man no pay bill, may no man no pay tax, may no man no pay Sonel, water bill, electricity bill, may no man no pay bill. Anglophones, they be the glad, they be the glad some kind way. Another time they will talk, our boys. Now, so they will talk, no, our boys, because our boys don't come now, they don't tell them, say, no man, no personnel. So these people, they now, whether you own a barber shop, or you own a municipality, or you own a wetty, they nobody pay them bills, electricity, water bills, and whatnot. The stupidity of Anglophones, them, it be endless, as I always tell now. They don't know, say, those things, them, the bills are electronic. And now the meter, it will still continue to turn, it will still continue to accumulate your bill. Just the fact say you never pay bill for 2 months, 3 months, no means say the bill it no be due. So especially for that area, then for Munya, for all that area, then for the outskirts of Boya, to be precise, they don't be paying no bills. And some areas in inside Bamenda, they don't really pay bills because at that time Sonel workers and Camwater and all of this, they no be fit enter into those communities them for enforce the payment of bills. They no fit enter for cut electricity. Small correction. Now electricity no be light. Wait Sonel or they call them now wait AES or wait the company they call them now wait the supply them to una they supply una electricity not light. Una they use the electricity for lighting, for heating, for charging your mobile phones, for power your generators, for power your refrigerators and all of those things. Then you need to use light for power your fridge. You need to use light for use your electric iron. You need to use light for charge your phone. You use electricity. Okay, so when I stop that stupidity and backwardness, where when I call them say light, all thing and light. No be light. Now electricity where did they supply them? So they nobody pay them electricity bill.
And because those workers, they don't even enter inside the quartier them for Munya and all those areas them for cut their meters them, cut their electricity for force them for pay. So they be think say Amber now good thing Amber don't can save them. Lord and behold, as time went on, they wipe the Amber, them wipe the shit, no wipe last, then kill them. So they now Amber, then they pass for that community again. Then they pass for Munya, then they still disturb for that area. So guess what? Sonel and all this Kamwata, all these companies now, they start to enter the community now for ask for their bills. By this time now, it don't be now 7 months or one, they don't go 1.5 years where they use their electricity, they know they pay. Two things that happen. One, some of those electricity, the grid, you know, like the poles and the wires, the cables, and all of those things, then the transformers, they break down due to maintenance, lack of maintenance, wear and tear, they break down. So now some of these communities now they go in darkness. They don't get electricity anymore. They start to cry. Where what's that Sonel day? Where we need technicians, we need engineers, and we can't fix them because as they talk for Cameroon, light don't cut. They don't cut my light. Light don't cut. Oh, transformer don't blow. A cable don't burn. The electric pole don't fall. Cartier don't get light. They start to cry, but they don't go for Amber for go cry. Oh, when the year cross, they don't go for Amber for go cry. Oh, but they be glad. Time when the Amber should know why blast illiterates, they be telling them they don't pay the bills. They be threatening the workers and say they don't pass that Cartier. Okay, when I think so they pay the workers them how? Would they pay them? Or when I think so they don't pay them salary, they just can't fix una electricity, give una the electricity so on job. No man they pay their salary, right? You don't get picking for school, you know the job, you don't get needs. Okay, so now time where now these things they don't dilapidate, they start to break down, and then now vast chunks of that Cartier they go into darkness. You know, they get blackouts because they don't get electricity. Now the same community started cry. They started beg, say, Cameroon government, I beg, can't help you. We don't get electricity, or as they talk, we don't get light. And then now, time where they don't finally can reinstall the electricity, they don't fix the transformers, then put back the electric poles and connect the cables, then rewire the whole grid, put back electricity in that community. Now the bill collectors, they enter back inside the community too. They start to ask for their bills. By this time now, some people, they don't go 1 year, 1.5 years, or even 6-7 months. They never pay bills. Now they can't give them bills. Imagine, say, if you repay your electricity for your shop, you will pay like 40,000 a month. You don't go 10 months, you never pay. Guess how much you owe now? 400,000 francs. Can you cry? And this is what I call Anglo-foolery. You may think that they can't give now the electricity on job because Amber talks so. The electricity bill don't be now waiting 400,000 francs. So one day, imagine say if you be paying the electricity bill now like 60,000 francs because for example, if you run a cold store where you get freezers them and refrigerators and you consume quite a lot of electricity and you will pay like 70, 80 to 100,000 francs a month for your electricity, and it don't be now 1 year, 1.5 years, you never pay your electricity because Amber said so. Time don't reach now way, they don't come now, can't ask their bills, then guess what? 1.7 million. How many cold stores a day where they just fork out 1.7 million, 1.2 million for pay for electricity bill? And if you no pay, they cut up. And that's your business gone. Why? Amber said so, because Amber be talk so fantastic. So now just I'll be one for digress, explain for now this particular dynamic because of this thing where Lion Sin Escanor, this is a comment we put them on the screen. He talks say Anglophones are just paying the price of the marching where they be the march on the streets for 2017. Everything has a price to pay. Yes, including electricity. If you use them, you pay for it. No binjo. No things say so because Amber talks to me when I no pay, you just use it. And that's what people they be glad. Now, so people they be glad for Moyan, for Bamenda, for all Benin Corner. They say Amber now are picking them. They don't come. They don't. We know they pay. No, we know they pay light. Now so they know they pay light again. We know they pay light. We know they pay. Right. My people suffer and die because of ignorance, massa. Sorry, say I not to spend too much time. We just celebrate. We would enjoy our life. We do now. And I don't miss for the talk with my country people. And when we just talk, so as we talk, so they laugh, they go. It is fantastic. So we get Ben Ismaila. Hassan, it's a Igbe, your cafe day up. It day up, 100% up. Your own too. Just share. I don't realize whenever I put what number on the screen for live broadcast, I actually get dozens of people then they message me and then they talk, say add me for group. So it's surprising to me, say plenty of people they don't know Countryman in number. My telephone number don't be broadcasted all over the place. Once again, my country people them, my telephone number now +44 749 519 8739. Share them around the world. Send them for all man, whether an amber, black leg, yellow leg, blue leg. Send them for all man. Make it join my WhatsApp groups. Them don't care. Okay, make them join. Share them. Imagine some people they can't tell me, say, Countryman, can I share your number with people? I ask you, say, how did you get my number in the first place? They say I found it in your page. I say exactly. I publish it publicly, which means it's for the public. Everyone share them, share them. So now the telephone number that for people the way they want my number. Now in that, una no shy for share them. Una share them with all una cousins, una country people then, so that they will contact me. They join my WhatsApp groups them, and I go add them inside the groups them, and fantastic. We'll march on. So we'll get a fee Masha or Benson again. He day here or Benson Makia talks about Mendazonia madness. So now I want una for listen to this telephone conversation. Una know say these idiots, they no trust each other. So when they call each other, they both of them they go start to record the telephone call. And after they record the telephone call, sooner or later it go there for social media because now Facebook country. So this telephone call between Scam and Congo and Capo Daniel, it will be recorded by Capo Daniel and published, of course. So when I listen, because they're going to talk now about Una Countryman, the king of all the black legs, because me I they live inside their heads where I know they pay rent. When I listen to the conversation, it be interesting, it be entertaining, but most importantly, it be very revealing about how we defeat them, how we control them, and how they be confused. My country people them when I digest this conversation.
This guy in particular, Konda Titus, this guy particularly, Konda Titus, he don't try to come against you, come against your family. And not only you be one of the reliable people they would in a ramito face to face. Those are the people that way, if you fit expose them in a meaningful way, the population will feel no say these are the people. Expose the people the way they even try to promote the war. Even when the war go down, they'll be willing to even give weapon or people they show for TV for show say war to go on. We then continue the stay for the government money then. Then I think say we'll get common ground
you see that boys go.
Yeah.
No man don't know you for Francophone zone. No man don't know you for Francophone zone. If you only know it because you talk English, no man don't know you for Francophone zone. So it be almost insignificant. I just a Tanganji, Mindef, Beti Asomo, Mbankwi, and Ngongo, who knows him, who talk with him, who empowers him. Apart from that, no significant person in the Francophone zone is aware of his existence. That young man called Konda Titus, nobody knows his existence in Francophone Zone. However, we don't denounce it time and again. We don't denounce it time and again. And a lot of the activities, I don't see a lot of
trying to find way to show his face. People that know say now he face now this one. Now the person this media identify because for our public.
I get the face.
Because for our public, this is very critical.
I get the real name. Yes, I get the face, I get the real name. And I even get the ID card or something like that. I get the human a picture, I get the papa, a human, a papa, a phone number, I get the house address, all those things. Yes, because a lot of people that are surrounding, they communicate me, they tell me the reality of it. So I get all the picture, I get the data.
Now the thing in that way, if you help for we go really make them, even for our side, people that go really gain a voice for here for you. Because now the things in that way, I think say it could be helpful, you know. You never ever meet the man face to face.
No, I never ever meet up face to face. But I get people that they don't meet up face to face on my behalf. That's a small boy, and that's a very small, insignificant to give. Very, very insignificant. Very, very insignificant.
No, but
so
he's very significant. And he's the one causing all the killing in Ground
very
Zero.
insignificant.
He's the one causing the killing in Ground Zero, misleading the Cameroon army to attack villages and things like that. So he's the one pushing the struggle, even on Ambazonia side, provoking people here and there, just like Moja Moja.
That's true.
So our people deserve to have those type of people exposed. Their identity needs to be revealed to the public so that everywhere he is, people will know that this is the demon that is causing this, prolonging this war and the suffering of our people. So anyway, if you get time, send out to me, my
and I still be willing to do that, not because you talk to me, but because that's the right thing to be done, because what he's doing is a very wrong job. I've told him, I've told Clovis, I've told Bertu some time, and I said, listen, me.
I'll be telling when I say the audio, it be interesting and revealing, right? So now the entertainment that Capo Daniel, a want for expose when a countryman. It ask Scam and Congo if you get the pictures and everything else. It want for expose. Can you imagine the stupidity of these people? The one person where they fight Wuna so-called revolution. The one individual since 2018 till date 2024. Wuna they still finding a final person where they enter for Yaoundé, Douala, Kumba, Boya, Bamenda, make videos, live video, and then come out. Wear mask. That was before coronavirus. When I still finding a find them. And then Scam and Congo tell he know the guy, he get the face, he get the real name, he get the pictures, he get the telephone number, he get the house address. And now what? You have all of that details. What can you do? You see how insignificant Una be? You see the noise making? You see how Una they stupefy on ourselves on a daily basis. You have all of this detail about this one individual. But you are incompetent, inept, and impotent. You cannot do anything. Because I pass Una. I pass Una for sense, I pass Una for book, I pass Una for violence. Yes. Una not threaten me because nothing. No the way una go do for me, we are not going to do for una 10 times worse. This one, not be 2018, 2019, 2020. We then now for 2024. Una not get the monopoly of violence. We too will be prepared for spill that blood, for break those eggs, for chop omelette too. So any person where you even think, if you even get the notion, say you feel threaten me, una countryman, and then you don't miss road. Nothing, not under the sun or the moon, where una fit do for me, where I not fit do for una 100 times worse, not just 10 times worse, but 100 times worse. I know some of una don't even can leave stupid messages and talk to this, so when I go target my family, like Eric Tato be make a whole live broadcast, said on mask countryman, said they go take Gary, go get for your family. Listen, no human being, no be island. And gone are those days where the Amber terrorists, they think, say, they get the monopoly on violence, the monopoly for threatening people then. Yes, all the Ambazonia terrorists, when I get family members, them too. And if needs be, we go compromise them too. That is not a threat, it is a promise. And when I know now, say, I need to make them mob, we get the capability and the capacity for also start wipe on them too. So if you be family member for Capo Daniel, I know your papa, I know your village, I know your sisters them, I know who's away your family members the day. I don't do my homework. If you be family member for Eric Tato, Capo Daniel, As Lucas, Ayabacho Lucas, and the rest of them, tell your family member, say it day so, the shoe now a day on the other foot. We the black legs, we need to just post sunshine for Facebook. We get the capability to for touch when I was where it hurts. And like I talk, we know they just make empty propaganda. We know they just make empty threats. We know they threaten nobody. We promise you hell. I mean say hell. Ask Oliver Lekiaka, Christopher Anu, If he talks say he brother na so-called field marshal, king for Libya alone, will not go for after his mommy or his sister where the day in Yaoundé will be easy. Forget them. No, we carry the firewood, enter inside Bangwa land for the area where we not talk say now we not liberated area where we not talk say we not be king inside. We go knock you for head with firewood. That one that for demonstrate to you the capabilities where we not countryman it get them. So if you want to make enemies with me, despite the fact that I don't prove for una since 2018, my capabilities them unequivocally what me I be capable of doing. Una call me the devil himself.
But this is the reality. People listen to the devil himself, my country people of La Republic, more than they listen to some Ambazonian activists. This is the reality.
Una call me the devil himself. Yes. I wear that as a medal of honor. When it comes to my enemies recognize me as the devil. And I am much, much worse than you can ever fathom.
No man don't know you for Francophone zone. No man don't know you for Francophone zone. If you only know it because you talk English, no man don't know you for Francophone zone. So it be almost insignificant. I just a Tanganji, Mindef, Beti Asomo, Mbankwi, and Ngongo, who knows him, who talk with him, who empowers him. Apart from that, no significant person in the Francophone zone is aware of his existence. That young man called Kundata, nobody knows his existence in Francophone zone. That's a small boy, and that's a very small, insignificant to give. Very, very insignificant. Very, very insignificant.
No, but so, he's very significant. He's the one causing all the killing in Ground Zero. He's the one causing the killing in Ground Zero, misleading the Cameroon army to attack villages and things like that. So he's the one pushing the struggle, even on Ambazonian side, provoking people here and there.
So when I hear Scam and Congo, they try to convince Capo Daniel, say, no, the man is not significant. Why would Capo Daniel tell say, no, he is very significant. This is the best place to keep your enemy. You need them to be confused for this level. They don't know what is right or wrong, what is up or down. They don't know anything where they go on. Everything, it always catch them now by surprise because they fight amongst themselves about what is real and what is not real. That is the state of Ambazonian terrorism. One simple conversation between the two of them, they confuse themselves about the significance or insignificance of my country people. Them. So Scam and Congo go on for tell it, and this is very interesting. Scam and Congo talk say, for Francophone zone, no man, no country people, unless you talk English, and then they go on for talk say, the only people them where they support you and they empower you na Antanganji, Mindef, Beti Asomo, Colonel Mbankwi, and Gongo. Hi, for tell una how stupid these people they be. Ma tell una something my country people them. These names them where it just come off for column so. Antanganji Paul, now Minister of Territorial Administration, one of the most powerful ministries in the whole country. Mindef, now Minister of Defense, Beti Asomo, literally it controlled the army, the military. And then you get Ngongo, now the Secretary General at the presidency. When now you get President Paul Biya's signature, what that one mean? Now say, when President Paul Biya no day, the person where they sign on his behalf, now Ferdinand Ngongo. So he literally mentioned the three most important ministries for Cameroon, the three most important people for Cameroon: Minister for Defense, Minister, Secretary General at the presidency, and Minister of Territorial Administration. It talks about the three people in that, where they empower you, plus Colonel Mbankwi. Colonel Mbankwi, now person that way he be in charge of military intelligence. It talks about these four people them. If these four people that support you and they empower you, who else do you need? Who else do you need? It means that you get the whole Cameroon, right? Do you even need any other person? No. So you see how stupid these people they be. Who else do you need in the whole country if these 4 people then they empower you and they support you? And make una understand this dynamic as well. And one of the things in this way, make a hell of these kind of fools that make they understand something. Countrymen no get interest for politics inside Cameroon. And maybe now one of the things in this way, they blind them because themselves now political creatures them. Now people in that way, they crave power. They want for be heard. They want for be honored. They want for be recognized and known by the population, by many people. Them they like celebrity. They like that attention. So for them, they want that attention. So to them, if they see some person where you know get that attention to them, they try to look down on that person. Some people the day where they don't need crowds. They only need 3 or 4 people them. And those 3 or 4 people them, if one of them na Mindef, the other one na Ferdinand Gongo, the other one na Minister for Territorial Administration, the other one na Colonel Bankwi, then who else do you need? You see how stupid they be? They project their own self-inferiority complex onto others because they want the attention of the gallery. They want the attention of the masses. They want people for call their name, for hail them. And then they think saying that all man want that. No, be all man want attention, idiots. No, be all man want attention. So now Scam and Congo, you own that. But then, if you talk about Francophone zone, who cares about the Francophones? No Francophone man never carry gun, it destabilizes the Anglophone zone. The people, the way they carry their guns, they talk about making your territory ungovernable, talking about Monday lockdowns and ghost towns and yellow taxi color and all of that nonsense. Now Anglophones. And now the people in that way, I want their attention and to get my messages to them. And now why that way I choose, despite the level of my education, despite the grammar where I fit talk, I decide for use pidgin because now the language way the amber terrorist shit no wipe last way they inside bush, right inside Ikilwindi to Ndop, right to Bui, all the way to Momo, Fako, Ndian. That shit no wipe last way carry guns, it destabilize the Anglophone zone, it go hear me. Ye mommy, your family members, loved ones that they go hear me. Now why that way I choose for talk for pidgin? I don't care about any person, your attention, whether he love me or he hate me, I don't care. I get the message delivered. I get the job done. And now why that way Capo Daniel, it go through the pains for explain to Scam and Congo, say no, but this guy is very significant. This guy is very effective at what he does. It go on for talk about how we now nobody not even Amber they promote the so-called war. It accuse Black Legs and said that they promote war. Say even when war they go down, now ye admission say we don't defeat them. Say the so-called Ambazonian nonsense, the so-called war, it they go down. Now Capo Daniel talk to me. He say even when the war they go down, he said they be willing for give guns and for people then for show for TV for say war they still go on. So you see how you see the disconnect, and for make the point it be abundantly clear for Unama country people them, I go play the same Capo Daniel ye own videos them. Video, no be just picture. Videos where it wear army khaki, when I listen to what where ye the talk. The person where they accuse we say now we the promote war. Now in this, when I listen.
Morning, Ambazonian. Nami Capo Daniel, the Deputy Defense Chief of the Ambazonia Defense Forces. Today around Campo for launch a campaign to raise up 1,000 new voices in the bushes for inside Ambazonia for self-defense purposes, with the objective, say the 1,000 boys they will rise up for pick up arms that could be capable for defend the block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, for give opportunity and more chances and more freedom for the nationalist forces, the ADF, and our sister forces to implement our takeover plan. So now welcome, I'm going to give a series of videos for Tishuna about the use of weapons. Yes, I love weapons. This one is my baby. This one M4. It be a legal gun for inside Hong Kong and for many other countries. Yes, I love weapons. This one is my baby. This one M4. Yes, I love weapons. This one is my baby. This one M4. fellow Ambazonians. Now me, Capo Daniel, the commander-in-chief of the Ambazonian Dark Forces, a guerrilla fighters who walk in the shadow of the dark.
So now in that, now video, no be me at the talk. So they salute, he wear uniform, military khaki, we no get rank. Then he call himself commander-in-chief of the so-called Dark Forces. He say way they be na a guerrilla fighters with an S. The point of this self, not even for correct grammar, because if we want for correct na English, then we go there here till thy kingdom come. But the point where they make an answerity. Now the person that way today it accused another person of promoting a war. Hey, these people they not get an iota of the idea of irony. Now ye way it wear military khaki. Now ye way they try for court military salute. Now ye they pretend for be a commander-in-chief of so-called armed forces. But it accuse a different person of promoting the war.
Expose the people the way they did, even try to promote the war. Even when the war go down, they'll be willing to even give weapons or people they show on TV for show say war to go on.
He say even when the war they go down, different people they be willing for give guns, may they go she don't show on for TV. Is that not what he is doing right now? What is the difference? But this is when I watch this other one at the camp.
Come massively and support the initiative to buy arms and to sustain the armed resistance against Cameroon. We have slowed down a little bit with our IED attack because of strategic operations that are ongoing. The Mbengwi Road is continually being blocked as a result of our military operation. By this weekend, we will review that situation, but there are ongoing military operations in the Mbengwi Road, and we ask our civilians to continue as they have been, to respect the order we have put in place. Drivers should be patient. This is very important because it is about, yes, I love weapons. This one is my baby. This one M4. Yes, I love weapons. This one is my baby. This one M4.
So Nakapo Daniel Dad, he say, I love weapons. This is my baby. It is showing a gun. He wear military khaki. At this time, he be still being a so-called deputy defense chief for the ADF, Ayabacho gang. Because today na ye and Ayabacho na pussy and rat. But at that time, it be still there with ADF. So now person that way it be the wear khaki. Ma ask una something my country people them. Which day when I don't ever see any person for country people platform, a wear military khaki, military uniform like this, a stand with gun in the record video for proof for people then, for full people then say they so war they go on. So now the Shumbudis, when that them be they promote war or whatever way they call them, the nonsense say make your territory ungovernable. Not them this. Now the spokesperson for ADF or AGOFC, he wear military khaki. He say he want recruit 1,000 of different people. They are picking them all. He hold a gun, but he there now for Facebook. He there abroad. He want now you or you are picking the gullible shit. No way blast them. May they come join the Ambazona terrorism. Make we begin kill them every single day. Display their dead body in public. But he no ever can carry the gun himself. Now today, after they don't fail, because my ask now, if he be succeed for recruit the so-called 1,000 picking them as he be want, if he be succeed, when I think say for the beg for devolution today, when I think say for the beg for negotiation today, no, enough for the beg for nothing. Why? Because if I get the picking them where they day on the ground, for continue for the do the kidnapping for ransom, for give them the leverage, for go say they want for negotiate or whatever. But now as a result of our systematic, meticulous hard work, for sunshine, the few one the way they get them in the bush and bring about consequences, they kill them, throw their dead body in public spaces, them. It don't make another, no feel recruit one gullible Anglophone youth, make it go carry gun again. As a result of that, we don't take away that leverage where they be things that they get them. Now, why that way today? It is beg for negotiation, it is beg for autonomy or devolution or whatever, and it is cry. Say, even when war they go down, why? Why the war they go down? Now, because of the effectiveness of we, the black legs, where we compromise the shit, no white blast, where you be one for recruit them, send them for bush. We don't kill them. So you don't say and say, chai. Country people, they don't win. They don't win too much. At the beg for negotiation, at the beg, Papa beg. I want for beg for one and indivisible Cameroon. Now, why that way? Today, language don't change. But if they talk, say, if they call himself, say, Deputy Defense Chief or Commander-in-Chief of the Dark Forces, them just a few months ago, if they call himself, say, CIC, they will record this kind of stupid video when I see I'm on the screen right now. They will post them for Facebook for 2018, 2019. The propaganda will be flow for Facebook. ADF Bui Brigade, ADF Momo Brigade, ADF up, ADF down. Yes, with the Shola Republic, we don't take down Amoka. We don't do this. The takeover plan, the this and that. All of that noise. What was it? When nobody try for project strength, for sure say war to go on. For tell how much we don't defeat Ambazonia terrorism. Today for 2024, they cry. Say war they go down, I beg me gonna live and make it go down. It may no man no can show gun for TV anymore. When you don't beat your enemy for that level, where the things then where it be the do it accuse you of doing it. That is the height of ultimate victory for we the black legs them. They cry. Say now we even want now you see that kind of situation where your enemy want to do something. They do them. You defeat them, reach for level where now you do the thing where the enemy be doing, the enemy they beg you say make you no do it. Now wait that way they happen for Amber terrorists today. Where they talk say this, so we even be prepared for give guns them for other people. They may they go show and say what they go on. You know go dictate when way the Ambazonia terrorism may end. We go dictate. We go decide when it end. Time when I be carry the guns them, they record the kind of stupid videos them. When I be thinking say when I get the monopoly for make stupid video put on for Facebook. When I be thinking say now when I they all and all, when I be convinced when I say when I they win, slowly but surely, meticulously, we'll grind them, we'll wipe them, and as we kill them, we'll throw the diabolic for public. We'll make and now they don't get the capability for recruit any new gullible Anglophone youth for carry guns. As a result of that, they can't beg with today say where I beg war they go down, make we just leave them. Make we know the try for sure say war still day. I beg when I can't talk with we no. When I beg, maybe when I just can't talk with we, we'll accept defeat, we'll be one and indivisible Cameroon. We'll just give you small thing no, just give you small autonomy no. You will not decide that. You will not. So I could make the last point. It could be about face-to-face meeting. When I listen to a short clip from Scam and Congo, and I go bring in my analysis for that one.
You know, you never ever meet the man face to face.
No, I never ever meet up face to face. But I get people that they don't meet up face to face on my behalf. That's a small boy, and that's a very small, insignificant to give. Very, very insignificant.
So when I don't hear Capo Daniel, he ask Scam and Congo say, you never ever meet up countryman. And Scam and Congo tell you say no, he never actually meet up face to face. I want to make a point to this. Now when I feel to understand why we countryman, like I tell you, I don't get no interest for popularity. I go meet up only people then, like how is Scam and Congo don't talk. Person like the Secretary General for Presidency, person like the Minister for Defense, person like the Minister of Territorial Administration, I go meet up all those kind of people then. But if you be just being a person, like the question why they always ask, because plenty of people, then whenever they discover say I'm there for Cameroon, someone go start to give me his schedule, someone go start to talk, say, oh, I go there for Yaoundé on this so and so day. That is not my business. Okay? I don't want to meet any person. Some people, the way they talk, someone go tell me how it be black leg, it just want for meet up me. And the question why they asking, I say, how does that further our black legism? If you meet up me face to face, how does that move our black legism from the position it is now to a better position? They don't get answer. They just want meet up. And at the mistake this way, plenty of people they make, and because they seek for fame, unnecessary attention. You go see them. You say I be bushfaller. Some person will go Cameroon. The next day, Facebook don't flop. Picture them, all kind of people. Then you meet up some picture there for Facebook. I don't care about those things. I don't care about popularity or fame. I don't care whether people they know me or they like me or not. It does not bother me. I know be politician. I don't want the unnecessary attention. I don't want for meet up no person. So for all Wuna, black legs or not, whenever they Cameroon, I make a live broadcast there for Yaoundé or wherever. And when I want for meet up me, stop it. I don't go meet up no person. And now some of the reasons than this. Imagine, say, if I be there like those kind of people, the way they want unnecessary attention. Every time I there for Cameroon, I don't meet up people them were the highest of the highest for Cameroon. Some of them they were scam and Congo says don't call their names and for yeah. I not get one picture. Even for my own personal keeping, I don't have it. Because those things are not the kind of things that move me or you know, it not be important. It not be important. For example, knowing that me, okay, make I put them this way. If me, I ever arrive at a situation where I get to prove for some person, say I don't meet up Minister for Defense, or I don't meet up Prime Minister, or I don't meet up President, or whatever. If I dare for that kind of situation, then I don't already lost. There is no point. So me, I there for that situation now way. Now other people there, my own enemies them, like the scam and Congo them, like the Capo Daniel them, now them. They inform each other, say, no, this countryman, as you wanna see, so it get connections, so it get connection right for presidency, it get connections right for Minister for Defense, right for Minister for Territorial Administration. That guy get connections. Now them they talk about me. Me, I no need for blow my own trumpet. You understand? So I don't need picture with Prime Minister or Pa Ntanganji Paul or Pa Betty Asomo. I don't need picture with them for proof for any person say I know them personally. I don't need them. I don't need for take picture with no person. And if I ever tell you, say I've been time, for example, in conversations and it don't happen once or twice where I get some conversation with some person for Yaoundé, and I explain, say, when I had a conversation because I be explain for some person, I be there in the forum, and the people they don't even know who I be, and I explain for them, say, listen, what's really happen for Anglophone zone? Now we get the onus is on us. Now we get the responsibility for find solutions and for destroy ambassador terrorism. If we not the wait, say some Yaoundé man or military, it can't do it not go happen. They ask me, say, how you know? I tell them, say, because I don't talk to the people the way they be in charge, face to face. But yeah, so Moise tell me which way they go on, and based on my interactions with these kind of people, then face to face, no mean I say yes, no mean that telephone call. I think make this judgment for una, for tell when I say we need for eradicate ambassador terrorism ourselves. Make we know the weight a different person who can't do it for we. And then the person it be confused or it be taken as a point of mockery because it be just assume, say, I did make the story up. So, and that's where the conversation ended because I no need for proof for nobody. Say me I did talk with the Mindef face to face, one-on-one, or whatever. If you ever there for that position where you get to prove, where you get for move picture show and say, see, I be there with Prime Minister, I there for your office, you see picture, no, I be there with me minister, I be there with this. When you don't reach for that level, then you're not there for my level. You never reach my level. If you're there for that level where you get to prove for person, say you don't meet up this man, you don't meet up this man. I there for that level where big people they want for meet up me, as well as me I want for meet up them. No mean I just say now me I want for meet up them because I get something to contribute. Not just I go for them for go back something. No, I have something to contribute. So they also get vested interest for see me or for hear what you I get for talk. Now the difference that so all the people the way they always whenever I there for Cameroon or when I want for meet up me, whether you be military man, you be chief for USA, you be principal for USA, I take God name back una, it no go happen. Maybe in the next 10 years or whatever, or after we don't destroy ambassador terrorism, then we fish on for whether we want for going for hotel de pite, we go on for the chop gambas, fine restaurant the day for Yaoundé day or whatever, we can do that. But until then, for as long as we still fight ambassador terrorism, I beg when I leave and make we just continue the fight. No face-to-face meetings.
Cho Ayaba comes out so bitter. In fact, when he made that audio, I thought he was going to come out to to tell us those other battles or where the ADF was fighting. That is the man on the screen there. I thought he was going to come out tell us. I thought he was going to come out to tell us where the ADF was fighting, or at least to congratulate our restoration fighters. No, Cho Ayaba came out, launched attacks at Dr. Sako, launched attacks at Chris Anu. Shouldn't he be telling us where his boys are fighting all this time with this firepower that we see on the ground? Barrister John.
Yeah, look, Chris,
before I say it, look at the way he's dressed. In which academic institution in England will you have an academic man like this?
I don't know. Now you are saying that, not me saying that, but it's
well, let me tell you, these our enablers are now ashamed. I listened to John Akoro the other day talking about the Swiss stocks and that they are eminent. I listened to him and I looked and I said, look at a hypocrite. I don't know how they are walking themselves back, but let me tell you, Joe Ayaba has made a concerted decision that he will not return to Ambazonia. Otherwise, he should be on his knees now begging. Look at him. This is a man with blood in his hands. Look at his face. He's a killer. He knows that he comes to Ambazonia, he will not survive. So he is sticking to his guns. But people like John Bakoro and others, and Ayuk Tabe is now preaching the gospel. I don't know. Then they're now eating Gary. And all those kidnappings are orchestrated by remnants of the ADF in Mankon and leased with Bafut. Look, that cross and die man is in is somewhere in Tanka. And there is a remnant ADF camp in Tanka, and they should know our restoration forces will come after them. The Alabo camp has been reconstituted into an ADF camp, and there are a few of them there terrorizing every Ambazonian from Meta through Mankon and beyond, kidnapping them and taking ransom. We have a job to do, Chris. We have to go after these guys and decimate them.
Yes, you are very right.
It is uncalled for, because when they do it, it falls on the interim government, and
Correct.
that is what we cannot accept. Look, that cross and die man is coordinating all the kidnapping in Mankon and Quen, and connecting it to Bafut. There are remnant guys in Bafut. There's a certain General Tiger in Bafut whose work is only to kidnap people.
The Tiger one alone, he is the worst amongst them.
He's the worst. I mean, we should go after people like that. The Bafut 7 Qatar to shake to take note. I am talking with our commander Wilson, the military coordinator down in Mezam, to ensure that they clean up all of Bafut, all of Mankon, all those kidnappers in Mankon and Bafut, because anybody who claims to be neutral in Mankon, he looks like an evil man who has met with the Gandhi, Kaulo, or whatever. Look at him.
Well, he may not look like an Ambazonia, but he apparently looks like a head cutter. He has promised to cut heads.
He goes around telling people that he represents. He told Biafrans that he represents the southern Cameroons. Listen, that man is. I think he has decided that he is not returning to Ambazonia. Otherwise, he is the first to have come and apologize and clean up himself. All the people that he has killed, all our restoration forces that he has killed. How is he going?
Ebenezer is supposed to have been out of act a long time, since last year. Let me tell you what we do not know. Ebenezer has been meeting with French Cameroon government behind ARC since March of 2020. And it took them, it took a lot of pressure from ARC on Ebenezer to even accept that they met with La République du Cameroun, ECO, and a delegation, I think, 9 or 10 from Cameroon. They met in Accra, Ghana. They arrived at some at some resolutions, assignments that Ebenezer would carry out within ACT. And in that arrangement, in those resolutions, Ebenezer was supposed to bring some of the leaders, the major leader, of course, Dr. Sako and others, so they can meet secretly, privately with La République du Cameroon. Ebenezer contacted Dr. Sako, and Dr. Sako said, no, I am not going to be having any private meeting with La République du Cameroon. We should meet at the negotiation table. I believe he also contacted other members in ARC, but they turned down that invitation. But Ebenezer continued to deal and negotiate with La République du Cameroon until now. Yesterday, over the weekend, he announced these ghost towns shutdown. Just so he can prove, ladies and gentlemen, to La République du Cameroon, that the APLM, the SOCADEF, that his SOCADEF is able to enforce, and he essentially wants to present himself as a major power. In the reliefs that Akwanga and his team sent out into ARC, posted in the ARC forum, they said, where does Ebenezer Akwanga have fighters on the ground, totals of territories?
Senator Chris, I could tell you that one area where Akwanga could have fighters is Matobutu. But the fighters in Matobutu are being taken care of by the government of the Ambazonia, of the interim government. Akwanga had fighters sometime everywhere, but these fighters, because they are not being taken care of, some have just left and joined their local government. So right now, I have asked Akwanga representative in the ARC to tell me where they have their forces. Where do you have forces? They say it's top secret. What top secret? Tell me where we have forces in Ambazonia. I will tell you, the IG have forces in every county in Ambazonia. I will tell you the counties and the local government that don't have forces. Some countries we have forces in few local governments, and we don't have forces in all the local government. I will tell you that what is that top secret? What is top secret about knowing which territory you control and where are they? When has SOCADEF ever enforced anything? Now, when we give an order, the SOCADEF fighters, the ones that are in Mato, they respond because they are being taken care of by the local government. You know, they have been taken by the local government. So if you ask me that, Chris, at one time they said this fighter in Muyenge was SOCADEF. You can say you've heard some of the Udora that come. Opopo gets support from the IG.
And which are those territories that SOCADEF controls? Where are they? In Amazonia. You had a show to announce your ghost town shutdown, and the only person commenting on your show was your wife. If you had troops occupying some territories on the ground, I mean, you have troops occupying territories on the ground, and you do not have supporters to support you on the social media, and only your family has to be commenting. Ladies and gentlemen, what is beginning to happen in this struggle is that finally, we are beginning to see the black legs. They are emerging. And again, I agree with those of you who say ARC ought to suspend Ebenezer from that movement, because apparently, personally, I will not sit in any meeting where Ebenezer is in there, because he is a black leg within us, furnishing La République du Cameroon with everything that we discuss in there. All right, let me get to my panelists. Bishop John, I will start with you, sir. I believe you heard me. That is what happened at the weekend. Ebenezer Akwanga put out a release, printed leaflets in Ghana, transported them to Ground Zero. Who distributed those flyers on the ground? Because I don't believe anybody who is an Ambazonian, a patriot, went out distributing those leaflets, knowing what La République du Cameroon army will do. Who do you think distributed those flyers on the ground?
Okay. Senator Chris, I think that we still have a pocket of enablers in Ambazonia who will do anything for pay. People who have sold their soul and they don't care about our freedom. There are some people who are very ignorant, and they think that by serving La Republic or serving their personal interest is going to do any good to them. They end up losing their lives. You know, but if you just come on TV and declare that you have forces and you are not taking care of that forces, you are not making sure they are abiding by the rules, and you allow those forces to be kidnapping people and to eat. They have to kidnap people to eat, you know, because that's the only way they can get money by force. So you come and say that you have forces. Where do they have forces and what are they doing? We are yet to find out, to know where he has forces. In fact, I'm waiting for the report to know where those ghost towns were.
Afternoon, so they born accident. What afternoon? And this hospital roundabout. Afternoon, so they born accident. What afternoon? And this hospital roundabout.
My country people them. Now they work this for the Ambazonia terrorists, the ADF. Today, number 30th of July 2024, the Rongo Born taxi them shoot at Anglophone civilians and for hospital runabout for Bamenda. Of course, this nonsense about yellow taxi color for Bamenda, not only Bamenda thing, because this Ambazonia nonsense, now Bamenda struggle. People they were there for Kumba, for Boya, for the whole of Southwest, they know nothing about this stupidity where they happen inside Bamenda. But it be good because these taxi men them and Okada riders them, not them, be the sponsor Ambazonia terrorism. Not them, they carry their girlfriend and go get them, transport ammunition and weapons and all of those things them. So now with the Amba terrorists, they don't launch war against Una, Una get na only one option. Una get for fight back. Una get for report to the authorities them, all their hideouts them. Una know all they shumbu them, make we wipe them, kill them. Now the only way that for Una for gain peace back inside Bamenda. But the good thing we are overlike him about this Ambazonia nonsense about yellow taxi color changing to a Facebook color blue and white. Now say it don't give we opportunity for wipe plenty of them. More than 17 of the shit no white blast don't be killed in the past 1 month as a result of this stupidity. We saw on a so-called Commander Stone Day will wipe them. They replace it with Commander Iron, right? Will wipe them, kill them to them. And then the so-called Commander Dad for Alabu Kamusai Day will wipe them. And on the 3rd of July 2024, we become really close for can't kill that shit no white blast we call it General JC, where real name Nafonui Christopher. So small we go catch monkey and go wipe all the shit no white blast them inside Bamenda. That is the only solution. Any person we want go appease Ambazonia terrorists, that one na your business. If you think say you want for dialogue, negotiate, or appease Ambazonia terrorists, good luck. They know to fight na Cameroon government. They need to fight na Cameroon military. They need to fight na governor or SDOs or the DOs them inside Bamenda. They know how their offices the day. Gendarmerie, the military, they know how the day. They no go for day. They come now for hospital runabout. Who's how no gendarme no day. They can't burn na your taxi. As a matter of fact, if gendarme or police or army if be there for that hospital runabout, then kunyam cowards shit no white blast there for run. They know for pass today. They only come now who's how they citizen and civilians the day for day. Because their only thing where they fit do their power now on top Anglophone civilians them. But I don't blame them. I blame now the Anglophone civilians them because at the end of the day, you go ask yourself, say, now who the born taxi them for Bamenda? Now Anglophone picking them. Yes. And then the next question I say, who give them the guns? Aha. That is a very good question. Now President Paul Biya, no, nobody President Paul Biya give them the guns. Now Anglophones, they buy them the guns to give them. It don't backfire on we get to face the consequences of our own actions. Ambazonia terrorism now our responsibility for clean our communities. Now we born the picking them. Now we buy the guns, give them, and now we get the responsibility for end the madness. My country people them. And the fact said this shit no white blast they can't burn yellow taxi them. Now for tell when I say that their stupidity don't fail. How many taxi them for Bamenda they don't change their color to Facebook nonsense colors? Not a single taxi for Bamenda don't change the colors. and not a single taxi for Bamenda, it will change the colors to Facebook colors. No will happen because no in a Facebook country we live in. We live inside one and indivisible Cameroon where green, red, yellow, now the flag for Cameroon, and they get another yellow star for middle, where it means a yellow, now the colors for Cameroon, where it means they all taxi them inside Cameroon, especially Bamenda, they must be yellow. Any blue and white nonsense in the name of Facebook color, what we're saying for Bamenda, me myself, I will sponsor the kumkumization of anything with the inside plus the nonsense with the color and say blue and white Facebook color taxi. So the mere fact said they need to talk about the blue and white nonsense for Facebook now say we don't defeat them. But I like them as they go born taxi now. It will make them now the taxi drivers they go vex again, and then more of the shit no white blast will be kumkumized. So this is all fantastic. Now good news, because now the only way that for make the Bamenda population as stubborn as they be for turn against the terrorism, because now them buy the guns, give they picking them. At the end of the day, not them. Now they picking them. They can't kill now the people the way they buy the guns, give them. Back in the days when they see military camp, they run, go to Amber, say military camp, they shit no white blast, they run. Now they don't can't target una no. Una no go make that mistake again. So it's all round good news. Hello, my country people. When I listen to this report from Washington about Eric Tato, and then I go talk after. When I listen.
When we showed up, it was a quiet home on a quiet street in a quiet neighborhood, a far cry from the wild party neighbors complained about last month. Hundreds of people, they said, buses, private security, wild crowds.
I will never, ever stop the parties so long as I'm not doing anything illegal.
But the News 4 I-Team wanted to know more and did what the I-Team does. We dug into homeowner Eric Tata's background. We're not here about the parties. We're here about the federal indictment and the activities in Cameroon.
Oh.
Eric Tata may not be well known past this little Gaithersburg cul-de-sac, but in his home country of Cameroon in West Africa,
Put me anywhere. My name is Eric Tato.
he's known as a separatist leader in a long simmering, sometimes violent fight to break off part of the country, as we found in some videos posted by Cameroonian news site Downtown Info.
I am a key factor in this revolution.
While he calls himself a journalist and an advocate, in past videos he's posted online, Tata discussed kidnappings and blockading Cameroonian government leaders in their homes. In others, fellow Cameroonians accused Tata of ordering amputations of opponents' limbs, a claim he denies. If you went back to Cameroon today, what would happen?
I'll be killed. I'll be killed.
Because you have been active in the fight against the government there for more than a decade.
I agree. Yes, I've been active.
But as for accusations of violence or kidnappings, Tata didn't specifically deny them to the I-Team, but instead asked for credit for who he's become now.
What I think is important is to look at where at a point somebody makes contrition and does a positive shift. That is what life is about.
It's not all news to his neighbors. At least some are worried by Tata's outside the cul-de-sac activism.
It is a bit alarming. It is of a concern.
It's not just his activism or pool parties that has him in potential trouble. The I-Team found Tata is facing federal fraud charges. Tata's pleaded not guilty, but in an indictment, the feds allege he lied to get $163,000 from the COVID-era Paycheck Protection Program and then intimidated witnesses during the investigation.
Only my lawyer can talk.
But his lawyer hasn't called us back or replied to our detailed emails. An affidavit seeking a warrant for his arrest filed in federal court says Tata once instructed a witness how to respond if a grand jury asked if Tata has an army, about Tata's role in the Cameroonian separatist movement, or about various kidnappings and acts of violence in Cameroon. Why would you talk to someone about how to answer questions about that?
Well, you see, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I have absolute respect for the laws of this country. Yes. And if I have a gag order by the judge not to discuss my further indictment, I will not say it anywhere.
Well, we reminded him there is no gag order in the court file, not anywhere. Tata said he just wanted his lawyer to talk about this federal case, but the lawyers not and investigators aren't saying anything to the I-Team either. Court records, though, Jim and Sean, say if he's found guilty of these charges, the judge could force him to forfeit the house where these parties are held to help satisfy some of that loan.
Just wow. And I'm sure it's
Right?
a big wow for the neighbors who may not have known all of this that you uncovered.
I think they knew some of it, right? But I think that, you know, after these pool parties, they investigated the guy a little bit and they knew some, but I'm not certain they knew this level of detail.
What about the activities that he's alleged to have participated in Cameroon? I mean, does he have to go back there to face any kind of...
I mean, he said clearly if he went back there, there'd be very serious penalties for him. He said he'd be killed if he went back there. There is no evidence that he's wanted, at least in any way that the U.S. would extradite him back to Cameroon, but there certainly is fear. His mother recently died. He didn't even go back for the funeral.
Wow.
And just to be clear, does he own this house and
We
he's
believe
living
he
here
owns the
legally?
home, yes. And yes, there's no evidence that he is here in any sort of undocumented status. In fact, had to surrender a passport as part of his release from on bail.
All right, amazing work.
Thank
Great
you.
stuff.
Ted
Thanks
Oberg.
for staying up with us too on Olympic night. Ted
Yes,
Oberg.
it's good to see you. Thank you.
So when I don't hear an American media organization that they don't go for Eric Tato house, they go interview you about the activities them inside Cameroon, you know, calling for the Gary process and all of those things. Yes, this one are partly the job where me and the do in the background where we not see him. So about a month ago, some report be come out from this same news channel where they talk about Eric Tato, he pool parties them for Maryland, Usawe, he believe. But that hasn't got anything to do with Cameroon and our fight against Amazonia terrorism. A lot of people, they forward that information to me. I look him and I not talk anything about him. What way me I do in the background, I say, I contact the news organization for Washington, for the DMV area, for the United States of America. And I tell them, say, listen, that guy, when I just come up for a house, it get a very dark secret. It get a little bit more where if I dig into, when I go come up with more news worthy article besides the pool parties them. Now, person where if they under federal indictment for, you know, stealing, for harassing witnesses and a bunch of other things, then of course, I forward to them the evidence of what they talk about. They get a social media handle from YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp. I forward them information, the indictments, the Eric Tato own videos, and when we talk about Gary process them, where if we talk about Ambazonia National Army, when I own army, where we get them, and all of those details, I forward them, send them for this news organization. I forward them, send them for this news organization. Somebody do their own investigation. Hopefully, they will come up with a report. And today, I just see they don't publish the report. And another point where that reporter, Emeka say, at the end of this federal indictment, if he be found guilty for that criminal, you know, the criminal fraud where he commit harm, that house, it will be forfeited. And the judge, it will foresee, actually, the judge, it will repossess the house, liquidate him for pay the debts them. Now, the system that for the United States of America, and I guarantee when I say they go find me guilty, and I guarantee when I say they go seize that house from me. And another point where the newspaper, they make come right at the end of that broadcast. Now, say Eric Tato and Mami died just a few weeks ago, and even Eric Tato nobody fit go for Cameroon for the funeral. When I know now me and only me, I be broadcast that information and say Eric Tato and Mami don't die. How when I think say I be know? Of course, now what did I tell when I say the information where we put them out there, it be verified, it be authentic. Even Eric Tato, their family house, their company house, they build them for Kendem, for Manu. I show now plus the pictures and the videos. And now because now countryman, no be one person. Country people, no be one person. Will be now a network where it be vast and will be well connected. Right from ministers in cabinet positions for Cameroon, right into the presidency itself, the president himself, right to the mayors them, the divisional delegates them, to the Okada riders them, to the palm wine tappers them, to the students, to the Mami Bayam Selam, the Fokona Road. Now country people in that will be well connected. So now some of the things in this way we do in the background for bring consequences to the Amazonia terrorists in the diaspora. When I don't hear today, Eric Tato, no, they still talk for Facebook, and then they still go talk, Gary this, Gary that, goes down, 1 week lockdown, 2 week lockdown. If you pass, we'll go shoot them. As a matter of fact, I go play some of Eric Tato best videos them, make una understand, see the difference between the Eric Tato, where we will know for 2018, 2019, to the Eric Tato where they talk to the foreign press, to the American media, today for 2024. Now, for tell you how much we don't defeat Amazonia terrorism, we don't take control of social media, and now our messages them, they resonate, and all man, they listen to the Black Legism. Why would the people like Eric Tato, the Mark Barretta, the Joshua Carr them, the Capo Daniel them, the Dr. Common Sense when as Sako Ekomé them, and all of these Nkunyams them, they don't disappear from Facebook. Today, for 2024, we the Black Legs, we dictate what way we discuss on social media. Now we the command attention on social media. If we go live, if Clovis, myself, Beltus, any person go live when a Black Leg, I guarantee when I say it go get at least 5 times as many views as all the Amber noise makers on Facebook combined for 2024. We don't turn the tables upside down. We now listen.
Gary go day for one thing that for picking the hand they won't go school for any part of Southern Cameroon. Because when we take this school issue to the Republic, so for Southern Cameroon not be having job. So if you listen to me, send them down for any mommy say if I see anything for school, if I see anything for school, I you know what I very possessive. So I take the responsibility, man, not every type of coding anywhere. I will teach the Peking how to teach Gary. I will teach you, I will give Gary lesson. Nonsense. When I think of the for joke, when the key people that can't talk about school, not school, no, that is it. Listen, not Mr. Man, LeBron still, not tell me no. Any picture go with the Gary the Peking. In fact, I don't move from one finger to the entire hand. If anything go there, Gary one hand. Gary one hand. Nonsense. When I talk about the general joke, one thing I know correct. In fact, LeBron still, I don't beg, I don't change my mind. Now one hand now. Any picture go there for school, give Gary for his whole hand. The whole hand. Who Gary did. So when go out, mommy asking away, mommy have to make Gary. Now Gary do me so the people will understand. The other one will get the message. No man will go straight in. Nonsense. When I feel the joke, shit. When I go to school, you know how old are they now? I don't want to talk my age. But by the time when you want to finish, I must be 40 something, almost maybe 40 plus. When we get independence, before the one cancer just put them in 55, I will not do like 70, I will not retire. I will happily go jail. Right and go down. And if here. Now, by the way, no man for social media, no I be able for defeat me or break my mental strength. Because I know what I do, I know what I do. On ground, I have one of the highest number of forces that are defending homeland. But I will not talk. That's why when I say something today, it will happen tomorrow. I said something big was going to happen in the school in Ambazona, and it happened. You probably want me to say things. You saw the principal of GBHS, Malcolm. It's a francophone. He has packed out because they have Gary, one of his terms. The instruction of Gary comes from one person. It comes from one person. And
my country people, then, this is Eric Tato. He usually says that, quote me anywhere. So I am going to quote him.
For social media today, 2024, now we, the Black Legs, will control the narrative. Now we get the numbers, the quality, and the quantity. I go program for now. We go start with Sako Economy ABC Alphabet Facebook page. When I fit compare them with any other Amber terrorists for Facebook, when I go get exactly the same result with me, I go present them to Una today. So this one, a typical live broadcast where Sako Economy on Facebook page, they do them. After 9 hours, they get now only 6 shares and 418 views. I present the information on the screen for una. Make una pay attention to the screen. Una go see the evidence. Which way una need for know now say we take our measurement now after 4 days. Now that one that because say the new cycle it expire after 4 days. Anything will happen if it burn some taxi or kill some person after 4 days. No person in the Anglophone zone it go fit even still remember because all man it go just pass a gloss over and that new cycle it don't pass. So we always gauge now after 4 days for see the number of views, the number of people the way they be pay attention to that news for that time where it be happen. So after 4 days, now for then now you go see and say this, so that news article it go don't fade. Plenty people they go don't forget them. So now why that way I usually take my gauge now after between 3 to 5 days them for gauge the interest in that particular news article when will it be come out, when will it be still be very hot. So now if you look at the same Sako Economy on gang, remember I said Sako to call himself say be president for so-called Ambazonians. This particular live broadcast where they do them, 4 days later, they get now only 1,000 views. After 4 days, only 1,000 views. For the same Sako Economy Facebook page, this particular live broadcast where they do them, After 5 days, they get less than 1,000 views. They get now only 741 views and only 46 shares for this live broadcast. 5 days later. Now, make we compare them to Chris Anu, he own ABS TV, he presence for Facebook. 4 days later, for this live broadcast where Chris Anu do they get only 1,000 views. Chris Anu Tuna, president for his own faction of the internet government. 4 days later, 1,000 views. Now you look at the other one, 5 days later, after you do this live broadcast, you get now only 1.6K, when about 1,600 views after 5 days. This one even get a high number of views because it be the castigate the ADF. Now infighting, Chris Anu come live for can celebrate the kumkumization of General Stone for ADF for Bamenda. It get 1,600 views. Now make we look at the other faction, the so-called Egofsi, Ayabacho own gang. This one Ayabacho himself, it become live. It present live broadcast for their so-called ACN Facebook page. After 3 days, they get now only 1,800 views. 3 days. And for the same Ayabacho gang, they do this live broadcast, and 4 days later, they get 2,800 views. And why they get up to 2,800? Now, because it even been an infighting. Now, Amber versus Amber. They can't do a whole live presentation for crush each other. They talk, say, exposing Fabiano or Fabiano exposed by Glenn. So this Glenn guy, he don't can do a live presentation where they crush another so-called Ambazonian. Now, why that way they even get that high views? Because the entertainment now the other faction, they can't watch how they crush the other one them. Now, wait that way it happened in Amber World for 2024. And now for this other one where they do them 5 days later, they get now 2,700 views. Now, Ayabacho himself, so-called president, they said the leader's address to the nation plus a speech analysis from Barisa, whatever, they get now less than 3,000 views. President for country where they claim, say, get 8 million people. They do live presentation for Facebook, they get less than 3,000 people. They go watch them. I go can't give an analysis now comparing to our own page, Dr. Countryman Junior page. When I look at, when I pay attention on the screen, because I know they just talk an empty mob, I present the evidence on the screen for now. Make we take just this live broadcast where Countryman be doing, where me I be doing 5 days ago. Look at the number of views where we get them. 11,000 views. We look at the next one. This one, a presentation where I just do and post them for Facebook when nobody live. I just do and post them on the 5th of June this year, 2024. It don't get 46,000 views where I will talk about the election of Pa Philemon Yang to be president of the United Nations General Assembly. Look at the next one where Countryman Junior be did live for Kumba 3 days ago. He be did live for only 6 minutes. For prove them to them, say they so now only yellow taxi they there for Kumba. No man never changed the taxi color to blue and white. He get more than 12,600 views after just 3 days. We look at the next one. Now, when I Countryman, me, I be there live for less than 1 minute for Yaoundé. Less than 1 minute. I be there live. Just turn on my camera. I get 12,900 views after just 3 days. Now, what is that way? Their presidents, they can't do live presentation for 1 hour, 2 hours. They need to get 1/4 of that number of views. Now, we could just look at the historical figures them. See, this one are 2 posts I post them of Dr. Countryman Junior, Oka Nasri Clovis for 2 of our different Facebook pages them. And remember, say, we'll get now 4 different pages them we will do for Facebook. You get Dr. Countryman Junior, you get A Better Cameroon, you get Country People, and then you get Cameroonianness. So these views that were at the show now, so now just for one of the pages them. I never even add all the other pages the way we control them. Now, look at the number of views on the screen. When we will advocate for the banning of Okada inside Bamenda, that presentation where Countryman Junior be doing, it will get about 40,000 views. We'll cut the video, rebroadcast them, it get another additional 95,000 views. Now the evidence that on the screen. And then this other video, the second one, Oka Nasri Clovis, it be there live for Kumba. It get 48,000 views, 48,000. Okay, now we could look at the next video. Next video where we post on 22nd of May. When I see how many views you get 113,000 views, where we will talk about this guy Killian, where Capo Daniel be saying is, let me go plant bomb for disrupt 20th May for 2023. We repost them for 22nd of May 2024, just 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago. It don't already get 113,000 views. When I see how they change the narrative, right? Now we day in control of which way we discuss on social media today. Look at the next evidence where they on the screen for now. This one a live broadcast where Oka Nasri Clovis with Duam for Christmas, 25th of December 2023 for Kumba. It just turned on the camera for a few minutes. It do live presentation. It don't get more than 37,900 views. Okay. And then this other one, it be doing 5 days before on the 20th of December 2023 for proof for people then say, no ghost town, in no day for Kumba. All man, they just enjoy ordinary, normal life. Oka Nasri Clovis for that live broadcast we be doing, it get 59,600 views for that live broadcast. So the numbers, they need to lie. We get the quantity and the quality. And I go now analyze the numbers where I just come out for show una, for explain for una how it be important, what way would they do.
But this is the reality. People listen to the devil himself, my country people of La Republique, more than they listen to some Ambazonian activists. This is the reality.
So when I don't hear Capo Daniel, it don't explain afuna. Say the reality. Now say our people them on the ground when at the matter that they listen not to me, we the black legs them, the country people them, more than that they listen to the so-called Ambazonian presidents the way they flop for Facebook. That is the reality. That one be very important because say for 2017, 18, 19, and even 2020, the Amber terrorists for Facebook, they will get a monopoly, where it means that they will control social media. They will control the narrative. Anything will be happen, now them will come out, can't put the message out. At that time, they will get plenty of people the way they be there for Facebook, where they make noise, they talk, now them will do the radicalization, now them will spread the fake news, the misinformation. For example, you get the Asu Lucas, the Capo Daniel, the Mark Barretta, the Eric Tato them. All of these people them, they be own social media. And I don't explain this one extensively for una for understand the impact where they get them. That impact if it do it, if it spread their fake news, their propaganda, if it cause the radicalization of Anglophone youth, if it make people they believe in their nonsense. But since then, which way we don't successful, which way we don't be successful for achieve amnasivity, we don't delete their Facebook presence, we don't delete their impact for social media. We don't delete Mark Barretta, delete Eric Tato, delete many of them. And then even some of their social media activists where they get them, like Yannick Sikot, he don't surrender now, na black leg for one side. Capo Daniel, he don't surrender now, he did preach now one Cameroon. So not only will they delete their presence on social media, but will they convert some of their activists into black legs them. And then the few ones the way they remain where they want to talk about Ambazonia, we don't delete them off of social media so they don't get impact anymore, thereby allowing the playing field for we the black legs now for dictate and control the narrative. If we want to talk about anything, we decide to talk about them. Now we go carry the day. For example, yellow taxi policy for Bamenda. Now we decide and now we put them, we force all of them now for can't talk about that thing. Why would they be want for concentrate for do fundraising, for the do activism, for the radicalize picking them, for the make people to be angry, for the spread their fake news? They cannot. They no fit concentrate on those things them anymore. They concentrate now for the talk about what way we decide, say we go talk about on social media. Now the powers that we will get them for this 2024. We change the narrative and now we dictate the topic of discussion on social media. And even when them decide now for go talk about what way they want to talk about, no man will follow them. People they need to listen to them. People they don't switch off. People they be disgusted by their nonsense, the infighting, their propaganda need to work anymore. They don't feel recruit anymore, gullible picking them, they go carry guns them. So The whole nonsense, it did die the go, and they see them with their own eyes. And now why that way when they see someone they can't beg for negotiation for one Cameroon. Someone they can't talk about cessation of hostilities. Someone they can't talk about say they talk now about devolution or whatever. Now because they don't read the clock and they don't say and say they don't losses, they don't lose. We don't carry the day. We don't defeat them on social media and on the ground. And some of them therefore they think say this, so we pay too much attention to what way the international community they talk. No. We pay attention now to what way our papa, mommy, them brothers and sisters them on the ground, what way they think, what way they feel, and how they react. Now what that way it matter the most. The people the way they carry the guns that they kill Anglophones them, now Anglophones, now Ambazonia terrorists. So now for the way our focus it be, and when they see the results. I remember for 2018 how we start. People they can't tell you say countryman, if you talk for pidgin so Francophones they no go hear you. If you talk for pidgin so the international community no go feel understand what way you talk. I talk say yes. Now because I don't care whether the international community hear me or not. My target audience now are people the way they day on the ground. Inside Ekiliwindi, for Ndian, inside Momo, for Bui. Now the people that way I care about inside Mezam. So whether some white man for Europe or for United Nations or whatever, whether I hear which way they talk or not, that one are secondary or even tertiary, even being at the prime reason why I do the thing I do. My target audience, now that people the way they on the ground inside Bamenda, for listen to my voice, understand which way they talk, and then now for forget the analysis and forget sense and for stop the nonsense radicalization of our country people then. So when I see them today say the hard work it don't pay off, and all the amber noise makers now for Facebook they be irrelevant, they be inconsequential, they just make that noise. Plenty Anglophones they don't switch off, they need to still follow them, they need to still listen to them. For social media today, and I don't just tell you now only the ones the way it did for Facebook. If you go do the same comparative analysis, even though we'll not give presence for Twitter because Twitter now for people the way they want to get impact on the international community. I don't really care about what way the president of France or whatever they think about Ambazonia terrorism. That one, I leave that one for the Cameroon diplomatic missions for handler, and they handle them. When I get people then like Philemon Yang, a president for United Nations General Assembly, it will create that kind of impact at that level. My impact where I want for create them now at the level of that Okada rider, the truck pusher, and the Mami we day on the ground inside the Anglophone zone. Now my target that. So when I say this, so we don't totally succeed. And another thing we did a disadvantage for the Amber terrorists then. Now they are infighting. Now they are division. So now they don't divide themselves into tiny little segments. They be fragmented for the way. They just crush themselves. And if you now go for the post, then where they post them, you could see them. For example, when we post, look at the number of shares the way we share them. 100 and something shares, 173, 111 shares. But when the Amber terrorists, their so-called president, Warana Ayabacho, Sako Ikome, Chris Anu himself, he can do live broadcast. Go look at how many people they share them. Sometimes they get 3 shares, 4 shares. If it really be really good, it would be like 40 something shares. Now all that way they fit achieve them. And now one of the reasons that way their message need to go out. And even if the message won't go out, not only they talk to themselves, not only their own small clique of followers, them they listen to them, they don't get the ability for expand. And then their enemies, them when also other Amber terrorist factions, their enemies they can't listen to them for find material for crush them. So now the dynamic that way it did on the ground. And now one of the reasons that why we do this kind of analysis, now why that we do them, for make una understand, say the Amber terrorism it don't be largely defeated. The impact where they get them for 2018, 19, and whatnot, it no exist anymore. And now why that they talk say make no man no waste the time, effort, or energy. Say it go dialogue or negotiate with the Ayabacho, Sako Ikome, Tapang, or Capo Daniel, whatever. They are inconsequential. They don't get any leverage. They don't get the impact. They cannot recruit one more gullible Anglophone Pickinson for Bush. Even the few terrorists where they still remain for Bush today, they just fighting at their money. They just fighting at their money. They fighting for survival, just for stay alive, just for be able for feed their drug addiction, just for be able for make their ends meet. They use that gun now for terrorize Anglophones them, kidnap them for ransom, just for be able for survive. Now the reality that on the ground, I don't show una concrete evidence on social media we don't defeat Ambazonian terrorism, the numbers do not lie. We get the quantity and the quality. I don't show one at the quantity, the quality now. The quality now, the ability for reach your target audience. Like I don't explain for now. The mammy them on the ground now what target, not them they listen to we, not them, and we get the message to the target audience. And also, person where they talk to, for example, the people the way they change the policy inside country, the people the way they control the economy for country, the people the way they control the distribution inside country. When we talk to those kind of people, then we get an impact into how they make decisions. Then that one and the quality when they talk about. So one message, you need to just go out to the masses. One message, they hit the target audience where we want me to hear, and it cause the relevant and the right impact where we want to make it cause them. That one, now the quality where me and they talk about. So with the Black Legs them, now we control social media today, and we control the message, and now we get the numbers, we get the quantity and the quality, because we reach the most number, the most amount of people them, the maximum number of people then where would they reach them. It passed all the Amba terrorists their own. If you add Ayabacho, Sako, Ikome, Tapang, Ivo, all of them put together today for social media, they know feel reach which way me, Okanas, Clovis Beltus, and we the Black Legs with the Duam on social media. We get the numbers and we get the quality. The company distributors them, all they listen to we, and they follow our pages them, and they take action. Even the Amba terrorists where they did for Bush where they carry the guns, they follow we, they listen to we, and they act based on where we decide, say they go act. Thank you, plenty my country people them. Today, the number 8 day for July.
Lesson number 1, my country people, Dr. Weti. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. It's an enemy that is strong. So, Ambazonians will thank my country people for the wonderful job.
Last week, we get message where they come from ground zero, say the forces them again for Mezam. They ran decide say every Wednesday, they ran declare a ghost town. They make no moto in no waka for inside town for the whole Ambazonia. We don't know whether not only for Bamenda or for Mezamo, but then for inside Mezam, they talk with the expectation say it will happen for all Ambazonia, but we know say this struggle it don't be a Bamenda issue. So they be decide say every Wednesday they want to stop all moto them for inside Mezam. But the announcer saying that for the whole Bamenda, but I go call them the way it is. And people they go begin afraid it would affect people their life. We know say they get all network them for chat group them for ground zero. They be send them for all man for ground zero. All chat group them whether for Ben Sikin demo or for market woman demo or for which kind syndicate for inside ground zero, especially for Bamenda, all man will receive the message. So this Wednesday, Ambazonian they no be even know. Say they be done pass on law say for Wednesday, me no moto no waka for inside Ambazonia. Market them feel up no. Ben Sikin if you waka bed and talk to me moto the no waka with the reason say the one for pay solidarity with our prisoners of war and those who they be done die for this struggle. I go play the audio where they will make this announcement, me gonna hear. But the Sako he own people then when they try to seek relevant, they don't carry them for their head and they make this announcement where they make them last week. When I listen for the announcement, make a play and me gonna hear.
Fellow Ambazonians, I greet una all for all the 13 counties and 61 LGAs all over the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. Now the spokesperson for Mezam County Self-Defense Team, Jitok. Today, on Wednesday, the 8th of July, 2024. It's been our ghost town day. We still get some few hours for respect the ghost town. Yes, I come for una today with this important reminder. As we don't hear from the Commissioner of Strategies for Homefront, don't talk, I come for remind we say Wednesday, the 10th of July, now a federal solidarity prison observation day inside the whole of Ambazonia. That means say, now day for honor Ambazonians with them be illegally detained all over the world.
So when I hear now the announcement that way they will make them for follow-up announcement they will make them since last week.
Now two people then deal with. Now two people then in Kelebe and that colonial administrator then. Enter for up station, Bamenda. Move Lele Afrique, go in hand so, go put it for city chemist. Who is all for them? They'll clap for you. Now walk back from how he get pen for them. No before go for Okada man we never chop for money time. You want go right back so that me go give me work in 250. Go chop for and beans. Now he way you go follow him. Now he be a target. Taxi man we go come up for us. You don't go pump. Say no, me go work small 500. Go chop one plate chop. Go chop small catty for some before start the work for the day. Now the man that will go after you. You know go for Lele Lafrique. You know go for that colonial people they make that law there for ground zero. You know go for them. You go for mommy where you come up for a house or go farm for money time. You go always say me give you money. Don't be struggle that. You be sure man. You be sure man. You be sure man who are be thief man. Don't be struggle that. Don't be struck with that. So I don't can tell when I say that my own policy is when I want to talk to for them, you talk against the policy, you know they bring alternative. I want to make a know clear say the policy for Ambazonia it never change. When I want to try for change Ambazonia in policy. When I want to try for put on our own things, when I try to put on our own thing the way it don't go out of line, it don't derail plenty people there. I don't make them plenty fight at the ground zero, they don't fall.
Wait a minute. Yes, we are here today, and you are listening to what our leaders are saying. The sector is concerned. I will tell Mr. Ayato to give us briefly what is happening for us.
The taximen, Okadas. Once more, I want to thank all of us for this brief gesture to come out and see what we can do about the situation in our city. We in the transport sector, we only came to keep in line with what the Okadas have said already, and to plead with the administration that if they can handle this situation as soon as they can, it's going to go a long way to help all of us. We've lost, just for the past 2 weeks, we've lost a lot of vehicles, a lot of taxis, a lot of harassment. The town is grounded after 6 p.m. and it's not doing us any good. So we are pleading that the administration to come sit on their feet and help us solve this problem. Because the town cannot run for 8 hours only. There are people in the house that cannot leave their homes to the hospital after 6 p.m. There are people who want to do other activities that cannot do it after 6 p.m. The town is completely closed. This situation is getting out, is out of hand already. So we plead to the administration, if they can see into this issue of the ban of the bikes, the time and frame, and see how they can adjust it in other ways for us to get this town back to its feet, it's going to go a long way to help us. Once more, I'm pleading to our colleagues, all the drivers, the taxi drivers, the transporters within the region, to sit up and see to it that we get a peace, a situation where peace can return into this region, so that all of us can march ahead. We cannot stagnate like this for a long while. So please, I once more want to thank you that we should brainstorm and see how we come out with this situation. Thank you very much.
When are the city mayor, make he can respond for all these things the way the bike union and the trade union them, they don't talk about. Una hear no? Papa ye! Papa ye!
No, don't bother. No, don't bother.
Taxi men for Abakwa Oye! Taxi men for Abakwa Oye!
I want to hear a big Oye.
Okada Oye! Say Okada Oye! People of Abakwa Oye! Bamenda Oye! I salute you all very much. Come on, let me salute you and I see you now. Come on, wave it. Salute. Say, when you lift up your hand, you say, Bamenda Oye, Bamenda Oye, Bamenda Oye, Bamenda Oye. That is great. You don't say, what you don't talk about your own.
When you talk and say Bamenda, oh yeah, you know say Bamenda they are like, oh yes. When you say Bamenda they, oh yeah, Bamenda is Ken. Bamenda, oh yeah, oh yeah. Now, I want to from here make every man get peace plan. All man will get peace plan. We go look for peace. Brother here, who first check. We talk so whatever peace, and we will give out this peace. Yeah, when I give out that peace plan, the thing we don't bring with today for this wonderful gathering, now business for say, Bamenda belong for we. And backward that we get up. Are we there? We don't come for war. We come for peace. Would I hear me? We come for what? Everybody. Everybody. We come for what? Tell somebody so we come for peace. Tell somebody so we come for peace. But if man deny you peace, you give it. Man deny you peace, you give it. Yeah. Come on, for your corner. Salute your brother, say come for peace. Ask your brother, say carry on. Ask your brother, say carry on. Anyone who carry on for you, no come for peace. Not charge for yourself. Not charge up. Not charge up. Not charge up. Anyone who carry on, come outside here, move. They know what you. Hello. Boom. Now, number one, I want to thank Kuna because nobody no come here in disguise. To be shifted to 10 p.m. to enable us to assist the population who are in the quarter.
Now watch. Now only a few minutes. You know, even if it's 1 minute.
Today, 25th Thursday. At the ghost fighter they did for Faku. Today nowadays.
When I watch, they could try to attack civilians. They could try to attack civilians. Watch how it could fail. When I watch.
I'm ready.
One man already.
Show them something. Me they see something.
Show we something. At the watch. When I listen, when I watch, now Brazaris motor the camp. The thing say it be escorted. When I watch.
Now we stand.
Now shoot them.
Now press him.
Go. And then they cut him. When I know why they cut the video, because they don't attack nobody. Because if they continue for this film the video, when I was there, the motor can pass being going unscathed. It not even scratch the motor. So now Brazaris motor where they carry Mimbo, then where they pass it. This one for Fako just a few days ago, I think on Thursday. Okay, the motor it not even be escorted by the military. Now civilian motor that military motor no day in white color. Now civilian motor that way they just pass it, they target them, and their stupidity the things they so that Brazaris motor so it be escorted by the military. You understand? And now the only video this don't come out from the whole of Fako for about since the beginning of this year 2024, and we're there for July. Now the only so-called attack this for the whole of Fako for this year. Imagine for 2018, how many of these kind of stupid videos then they will remove them on a daily basis for 2018. They on a daily basis you will see this kind of nonsense then. 2-3 a day, every day for Fako alone. See, if they now why that they cut the video because now see how the motor pass been going even after the explosion. Now see how the motor died going on. So now why that way they record whenever when I see Amber terrorists they talk so they don't attack Cameroon military or whatever without their primitive explosives. When I go see and say the video not ever long after the so-called explosives it go off. Now see and say they cut the video. They know one for sure now if they get any casualties or not because there are no casualties. Because it's failed, but they just put an app for Facebook for propaganda, and it does not work. And another thing as well, when I see the video, when I know why the video they overshake so now because it don't stand like 1 or 2 kilometers away, and then it don't zoom in to the max, where it means that the tiniest little movement of the hand it cause a massive vibration for the video. Now why that the video not be steady because it don't go high on top some hill about 2 kilometers away, and that kind 2 kilometers as far as it be so. If they're out of the range of an AK-47, they don't go hide very far and then they try to shoot the motor. They don't even know the range of the weapon where they use them. Teuna understand. So Teuna, the effective range of AK-47 now only 350 meters, when now about 3 football fields them. It means that if you stand about 400 meters away and then you shoot AK-47, the bullet don't even penetrate your skin. It will just knock you like say some person touch you. If at all the bullet can't reach you, it can't reach you only 400 meters away. That is the truth and that's the reality. For the bullet to penetrate a human body's skin, you get to be about that kind 300 meters away. Now the effective range for AK-47 bullet for penetrate your skin. Any distance up between 300 to 400 meters, the bullet not go first even enter your skin. It go knock you, yes. Maybe you go feel small pain like say some person shoot you with stone, but it no go cause no damage. You understand? So they don't run, go shoot on about 1 kilometer away, the film at a distance because they fear. And how many of them first day, maybe not them 4 or 5. They go attack just for make propaganda video for Facebook. So make una understand the reality where they happen now in the Anglophone zone. This is it. They don't get no powers, they don't get no capability to do any damage. They don't go hide 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers away, then they film them. And then because they know say in a real military day for day, it no go first even kill no man. And then if the military they try now for retaliate, they go wipe all them. Now, why they go shoot on 1 kilometer away, and then now as the video, they launch the so-called attack, they film the whole thing, but then when the one can put the video now for Facebook, they cut them. They want only one show now how the thing holler, and then when I see smoke, but you see no destruction. No destruction happens because it's a failed attack. When I understand now, make a show now other examples them for elaborate on this particular point. When I watch this video, this one for Bui. When I watch them.
Today, 29th of February 2024.
Yes.
This one now the main anthem for Bui.
This one, I still don't talk now February this year, 2024. So
yes.
It's the National Viper. I get Wainama Hill. It's the day for ambush. Now, this one that convoy, a military convoy, where they come up for carry and a helicopter with mechanical issues. Helicopter. Now the helicopter that was failed at the carrier, and they travel very slowly on the hill where on a bit windy. They travel very slowly, When I see how, despite the Amber terrorists, they try to attack the convoy, no one even cares because not a single bullet didn't touch them. They didn't even scratch them. You understand? When I see at the military, when I see goat they run past the middle road. How that goat pass? Now that time that way the convoy even slow down to not jam the goat. When I see the goat, now when I'm back, when I see that way goat across the road. Now they go that. When I see how goat cross the road, now that time that way even know that goat will pose a more of a bigger threat to the military convoy than Amber. They don't go to road 700 meters away, 500 meters away, they don't hide. And then now they waste their bullet because that bullet, they don't possibly know the execution name. And they fear to go closer because if they go closer, they will wipe them. So now they don't just make that noise. So the convoy, it just continue. When I watch the video, the convoy, it just passed it slowly. They just go there. They say General Viper live. I can't show them in a second. Nothing. All the motor that just can pass bingo there. Must if I get the picture of the one who is Viper. Okay, I will show up on the screen. When I watch them, I picture this. Now in Kunya and that way they talk, General Viper. Now I picture that. Now when they make this, when I see, wind the video back, wind them all the way back. When I see them, all the military plus the helicopter where they escort them, they don't come past them, begin to go them. And this time around, the camera shake the plane because they be positioned, they be stationary. They don't be holding for hand, but they zoom them in and zoom them in because they get more than 500 meters to 1 kilometer away. They fear. So that is it. Inferiority complex. They say they want for attack Cameroon military. Convoy where it escort now helicopter where it be grounded. Helicopter will get mechanical issues. They take and travel and now by road, pass from Bui, Wainama all the way, can't enter for Bamenda for do the repairs and then travel with the helicopter, go all the way for the mechanical place where they go do avionic repairs them for repair the helicopter. All of this now may make noise, shoot video them, to do all these kind of things, achieve what? Nothing. Not even scratch. Not even scratch. Now I will show you another example. So this one example for video where they leave them, they play them on for more than a minute or so. It will show you how nothing no happen. They no scratch the convoy. The convoy just pass Gringoi. Now why that way? Whenever they shoot their videos, them they cut them as soon as the explosive go off. They cut them because if they continue for the play the video, it would display the inferiority. It would display for how nothing no happen. The enemy as they call them. It just pass bingo, ignore them. You understand? So now why that way they always cut the video where they talk so they don't attack rate always been at 20 seconds and the video now only show as person they talk behind where they want to do them, but whenever they actually execute them, it's always a failure. So now make a play for now the next video now so for explain the inferiority of this nonsense where they call themselves Ambazonians. So now listen and watch.
Today, now on the 14th February 2023. Now the second target that.
Okay.
Simon time to go read for the second target.
So once again, now the second attack this way means they don't attack them for front. The convoy just pass bingo, they like say they don't even space them. They then now for the second position for attack them. And the convoy, and when I see how the camera they shake it once again now, it is shake, it not be clear now because it they more than 1 kilometer away, 500 to 1 kilometer away, and then it don't zoom in as much as possible. And when you zoom in that much, you see now why that way the camera they shake. Okay, when I watch and listen.
When I see the goal for the second target.
Second target, when I do it.
You want to LG couple with the picking them. You go read the second target.
Maybe we'll see what it will happen for the so-called second target. And our video, they themselves said they record and broadcast them. They put them out.
Second target. Second target. Are you that?
Nothing happened.
Are you that?
Nothing happened.
I'm do that for day.
Who's that? Yes, they don't pass for day.
I'm do that for day. That for day. I'm do that for day.
The vehicle just passed. All that one will see another smoke. If they continue the video, we'll see how all the vehicles are passing go there.
I'm do that for day.
Yeah, now in that way, don't fall for day. If that's somebody corner that door. All the motor they can pass bingo then. Not even a scratch. Not even a scratch. If they waste a bullet, if they just shoot so that it will enter for video, so that they go put them for Facebook, and then they shoot no white blast, they go think say something don't happen. When I hear that they shoot, when I hear that they shoot, they are not even within range. And even if you be there within range, that is an armored plated vehicle. AK-47 bullet, enough it penetrate that armored vehicle. Enough it, even if you were within range, you were shooting 50 meters away, enough will still penetrate that video, the armor plated, the plating for that vehicle, the armor plated vehicle. Even if we be there within range, but still they are not within range. They about 1 kilometer away, 500 meters away, where the maximum range for AK-47 bullet now about 300 meters. But they're out of range, and then they just make now noise, and then they just try to disturb, make a mimicry to the things that they still day. This is, and then this one, now the one where themselves they record them, put them for Facebook for shows that the day. Now the one where themselves put them for Facebook, no mean a random one, and the one where ADF stamp them say ADF, put them for Facebook for shows that the over day. This is it. This is the best they can offer. Where it means that the other hundreds of one way they don't try them, it was worse than this. It means that they even killed them for that one day, so they don't broadcast that kind of one day, or it was the total complete failure. So once the way they go plant explosive, it detonate prematurely, it killed them. Yes, it don't happen on several occasions. Then why when I think say this Shumbuwe we call it say General Bongo Ketunja they be kill him, he get one hand. What's that full name again? Sargon. General Sargon. Why you think he begin at one hand? Now he own explosives, a blow in hand. That way they will fix explosives. So when they don't blow food, so when they don't die as a result of this. So plenty of these so-called attacks, the way they plan them, it backfire on them. The few ones where when I see and they can't broadcast them on social media, now them this. So for them, this one are the best that they can achieve after 6-7 years. No, the inferiority and the stupidity is too much. My contributor. So we don't expose the Ambazona terrorists for now. Now, when I look on our screens,